what's going on. Mark Bennett, 1 year plan study. I think I'm going to try it out. I know who that is, but I never tried it. I got the thing when your hands are like really cold. My hands are freezing now. Yeah, but I have that thing where your hands are cold and you can't really like move them correctly.
Prince says, "What's good, bro?"
Not much, just started drawing. How's life going? Program we're using Clip Studio Paint. Actually, where's the thing? So I can... Where is it? Do I have it? Nope, I don't think I have it. Oh, there it is. I found it. I think speakers I should have asked for. I think of it now. Okay, now we put like that. Arms like that. Okay. what's up, Jazz? What's going on?
Brightroclose says, good afternoon, everyone.
What's up, bro? What's wrong with this thing?
Darrow says hi.
Hello. Oh, that's a lot better. I like this one more. I don't like when they're always doing the same generic poses. Like that, right? Hello. Caster Life is fucking weird, bro. Okay, good evening from Japan. My favorite is the Lucky Cat Turbo Granny from the anime Dan Dan Dan. Yeah, the cat's kind of cute, not gonna lie. Turbo Granny. Turbo Granny.
Darrow says, Barry Gaga, I like your anatomy.
Thank you, I think. I appreciate it.
Frank says at Brightroclose scan.
Brightroclose says at BRINC to 77 GAN.
Hello, hello, hello. What is wrong with Caster Labs again? Something's always wrong with this stupid thing. God. Why is this thing always a pain in the ass to deal with? Ugh. don't think we're going to do line art. This time we're going to focus on values again. Okay, bro, I'm a little bit confused that how did you imagine this posture and draw is so accurate? It's called reference. I'm using a reference right now. And it's not accurate, it's actually quite wrong. The way I drew the legs are not correct. So I'm trying to fix them. They look kind of wonky. I need to get it correct. At this moment, I'm using reference. Is it better to start doing gestures with boxes instead of boxes? Yes, it's better to do gestures because boxes are more for accuracy. Gestures are more for looseness. Depending on what you're trying to go for. If you're looking for accuracy, use boxes. If you're not, use more softer shapes like circles. No, it's not a sitting pose. Is too big. Needs to be smaller. There we go. And then the legs here needs to be
Roses and roses, baby.
turn the neck up like this. You can see under the chin like that. Here's that part. Like so. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'll get closer and clean it up a little bit. Thank you for the roses, I appreciate it. Okay, now I gotta clean this up like this. Hands are gonna be more here. Actually, the hands that I'm seeing based on the references has to be more closer up. There's a gap here. So she's wearing, okay. Fix the hands.
Fringe
I
says
usually
that
have
Bright
problems
Rose,
with
good
proportions
afternoon.
when doing gestures. How to merge the two versions. I don't think they look very perfect, to be honest. They need more. There are a few tricks to keep things in. Leiden. If I'm saying your name right, am I saying Leiden? Goodbye. Bye. I didn't see you there. Sorry if I didn't say hi. Sorry about that. Over there on TikTok. If I said your name right. Okay, it's back. Connected. Okay, now
Prince
it's
says the rose is all LG.
okay, now it's connected. But why is it just widgets? Settings. Dashboard. Hold on. Dashboard. Settings. Chatbot. Short time settings. I'm trying to connect to them. Okay, I see. It'll eventually figure itself out. Okay, so let me get more thing like that and put the
Right
foot,
close says at PRANC to 77 high.
put the foot about more.
Bright throat close said Prince Noah Ignacio High.
Hello. Fix the foot here. Okay, like that. And then put the other foot about here. Or so. And then fix the back. Make sure that back muscle is being seen. Did you clean it up a little bit? Okay, I know where that is. Sorry about English, bro. Did you earn from... did you earn from this? If yes, so how? You made drawing like you're going to sell this. That's what I'm supposed to do. Most of my work is based on professional. I have to be professional as possible. So even when I'm making a sketch, even though I may not be getting paid right now for it, I have to make it look as decent as possible. So if there's a potential client that needs work, I'm on my A game. Does that make sense? So that's the idea of practice. I get paid in several ways. One, either through my subscribers, which is kind of explanatory, or two, I get paid by clients, like for freelance work if they want a drawing or something. Or if I do an enterprise job for like a company, whether it be like a game company, I'd rather work with indies instead of a AAA title.
Prince says at brighter close hello.
Clean this up a little bit.
Prince 277 said bright throat close hello.
Hey Jay, what's going on, bro? Okay, hello. Just trying to get my in order. Gotcha. I hear you. I know how you feel. Kind of going through something similar. I gotcha. Okay, this looks off. We need to fix it. So our hands are about here. Right there. About there. Alright. I always like seeing people draw overall it gets me in the mood to create. I gotcha. There is a small bump on the head. Let's see here. That's not a bump, that's the side of the head. By mess I mean that metaphorically and somewhat literally. I gotcha. It could be whatever it is, I'm pretty sure it'll be dealt with, right? It's not nothing too crazy, is it? night, bro. Tomorrow I will be also parsing like you. Okay, no problem. Love to hear it. Okay. I'm just a mess. I got you, bro. Constantine Fanta. What's going on, bro? I think I read that right. I don't think that's correct. The way I read that. Okay, bye. I'm tired. I need to go sleep. Okay, do you think? Are you still drawing at this hour? Are you still drawing at this hour? What does that mean? What do you mean by that question? Okay, I think Caster Labs is fixed.
Una jugada de la NBA puede inspirar tu próxima corazonada. Y con 3 meses de NBA League Pass de FanDuel, estás a punto.
Constantine Fantana said him secretly locked down.
I'm secretly looking at you. Locking or looking?
Jolly on your brick says hello, Teach.
Hello, Ari, what's going on?
Labs.caffeinated.app.event_format.cts.rich_message.attachment.
Jolly at your brick says not much. Just celebrating my birthday today.
Oh, it's your birthday, huh? Alright, I got you. Give me a sec.
Brighter Close says Jolly and 35 bricks, happy birthday, Jolly. Mono said happy birthday, Jolly.
Jolly Bricks is at Brighter Close, thank you.
Bricks said Brighter Close, thank you.
Jolly Bricks says 26. Halfway to my 30s long.
Long grinning, squinting face emoji.
Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. No. I don't want her smiling. Kind of like indifferent. Oh, wait, that's where, okay. So we make, okay, wait, I made a mistake. So the chin is too elongated. So we have to push it more up. And then kind of make this indication that we're under the chin. But keep that gap open. Now the cheek, in my opinion, looks a little too puffed out, so we're gonna push this eye in. Oops. Ooh, no, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Now we do it.
A long time ago, a 14-year-old boy invented television. That kid had a vision. A portal that transports
Ari?
us to infinite possibilities.
You still
and
here?
endless stories.
Jolly Incher 35
Jolly Oncher
Bricks
Brick says yeah.
Okay. I wanna say happy birthday to you. I wanna say birthday to you. I say birthday to you.
Right throw close set partying face emoji party popper emoji party.
Jolly Incher Brick says off.
Party popper emoji party and face emoji party popper emoji party and face emoji party popper emoji party and face emoji. Jolly Incher 35 Bricks said all smiling face with hearts emojis.
Blow out your candle and make that wish, make that wish. And blow out the candle and make that wish.
Janae says happy birthday, Ari.
Jolly Incher 35 Bricks said woman dancing emoji woman dancing emoji woman dancing emoji woman dancing emoji. Jolly Incher Bricks says thanks Mona.
Birthday to you. I wanna say yes. Birthday to you. I wanna say yes. Birthday to you. I wanna say yes. Birthday to you. And baby, I can get to you. Let's go. Happy birthday, Ari. Ayun. Alright. Back to work,
Jolly Incher 35 Bricks said raising hands emoji woman dancing emoji.
Let's go.
Jolly Incher 35
Jolly Oncher Brick says that is catchy.
It is.
Prince 200
Prince says happy B-Day, Ari.
Ari partying face emoji. Jolly Incher 35 Bricks said Bricks Nolan Garcia thanks smiling face with smiling eyes emoji.
Okay. This is kind of pretty cool, I think.
Choco said hi.
Hello, Choco. What's going on?
Crystal McDowell said, "Is this My Hero Academia?"
No.
Abraham Union said, "Awesome."
Thank you, I think.
Choco said, "Hyped for the new Dan to Dan episode tomorrow."
Yep. I hear you.
Sunny Therian just followed. WO1F356 just followed.
Thank you.
said can't forget that crack.
Fuck, I did it again. Bro, I'll put you down here. I'm tired of this shit.
Inno 2002 said Sla RAE.
Don't like how his eyebrows came out.
Frog Aviation said, did you go to art school to learn or did you just practice a lot?
Practice.
Inspirational Desert Cobra said, what iPad are you using?
I'm using iPad. I don't use iPad. I use the XP Pen.
JR said school is where you go to waste time and listen to narcissist. 2 to 8 years of practice you could have been doing. Same for art, same for programming.
Yeah. Oh, I do have a coding question I need to ask you after the stream. It's something really simple. It's something with Python. Something I ran into in my studies that I didn't really understand.
JR said sure.
Yeah. I'll ask you after the stream. It was something I ran into. I was like, what is this? Like, I don't see the point of part of the lesson I was learning. But like, maybe you can explain it better to me because the computer just confused me.
Sir Dandy's World fan said hi.
Hello. Oh, okay, I see the problem. Okay. Okay, so the problem with this was that the hair was acting a little too funny. Oh my God, I hate that. Oh, it's the hair. I was like, what is that big giant? I was so confused.
Yoshi Sato said, hope you are doing well, buddy. Enjoy your time.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Okay. Ugh. Screw it. Screw it. Just go with the reference. Or maybe if I get rid of that, just keep the hand there.
Relman17 asks, how much was that iPad and pen?
I don't know how much it really was. I never bought it from the store. I bought it off a friend for 50 bucks. Link in bio if you want to go get it.
Relman17 said, ooh.
So, is no one going to like...
Asuto said, yo, what this?
So, is no one's going to talk about the fact that most of the games of today all of a sudden started going back to the classic mode around 2016, around the same time Trump was elected? No one finds that weird? Overwatch just happened to just go back to classic mode right after Trump won. Same thing with Fortnite, but that Fortnite been jumping back forth with that, but I'm just saying, Apex Legends. No one finds that weird. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. Let's see here.
Asuto said, bro does so good, I think I need to draw a bit more. Joblo Forever said Trump or Carmilla. JR said, did you see the news about TikTok trying to court conservatives?
Yeah,
they said they will stop overmodding them.
Yeah.
Keith just followed.
Yeah, I heard that. I think we did that video. It's kind of crazy.
Joblo Forever said, Alexa, turn on. JR said, bro should be banned just for trying that.
Yeah, but we wasted his time doing that crap. Funny for him, we don't have Alexa at all, so wasted his time doing that shit. joke's on you.
Calf Cat said XD.
Okay, then we put right about here. So I can see where the shoulder begins and ends.
Joblo Forever said JR sucks.
This arm is way too wide open. We gotta fix that. The arm's too wide. Maybe I can.
Owadasuto said Kamala ain't great. Something about her face just makes me mad. Calf Cat said ye. Ryuga Samurai said yo.
Yo. I'll give him a 5.
Owadasuto said it's probably that I've known Trump forever.
Known Trump forever.
Mono said hi Bri.
Hey, bro.
Don't
Chen
forget
Forger
Elevate
Taluvi
42
says
said
feet.
feet.
Okay. Legs.
Dignitaries GG vid compact just followed. Owadasuto said well, I'm a go, I'm playing a game, and I just got cooked. Ryu the
Gotcha.
Samurai said hi Mono victory.
Gotcha, I got you. Okay, so let me see. The arm is too elongated and it's. Okay. Fix that.
Mono said Victoria man dancing emoji. Owadasuto said getting cooked at the one game I'm good at. Mono said I watched 7th episode 2 hours ago.
I guess you're referring to Dandadan. Yeah, elongation. Maybe if I shorten it a little.
Mono said no re-zero.
Okay.
Ryu the Samurai said re-zero Dandadan is tomorrow.
Okay. Dun dun dun.
Calf Cat said I'm watching Monster. Currently at episode 50.
Oh.
Calf Cat said monster.
Monster with the doctor and the Johan guy. That one.
Mono said Shikanoko Wednesday is over but now I have re-zero Wednesday. Calf Cat said yes.
Okay.
Loon 18 said hello gringo. Owadasuto said dundadan 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 is stuck in my head.
Please don't do that. I'm gonna give you a warning on that one.
Calf Cat said Lamo. Knowledgepedia said smash.
this right here, that's where the problem comes in a little bit.
Calf Cat said, oh, she looks cute.
She's alright. She looks alright. She's alright. Okay, wipes out.
Calf Cat said, oh, she looks cute. Knowledgepedia asks, does it drip? Does it smell like cupcakes?
Oh, okay, I see the problem. So if I erase this, then that was about here.
Mono said, no inappropriate talk in here, everyone. Boadasuto said, I'm thinking of Raftalia from the Rising of the Shield Hero when I look at this.
There are way too many animes to refer back to, because all anime girls tend to look the same after a while. So when you make something brand new, people just make their comparisons. That's probably the one backtrack when you do anime. Like one negative backtrack.
Ryuga Samurai said, reminds me of the girl from Spice and Wolf. Frog Aviation said, I like how you draw eyes.
Yeah. So these are... Okay, now we get to the actual thing what we're doing this for. So we jump this down here. Put this in here. Okay.
Mono said, oh yeah, hello, I dropped that anime.
Okay, so originally this is what it looked like. Now what I'm gonna do...
Relman17 said, she makes me feel, who are you? Calf Cat said, I should watch it someday. Mono asks, it was boring, why should I watch it again? Calf Cat said, hollow so cuter. Calf Cat said, cute.
Is the lights off? Okay, now what we're gonna do is take
Ryuga Samurai said, I haven't seen it, I just recognized her when I see her. Relman17 said, you would. Mono said, Ryuga Samurai asks, I heard it's political, so why you found it boring? Prech 2 just followed.
Okay, now what we're gonna do is actually what we're gonna do, we'll make a
Ryuga Samurai said, I meant that's probably you found it boring. Flunan said, cute. Mono said, I lost interest in watching it, I don't remember. Ryuga Samurai said, why? Calf Cat said, will you color her?
that really depends, because this is supposed to be a value study.
Ryuga Samurai said, dang, I can't type today. Mono said I get you.
Okay. I'm gonna just end it on TikTok because TikTok is a weird place now. It's kind of got weird to get people to see you. So I'm gonna just move down to TikTok. I'm gonna move out to TikTok. I'm gonna actually go stream on. I'm gonna go stream on Twitter just to see what will happen. Yeah. So you wanna watch me on Twitter and on YouTube Shorts? Check over there. I'm gonna jump out of TikTok later. TikTok. Hold on. Hashtag drawing, hashtag anime art, hashtag art,
Ryuga Samurai said by TikTok.
hashtag anime, hashtag drawing. Okay. Live button. No. Interesting. Hashtag drawing. Come on. Oh, this app is ass when it comes to like, wow, this app is ass. Yeah, no one cares about you ugly women telling you you're not gonna have sex with
Mono said.
with men. Like, what the hell? They really out here thinking that someone wants to fuck them. Man. It's crazy when you don't realize you're a
Ryuga Samurai
roasty.
said lol.
Shit, that's crazy. Imagine that you don't think you're ugly. Oh man. That's crazy. That's wild shit.
Mono said so if you put hashtag it doesn't say it.
I guess so. Hold on, I'm trying to. No, it does say it, but like. Oop, well. Cool, that's kind of cool. Well, won't let me type. This is a weird app, I swear sometimes, I swear. Okay, we back. So let's try this again as I do this study. You know what? Since we're
Mono
on
said.
Twitter. Since we're on Twitter. No, we'll do it in a second. We'll play some Demion or something. But right now, I'm gonna start some real controversy from that point. Alright, so let's see here. Let's just get this.
Mono said interesting.
We'll see how that goes in a second.
Ryuga Samurai said you're right, Mono. Ryuga Samurai said.
So we put like that. I wonder what's better, to have a Twitter audience or have a TikTok audience. I guess Twitter is a better audience to have than TikTok because even if you're a piece of shit or a case of B, I guess somewhere down the line your opinion somewhat matters. Even if you're like a terrible individual. Because that's where everyone's at. I think. Okay, let me see here. So if the light, wait, okay, let's say like the light is coming from up top. someone. Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. So if the show, okay, so let me see. Okay, so if the light's coming down here.
Arsenis met said piece.
Okay. Not really sure why you said that, but okay. Oh, is that how it works? Oh wait, so if I took, okay, so if I took this, okay, and then I flip this over, and then took this, Okay, that didn't work, but maybe I did it wrong. I think I did it wrong. Maybe. Okay, so I'm gonna, after this song's done, we're gonna go listen to a Demion or whatever. Sometimes these songs kind of rattle my brain.
Ryuga Samurai said okay.
I think I'm doing something wrong with the creases. I need to practice creases. I think that's one of my biggest problems.
Mono said hello, my name is Artextric and today I am doing 100 drawings of creases.
Can I even pull that off? I don't even think I can pull that off, to be honest. Like, I don't think that's something that someone will be actually interested to see. hear music like this, I think I'm just playing Hollow Knight. Okay, let's hear it. Bioware's under investigation. First of all, listen about Rachel Zegler. Needs to shut the hell up.
At my lowest, I was barely eating and over-exercising, thus still gaining weight. That's when I turned to hers. The online health quiz made it easy to find out this.
Grace asks, what are you doing?
And I got approved for the medication by a provider in less than 24 hours. I'm losing weight, getting better sleep, and have a much healthier relationship with food and exercise. Now I look forward to weighing myself. Get weight loss results you can see and feel. Start today.
Sebastian Hernandez just followed.
Let's go. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we talk a lot about marketing and anti-marketing on this channel. And if anti-marketing were a person,
Yeah.
it would look like Rachel Zegler.
Yes.
She is doing so much anti-marketing for Disney now. It's not even funny. She just had another political meltdown, apparently on Instagram, and
she needs to stop talking. Why does she not just shut up?
Drives customers away. At this point, I think Disney would be better off just releasing the Snow White movie, dumping it on Disney Plus, and calling it a day.
Yeah, I guess they should release it in some regard because there's a lot of other people who worked on it who aren't being dicks. But yeah, it's not going to make its money back. It was already at like 250-some million budget before they had to do reshoots, before they were doing a lot of CGI, before we haven't even hit marketing yet.
Yeah. So there really hasn't been much. I mean, they put the trailer out, right? We're not seeing any dolls. I mean, if we did see dolls, maybe
there was a leaked doll. Remember, I had posted about it, but then that got taken down. And then we saw that was like 2 years ago. We saw nothing else since.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here thinking like, because you think by now it comes out in what, March?
Grace said you're good at drawing.
The toys will be out in time for Christmas.
I think that this is a problem right here.
See more trailers and
that makes the chin look really strong. We may have to fix that part. I'm gonna get rid of this. Because, like, the chin here is not supposed to be that strong. It looks like it's flattened here. But really, it's supposed to be the shoulder. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to fix that. The chin is supposed to be a lot more straighter and pointier to make it more feminine. It looks too masculine, so we got to go back. And, right. That. So, yeah, the mouth look kind of weird too. Get rid of the mouth. To be honest, it looks kind of weird. Okay.
Fasa movie, I'm guessing, or Moana, but like you think you would see more by now because we're not that far out. Usually, when you're less than 6 months out, you start pushing.
Honestly, I wouldn't spend any more money on it. I wouldn't toss any more good money after bad.
That's what I think's going on. I think they're just gonna probably just dump it and call it a day. Disney's big dump. So let's talk about this. Before you get into anything further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
It's coming from Pirates and Princesses, and this was posted on X.
Yeah, that's where you said that to me. That's where I got it from. They have her having a political meltdown. Now, here's my thing. She's having a political meltdown. She's saying she doesn't wish peace for anybody who voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Uses the F word about Trump and stuff multiple times.
Yeah.
And then we have Gina Carano, who's in a lawsuit with Disney.
Wait, she's out here using the F word? Ain't she from like human rights and LGBT stances? I guess it's okay to use the F word when it's against the right people. Huh. Funny how that works. It's kind of funny.
Fired because she basically was politely saying, hey, I don't want to pronounce my bio, but I respect that you use yours. I'm against bullying. And, bringing up her Holocaust comment, which is actually proving more and more true by the day. And she's fired. But Rachel Zegler could go out there and make all these comments, and they will not fire her ass. You have Mark Hamill, who literally his whole Twitter stream was nothing but politics, including promoting misinformation. And, we have Mark Ruffalo, same thing. Pedro Pascal, political hot takes. That's all okay. Rachel Zegler,
Sebastian N. said you're good.
Insane compared to all of them. And she's allowed to say what she wants, and she's not removed.
It's just gonna give Gina Carano's lawyers
Exactly, that's my point.
Because they're gonna look at this, you're gonna be like, yeah, how come she can say this stuff?
Because she's on the left.
And yeah, exactly. So here's what she said. Apparently, this is on Instagram. This is after Trump got elected. I find myself speechless in the midst of this. Another 4 years of hatred, leading us towards a world I do not want to live in.
I would argue we've had a lot of years of hatred, and a lot of it's coming from the people that people like Rachel Zegler.
She's rich. What are you talking about? When you're rich, you don't really get hatred from normal people because you're not the normal person. What the fuck?
Towards a world that will be hard to raise my daughter in, leading us towards a world that will force her to have a baby she doesn't want.
Not true.
That's actually not true.
Are you allowed to put that up there?
Leading us towards a world that is fearful. I shouldn't be this shocked, but I am. I'm heartbroken for my friends who...
Shocked! Well, not that shocked.
fear this morning. I am here with you to cry to
and it's really hard to tell because she doesn't understand capitalization.
Shut up. This is why the internet should not be for everyone.
Jaya said shocked.
To fail us in forging a new path forward. I will agree.
Ryu the Samurai said lol.
Fail people because there was no other viable option for a lot of people. This law should not have been, and it certainly should not.
Ryu the Samurai said, "Oh boy, here we go."
Ethel Kane's statement more than anything made Trump supporters and Trump voters and Trump himself never know peace.
Right. She just said
never know peace.
Ill on voters of Trump, which is more.
I kind of notice more of these women are saying more violence towards the other side than I hear the other people saying it.
A significant majority in the election, and that's more than half of the people.
Isn't that funny?
And she's voting. She wants them to be like not having peace and keep the shit going basically.
Yeah, I mean, wow, Disney, wow. So more than half the country voted for him. That's.
JR said it's almost like the violent side was not the right wing all along.
Are going to see this movie are probably families, right? And she's just like, yeah, I hope they never know peace.
This isn't even the beginning. I mean, this woman's been like, she's like, this is like 1937. It was so rapey and it was weird. And the prince was a stalker. And we need to make sure that she's about being a good leader, not about true love. That's not going to be in this movie. And then with the trailer, looks like they make it look like it's like the original movie.
Yeah.
So if it isn't, people are going to be really, really, really mad.
I'm not going to read her whole.
No, but the thing is, meanwhile, they're going to be like, well, she already filmed her stuff for Disney, and she's done with that. She's on to other projects. True. But she still has to do the promotional push and the media junket for Disney. I'm sure that's probably in her contract. But beyond that, aside from Disney, this behavior is going to get her ass fired from any potential future project.
Don't tell her that. Don't wait, Geeky. Don't tell her that. That's the point. That's the point. If you tell them, then they'll listen and then they'll stop. And then when they get more roles and can't be unfired from certain
JR said, I don't see the issue. Kamala was just unburdened by what has been.
It's being very difficult, and you're seen as a liability.
Let's go.
Depending on how the Snow White film does, if it does not do well, she's going to be seen as a liability.
Yeah.
And it's not going to go well for her moving forward because she won't keep her damn mouth shut. Now look, I believe she's allowed to have her opinion. If she believes this is her opinion, she's allowed to have it. You know, anybody's allowed to vote differently than me. Anybody's allowed to have her opinion than me. That's fine. The difference is, if you are a celebrity, especially if you're an actor, and you are the representation of the studio or project you're working on, you are the audience facing, the face of the project, or what people associate with the project, is, you know, as opposed to like people who work behind the scenes and stuff. You're supposed to, like, you know, at least keep some sense of decorum, some sense of professionalism.
No, they can't do that.
You know, I have these opinions, but I'm not going to go out.
They can't do that.
You know, alienate the audience.
Nah, bro. We got alienate the audience. That's the whole
She
goal.
deserves more money than the actors or than the theme park workers in costume, because if I have to wear a dress all day, I deserve money. Meanwhile, the theme park people weren't getting paid more shit, and she didn't care about that. She is alienating the audience, and it's going to hurt a lot of people, because they always use the excuse, well, a lot of people worked hard on this. Yeah, and who do you think's fucking it up, Rachel?
Prototype 01 asks values study.
All the drama around this aside from the dwarf issue.
It's not going very well, to be
Air
honest.
Supremacy said your drawing is very pretty.
I mean,
It's alright.
Am I wrong about any of it?
But thank you.
No, I know Gal Gadot wasn't real happy with her. I think what they're going to...
Yeah, she was out there, like, what about Israel and stuff?
Yeah, it's like, hey, yeah, you know your co-star, she served in the Israeli armed forces, might not be the right battle to pick.
Again, you're allowed to have your opinions.
Oh,
the problem
absolutely,
with celebrities is they don't understand that they are just like, that is all their personality is
Boundaries, they don't understand
now. And Mark
boundaries.
Hamill, I mean, he's doing so much damage to Star Wars, it's not even funny. It's like, you cannot go...
Prototype 01 said Air Supremacy is right. It is. It is very pretty.
Out there doing this stuff and expect that it's not going to hurt the project, it's not going to hurt yourself, because you're going to be looked at as being difficult and a liability. If it does tank, the project does tank because of stuff she said, which is mostly probably why it will tank. People are going to look at that and be like, she's fucked up with poison.
Yes. I think she's going to get the Ezra Miller treatment. Mm-hmm. I think they're going to...
So you see what happened to Ezra Miller? You don't hear about this. I don't care if I go, I gave them. You don't hear about this man. This man was crazy. You see, he got no roles at a very long time. Once the Flash movie went left, you don't hear about Ezra Miller anymore. I wonder why. Where's Ezra Miller? Where's they thems? Where are they? They're double gone. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. That man got away with a lot of crap. And I mean a lot. Like a lot. Like it's like crazy a lot. Like he did some
Ryu the
crazy...
Samurai said where they at lol.
Where are they now? Where are they now? We're doing a montage.
Prototype 01 asks what's the story in the background.
So, what's her name? Rachel Zegler won't shut the fuck up because she keeps talking too much. She keeps talking about political stuff when she should be talking about her movie. And people are getting sick of her shit. No one cares about her political hot takes. We just want to hear about your movie you're doing. That's all we want to hear about. But she keeps talking about... If she talks about the movie, it's political. If she talks about anything but the movie, it's political. So you can't win with this lady. She won't shut the fuck up. Oh, God.
Not drag her out for the premiere, or if they do, she's gonna...
Like, it's nothing wrong giving your opinion, but when you're a part of a major Disney project, people gotta pay attention to what you say. And if you say some crazy stuff that people are not gonna really vibe with, even if it's true or not, just keep your mouth shut, talk about the movie. You see how the lady from... what do you call it? From Little Mermaid, the girl who played... The black girl who played Little Mermaid, she's a professional. She talked about the movie, and that's it. She don't talk about anything but the movie. Ever since her role, you don't hear about her either, because she's gonna get some cool roles in the future, because she's smart. Richard Zegler don't know when to shut the hell up. it's kind of funny. It's ironic because she likes to talk about like white people all day when she's like half white herself. So it's like kind of ironic.
Hop
Be
on
gagged.
stage. Yeah, she's gonna be gagged. She's gonna get like, 5 minutes. She's not gonna be doing interviews because
Hey, YouTube ads, you need this Chrome extension. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension lets you block ads.
they can't control her, right? They don't know what she's gonna say.
The more that she goes off, the more it gives Gina Carano a case.
Oh, sure.
Because Mark Hamill's being nuts, but so is Ziegler, and you allowed other.
Prototype 01 asks maybe it's compensation for a hypothetical flop the movie might get.
Mark Hamill.
I doubt
to
it.
say whatever the hell they wanted, and Rachel Ziegler
I
said
doubt
whatever
it.
the hell they wanted as long as it was on the left.
I really
So
doubt that
you're showing
one.
political bias, like a massive amount of it. You're giving her more
Hypothetical flop.
ammunition to kick your ass.
I doubt that one.
Yeah, I think she needs to stop. Disney might not be able to stop her, but again, this is yet another example of you being able to say where the hell you want. Like, could you imagine?
Someone needs to go to Rachel Zegler from the Disney staff or Disney team and be like, listen, if you don't stop talking, if you don't delete that account, or at least stop talking on that account and posting your opinions, I will make it my very mission to make sure you get no roles in Hollywood ever again. And I don't care if you're a person of color. I don't care you're a woman. I don't care you go by they thems. If you don't stop talking because you're making us lose money, we will make it our sole purpose to make it difficult for you to get a role. We will make it our mission. Bet you she'll stop talking after that. Because a good threatening it can go a long way. We don't need your political hot takes. Trump already won. It makes no sense. Stay quiet. Stay down. Keep your head down. Don't speak again. If we see you even sniff something slightly controversial in the slightest, best believe you're not going to like the outcome of what we're going to do next. Say that, and then she'll stop.
Could you imagine if you had a celebrity out there saying, fuck Harris and all the Harris supporters?
Yeah.
What the hell would happen? Can you imagine?
Do you remember like when Gina Carano was harassed, and they're like, you have freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences. Same thing.
Yeah.
Ziegler has freedom of speech, but going out and talking shit about more than half of your audience is probably not smart. And her constant political hot takes is going to make her look very unfavorably upon her from the studios, because she's going to be a liability. So
Yeah.
she has the freedom to say all this stuff. But that does not mean that she's going to be free of consequences.
You know what? Harrison Ford said it when he was talking to Jordan Lee Peterson. The idea of Twitter, the internet and Twitter in general, has killed the idea of what the celebrity is. They have killed the movie star in a nutshell. I'm not even gonna lie to you. They literally, like, Twitter and all these other...
Savage 243 said, hi, do you remember me?
No, no, yeah, I remember you. I remember a person named Savage. I think I do remember you. He was here, I think, a day or two ago. I think, Harrison Ford said, I think he said the idea of the celebrity is dead. Like, back in the day, in the early 2000s, or even after the early 2000s, when you ran
Savage
into
243 said yesterday.
when you ran into a celebrity, it was like a major, like, whoa, is that X, Y, and Z from that show, movie, music video, whatever, you know what I'm saying? That was the, and anything they said was like almost God worshipped by anyone, right?
Sal Shonye said, hey, nice art, I'm new here, I have just subscribed to your channel from South Africa.
Oh, cool. But now it's like, every time I come across, let's say, Mark Ruffalo, he's saying some crazy nonsense, I'm not gonna see his movie. I liked him in The Hulk, but that dude's an idiot. That's the problem.
Ryu the Samurai said, OMG, it's Chip Skylark.
Yeah, see, like, it's Chip Skylark, which is funny because a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people know, the voice of Chip Skylark is one of the NSYNC singers, or I think Backstreet Boys, one of them two. He was a Backstreet Boy, or I think a NSYNC. I think a lot of people don't know that. I don't think so. But he was literally a real boy band singer from the NSYNC or I think.
Ryuga Samurai said, "Oh, interesting."
Yeah. So it's like the idea of the celebrity is dead. Like you can't like associate like Chris Evans or Tony Stark to the characters they play. You got associate them to the characters they play and the hot takes they make. So the idea of the celebrity is dead because now everything they do is on the internet and you can just check what they last said and then it's a whole stir up of problems. Right? So like that's where that comes from. That's where this problem really like comes from.
JR said Chip Skylark's songs go harder than anything New Sick or Backstreet Boys wrote.
Yep.
Care constantly about politics.
Yeah, I mean, she has done more damage again to this movie. At this point, if it were me, I'd be like, this thing is not going to perform in theaters, especially in March. I mean, March is a really bad time to release a movie. It probably did get punted to March because they're like, nobody's going to watch it anyway, so we'll just put it in
Well, the amount of money this movie's going to have to make just to break even is insane. It's going to have to, at this point, it was $255 million before the marketing, before all the stuff it was in 2023. Before they moved it and they added a bunch of changes and stuff. Even
like
if you
actual dwarfs.
Yeah, you're talking now. If they don't have to make 500 million before, they're probably gonna have to make like 700-800 million now to break even at least. And this movie's not gonna do that. I very, very doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially now with the attitude, the public's attitude being so apparent. I think if Disney had a time machine, they could go back. They would just not greenlight this thing. God tried to warn you. The set was burnt down. And you didn't listen. I'm just saying, like, this thing is going to be a huge disaster for them. And this might be the, we talked about this the other day with the Hollywood kind of pivoting now. This might be the last big Disney disaster that they have because, they have to get this stuff out of the system. It's been in the pipeline for years. And once this is done, it might be like, yeah, we're not greenlighting any more shit like this. We're going to vet our actors and actresses better. But people are going to look at her and they're going to be like, yeah, don't hire her.
No, just to avoid most of these problems, if you're going to be a celebrity, you should not have social media. Or if you do have social media, have a PR person do it for you. You can't touch your social media. I know it sucks, but then again, you shouldn't have one. If you want one, your personal one should not be your work one. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Like, if you're gonna be part of like a project or whatever the hell, I don't think it makes a lot of sense for these individuals to have like their own like their business thing should not be their personal, so they can give their opinion. They should have like their own somewhere.
Prototype 01 asks, I can't imagine she's trying to get fired from the role at Disney. But she definitely isn't trying to keep it. Is that something?
That might be something. I don't know what's driving this lady to do this, because it's not like she's not part of the Disney brand right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I can understand when people do this, they're just trying to get good graces with the left so they can, get their so-called roles. I get that to an extent, because, you gotta do what you need to do to just get by, because, you're gonna make enemies. You can't really make a lot of friends in this industry. But like, if you're already part of the big cheese itself, you really don't have to say anything. You don't see what's her name, Godot, doing this. You don't see her doing this. You don't see her doing this. You don't see her making a bunch of like, she might have for all I know, but you don't hear it to the point where it's like mainstream news, right? So that means she's either making extreme lukewarm takes online, or she's not saying nothing at all. So that's where that problem comes in, right? So, in my opinion, if you're a celebrity, you should not have no stupid social media at all. That should be totally locked away. Once you become a certain status, and you have like an agent and stuff, your so-called social media is business property. So any crazy nonsense you say will reflect back on
JR said the reason they do insane nonsense, it's because they have gained the expectation of zero consequences because of the cancel culture mostly leaning toward just having non-woke opinions.
That might
Mono said, teacher, will go sleep now.
Alright, have a good night, Mono. That might be the
Mono
main
said,
reasons,
bye-bye everyone, have a great day.
but some of them, like, I kind of noticed that I noticed that when they don't talk about certain things, like, okay, say for instance, like her, if she just stops talking, and then something major happens that most feminists might talk about,
Ryuga Samurai said goodnight mono.
her fan base might come out of nowhere and say, "Hey, Rachel, did you hear about X, Y, and Z? Are you not going to give your opinion?" Because they like doing this crap all the time. They like to go up to celebrities who may have like a past of saying stuff or giving their opinion. So when they are not giving their opinion about something that's currently happening, they kind of want their like, I want to say the word validation, but they want their like saying it because it's kind of expected, like you said. But like when they don't want to give their opinion or they give a lukewarm response, that's when it pisses off their audience. And this is why you have to be very careful of the audience you like cultivate, because your audience is technically you reflected based on your behaviors, right? So like let's use Johnny Salami for instance. His whole shtick is being an ass and just being just not thinking, right? So his audience likes that. So when he tries to change or do anything different, his previous audience who expect him to do the most outrageous stuff will get annoyed at the fact that he will stop. I don't think he'll stop, not anytime soon, unless he goes to prison, which I believe he's going, given the conviction rate back in Korea. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be very difficult for you to cultivate a new audience out of seamlessly nowhere. It's going to take even longer because your previous audience is going to hinder you on what you did in the past. And it's going to be very difficult for you to like divorce yourself from it because, well, it's part of you now. This is why you should be very careful on the people you are, or at least the hot takes you make, because it can lead to a very dangerous president one day, or a dangerous future if you don't think it through. But you can't really help if you give like a base take on something that's actually true and then 10 years later it's considered hateful. You really can't do nothing about it. That's something you can't just like predict, because what was, considered logical 5, 10, 15 years ago is now considered hateful, hate speech, hate this, hate that. It's just a rebranding of something that people don't want to hear, so they call it that particular thing. I think Democrats are really good at doing that. But
Prototypo once said the shading without linear kinda looks interesting. As if it coiled, be cleaned up and made into a cool art in of itself.
I'm trying to do it, but like it's very difficult. Like I'm trying to pull off what we did yesterday. And yesterday was this. We pulled off this. Somehow I pulled this off, and
JR said, I always speak the truth. I don't give a F if it offends someone.
Yeah, I understand. But for like those who are a lot more weak-willed to get in trouble, once they even like meet the slightest crumb of backlash, they bend the knee so fast.
Pork Bean said, Jai damn.
I try my best to try to pull something off like this from yesterday, but like it's really frustrating. Because 1 minute I think I get it, and the next it just kind of goes out the window on me. So
she runs at the mouth. Or the opposite could happen. It could be like you've got a whole bunch of people that also hate Trump as much as she does, and they'll hire her and be totally cool with it. That could be a selling point for them. So who the hell knows? We're going to wrap this up.
Yep.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Join the reef. Go to clownfishminus.com. That's clownfish.
There's no real reason to hate this man, even Elon Musk. There's no real reason to hate these people. I think you just hate them because they're rich. That's literally why. Or richer than them, because like if I'm rich and I have no real problems like that to the point that I can take care of myself.
Chris Spiker said facts.
I don't have to worry about like medical problems, insurance, paying my bills. If I'm making like more than $200,000 a month or so as a celebrity, or you're making like 10 million, 50 million, 60 million, 100 million a year, why the hell are you hating anybody? Because even let's say the whole country goes straight up Republican, right? And you got money. There's nothing that Trump can say that you can't just like not pay off. If you're making 100,000, 50,000, 10 million, I mean 50,
the samurai said, nah,
million.
just a bunch of fear mongering.
Yeah, it's at the point. That's why you don't listen to celebrities, because like I think
We
that's
said shut down the stream for $1,000.
like, if you think of it, no, I'm not doing that. But like the thing I don't understand is this: is that if this is what probably killed Harris's situation in her campaign when she just kept on bringing a bunch of celebrities onto the stage, like kept on bringing a bunch of celebrities like who are 100 millionaires.
JR said they hate Elon because he came to America with nothing, built PayPal, built Tesla, built SpaceX, didn't bow to the cult, and took their Twitter away.
Have you seen any of the Square batteries?
I have never seen those things in this house.
Okay, then I'm out of luck.
Why?
I need those for the scale so I can weigh my boxes.
Oh.
Ryuga Samurai said hi, Artextric.
Hello, how you doing, Bri?
Hello. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like if I was a celebrity, whether I don't like their policies or not, I'm not gonna be too worried about if they make policies because you have enough money to help yourself. You have much money to like help your great grandchildren plus. If you're not stupid with money, if you're good with money and you know how to manage your money and not make frivolous spending and make stupid choices, you won't have much to worry about. Especially
Chris
if you're
Spiker
living...
said still can't believe Lizzo was paid 2x more than Eminem for an appearance.
Yeah, that one I heard that was kind of crazy. That was kind of crazy to me. I would, if I was Eminem, I would be kind of pissed. I'd be kind of pissed. I'm not gonna lie. I would be kind of pissed. This bitch has not made as much as I have, or have done or contributed as much as I have. How the hell? No. That would kind of make me mad. I remember she was trying to pull Kai Cenat on her campaign, and he was like, fuck no. He said, fuck no, I'm not going on that. Nah, I'm good. It's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. That's crazy, though. I don't know how I feel about that, though. Like, when you're asking celebrities to tell people to vote and how to think, you're just kind of off. You just kind of miss the entire plot. The point is to relate to the common people, not the million. And it's funny, they kept on saying how much if Trump won, he's gonna try to save his billionaire friends. I'm like, well, Kamala has a lot of money herself. Like the chain, like the pearls and the watches she wears is extremely expensive than the average person. Extremely expensive, almost like rapper money type expensive, right? And then she's asking all these celebrities that she had to ask. I think she's like 20 million in debt by asking these celebrities to come on her campaign.
JR said, well, remember they paid them to endorse her.
Yeah.
They didn't come out voluntarily.
Nope. They paid her.
Prototype 01 said a rich person, even if can afford all basic and higher needs, still goes greedy for more quite often.
But what?
Just a kind of mentality that appears. Power kicks in, they then go to politics. And for that,
what blows my mind about that is just like, no one put two to two together when they kept on mentioning in the campaigns and those commercials, he's trying to save his billionaire friends. I'm like, well, Kamala Harris is getting a bunch of millionaires and billionaires to talk to you to think and vote for her. What's the difference? Honestly, and quite frank, if I remember right, I don't think Trump had, like, other than Joe Rogan, to endorse him as a celebrity. I can't think of any other actual celebrities who just came out and say, for Trump, you know what I'm saying? If they did for Trump, they did it quietly, or they didn't do
JR said,
as
I
much.
completely disagree with that nonsense. Rich people aren't evil or greedy simply by being wealthy. What makes them that is their ties into politics, and it's almost always leftist ones.
Yes.
Chris Spiker asks unrelated question. How long have you been working on these?
This drawing?
Prototype 01 said two halves they need to relate to less fortunate people, and so, need to hate someone.
Yeah. It's only been 2 hours. I think I started... No, it was 3 hours, because it's 6 o'clock now. We started around 3. So, that's crazy, though. I can't. I don't know. That's crazy.
Is boned. I have now had a second whistleblower reach out to me, not just confirming the initial report that I had talking about what a complete crap show it is over at BioWare right now, but also confirming what the person said to me and why they're concerned about that person's safety and well-being for a career there, because there is an ongoing investigation to try to find who these leakers are. Think about this for a second.
I kind of was wondering, these people are just coming out of the droves now. They're just coming out of the droves with all this like leaking. After a while, you kind of think, is this real? Because like that's too many bold people just leaking left and right.
BioWare, instead of taking accountability, realizing what they've done wrong and trying to fix it moving forward, have now trying to project their issues and try to find who these people are that are trying to call it out elsewhere because they're afraid for their job if it gets called out internally. Because you're not allowed to be critical of any of the decisions at this company if you work there. It's crazy to me. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT, and a huge shout out to this very brave, now second whistleblower reaching out to me, trusting me in confidence that I'm not going to give any details away about their situation. They confided in me some very insane stories that they told me about what's happening right now as far as the investigations within BioWare and why the company itself is a complete disaster behind the scenes. Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out smashjt.com for the full article breaking down this now second whistleblower that has reached out to me confirming my initial report and also giving me some additional stories of what's transpiring now since I made that video from within BioWare and how it's all started to come crashing down. The individual who shared this information also spoke about the recent video that I talked about BioWare's internal challenges, and he expressed gratitude for the accuracy depicting the studio's current issues from an insider at BioWare. And while I cannot share the full specific details of the email from this person for obvious reasons, I want to give you guys the snippets that I could pull out that I feel like do not implicate this person whatsoever, but at the same time do still give you some sort of idea of what's going on behind the scenes at BioWare and why I feel like this is kind of a house of cards that's about to come crumbling down. The second whistleblower stated in his email to me, as someone working at, I'm blocking out the specific area, I can confirm that the issues you highlighted are widespread, and many studios are facing the same challenges.
Chris Spiker said, is this about the Valgood game? Complete Cheeks NGL kinda kills my hopes for a new mainline Mass Effect entry.
I think it is. Yeah, it is about Valgard.
Aware that's dealing with pressure from certain vocal groups within the workplace.
I believe majority of most people are they're not too happy if Mass Effect comes out in this state. Oh, the state's going to be based on the people who are running, so I'm not really surprised.
Your video hit the mark so well that it inadvertently shared details which could potentially identify the individual who provided you with the information. I want to stop there real quick and say, I have confirmed with the initial whistleblower that I already know does work at BioWare. I've checked them out and I know who they are. That person told me that they're safe, everything's good, they appreciated my video, and they didn't have any concerns with what I divulged in that initial take. But even still, there are concerns moving forward that even if that person's cool with it and everything's fine, that BioWare might still try to find something.
I have no problem with Smash JT at all when he's reporting whatever he's trying to give up. But the one thing
Chris Spiker said at least the Legendary Edition exists.
The one thing I have I have no problem with him. I have no issues with his videos. The only thing I have I guess a pet peeve with him is when he's talking, it sounds like he's about to laugh. I don't know why. I don't know if anyone else thought this, but he always sounds like he's about to laugh or he's at the cups of laughing. I don't know why.
Something in that email to
JR said, considering the Mass Effect 4 game has pronouns, Mass Effect 4 will likely be woke-ass.
Yeah.
BioWare. No one's safe.
Most likely.
I've seen firsthand how, and he tells a brief story here, and he says the brief story that he referenced, which was up for only a few hours, even received support from some of the higher-ups in the LGBTQ plus community from within the company. So with this
hell no. Higher-ups
of the email that he sent me, he gives me a story of what took place after I made that video internally at BioWare, where they were freaking out to the point of trying to find who this insider was that leaked it, which should tell you everything you need to know about how truthful everything I said was. Because let's be honest, if it was being made up or fabricated, don't you think BioWare wouldn't be worried about it? Or they'd come out with a statement being like, yeah, that's not true. We don't prioritize positions for the LGBTQ plus trans people. We we don't use DEI here. We make sure we hire
Chris
based
Spiker
off
said,
of
ain't
merit.
no way
Yeah,
there's a
yeah,
board
the merit.
game.
That's what we do. at
Not every
BioWare.
intellectual
This leaker
property
confirmed
needs
that
a
the
board
issues
game
that I
amount.
highlighted in the initial video
Alright.
are widespread across the companies under EA, with many studios facing similar pressures from vocal groups within the workplace. This now second whistleblower noted two main concerns with their lengthy email to me. The first one being that the video I made was so accurate that it could potentially have risked exposing the identity of the first whistleblower, which led to a very real-life situation where hostility came from the... I'm not going to talk about the specific story there because it might give some information away, where some employees called for retribution against the original whistleblower. That's how these pack of groupthink weirdos approach life. Like, if you are not with them, they need to exterminate you from the company. Because, yeah, sure, diversity is great as long as you don't have diversity of thought. And like I said, I spoke to that original whistleblower after publishing that
Diversity
initial
is great.
video.
We
He
don't
put
know
me at
diversity
ease
of
that
thought.
no one there knows it was him. And at this time, he should be safe. But the reaction from the fallout of that
you
video...
said he. Wait. Isn't it best to say they? I don't know. You kind of narrow it down.
Volumes for the atmosphere at BioWare right now. They're far more concerned with silencing any kind of whistleblower than actually addressing the issues within the company. It reminds me so much of Firewalk Studios before that ultimately collapsed itself. When I had a whistleblower contact me directly from Firewalk and was like, here's everything that's happening. You have to address people by their preferred pronouns. You have to address people by the professor.
Wait, question. When they say pronouns, are they saying that I have to say your name then the pronoun every time? Or I just have to know your pronouns when I'm referring to you? So, like, say if I went up to JR and JR's name is like, I don't know, Craig. I say Craig, he, him. I have to say Craig, he, him every time? Or do I have to just say, or when I know that Craig goes by he, him, I just, oh, that's him. Is that how that works? I don't know. I don't know if I'm trying to complicate that more than it is, but it just sounds like that's what that is. Like, do I have to say she, her, he, him, they, them, and all this user and all that shit every time we speak? Because that'll be insane.
JR said it, weirdo
let me see. Mass Effect.
Meetings with everyone that you don't ideologically agree with, but you still need to pretend you do, or else you're out of the company. And all these other things that, if you do not completely virtue signal and align with all of them, that not only will you be written up and brought to HR, but potentially being cut from the company completely because they don't care about actual real...
JR said, imagine policing someone's language when you're not even in the room, lol.
That's crazy.
Diversity. They want groupthink. They want a cult. And much like with Firewalk Studios, this is the same direction I see BioWare going right now. He then went in to highlight the broader issue of positive toxicity at BioWare, where raising any kind of legitimate concern has now led to fear of backlash and being labeled as negative or harmful. This kind of culture, as I've talked about plenty of times before, completely stifles any kind of open criticism, with hiring practices that are prioritizing diversity over talent and penalizing any kind of dissent. What kind of work environment is that? Who would want to work there unless you're a like-minded individual, someone who's a liberal white woman that is queer, like these other queer liberal white women working there that are trying to make sure they hold everyone else down or say things about other people to make them lose their job so that they can raise up into those positions themselves. The email...
That's all it's about. It's about power. That's all this is about. Ultimately, it's not about virtue signaling. It's not about the right thing. It's about power. That's all this is about. That's ultimately how the Marxist thing works. It's just about power. Gaining power no matter what. It does not matter. It does not matter what it is. You can say all the right things, but if those right things don't lead to power, it's not good enough. You have to keep going up the ladder of power. That's what this is. You have to trick, meme, or anything as possible. Even throw your own friends, family, and associates under the bus, if possible, for you to gain such power. It's all about power. That's all it's about.
Goes on stating, the underlying problem, as I see it, stems from the growing corporate greed and the increasing influence of these activist groups.
Thank you.
Their views are being pushed onto everyone, and dissent is often met with severe consequences. I am honestly concerned just writing this message, as it could
Damn.
jeopardize my position if it were to be traced back to me. That
Damn.
should tell you all you need to know about what's happening inside of BioWare right now, where there are now multiple whistleblowers that are reaching out to a YouTuber for help to get the word out there about just how bad it is there, because you can't speak up internally there because you will be shut down and not just lose your job, but the way the gaming industry works, as I've seen
You'll
with
be
the
excommunicated from the whole industry as a whole.
professional journals out there, is once you get on their blacklist, they will make sure you never get employed anywhere
Everywhere.
in the game industry. And that's just a little too...
I know the game industry and the entertainment industry is somewhat in the same a piece of that, but like this is the same thing we was just talking about Rachel Zegler. If she just shuts up and just do her thing, she can just keep her job. But I don't know, that is a favoritism beyond anything.
toxic for my liking. It doesn't allow people to be creative or critical or unique or themselves. You have to fall in line, groupthink, and be part of this cult. And these people are, for the most part, not very talented individuals that are making sure they're doing everything they can to hold the talent down to keep these positions that they have that they should have never gotten in the first place. All of these internal conditions raise some serious questions about Dragon Age the Veilguard's trajectory. And BioWare's current struggles right now paint a much larger picture of the entire video game industry, grappling with ideological divides and growing corporate pressures. At its core, this is another really good reminder of the dangers of unchecked mob mentality and the harm that it does on the workplace culture, and why we need to continue to specifically highlight this stuff and call it out, as much as they might try to come for you and try to shut you down, take your paycheck away, go for your funding sources, try to silence you and shut you up any way they can. Keep speaking out. It's how change happens, because otherwise, these are the same type of people that will destroy an entire industry, burn it to the ground, walk away from it, and go find a job somewhere else, not giving a shit about the games industry and what they did to it. And I'm here to do whatever I can to stop that. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. I will link it in the description below. Huge shout out to this very brave whistleblower, now second one from BioWare, to reach out to me and let me know that what I said not only resonated, but is absolutely true, and backed it up with even more stories that proves to me that, yep, they're there, and it's definitely just as bad, if not worse, than I first thought. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
Gameplay in the franchise has been an evolution. Every single entry reimagines what combat is like.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
What's been really funny about this game, the Dragon Age game, is that it's actually caused people even inside of LGBT to like fight each other. So one of the craziest situations that occurred on the Dragon Age the Veilguard subreddit actually just happened. Very weird stuff going on, and even sparking a mini civil war on the subreddit. And it all happened over this post. Veilguard is helping me to get rid of my homophobia, which accumulated over 500 upvotes on that subreddit. This is such a fucking troll post. This is such... I used to be a very homophobic person because of Grum's tweets about woke agenda. This is... Oh my God. What are we talking about? This is such a fucking troll. Making it actually the 8th most upvoted post of all time over there. Are you kidding me? User Jonathan going on to say, I used to be a very homophobic person because of Grum's tweets about woke agenda. But I decided... How do people not see this being... Like... How is this happening?
I'm not sure.
Even though the game was attacked by woke, its combat is very good. So I bought the game and I love it. I'm having a lot. This is, dude, this is such a troll. The fun with the game, and I love the characters. They helped me understand that there is diversity in this times, and that's fine. In this times? Dude, complaints about female characters being ugly are not entirely true for me. I find Neve and Bellara very beautiful for me. And about the use of pronouns, well, I'm still understand how it works. The game is helping me to understand and be respectful to the LGBT people. This is an 8 out of 8 great bait. How the fuck did this get 5? This is so obvious. People got baited by this. This is insane. How do you have this happen? So this instantly looks like some sort of bait post, but
It
the OP
is.
doubled down on the responses numerous times, being like, I wouldn't make bait, I don't do that. Of course.
Bait post. Bait post.
No way!
Of course, make of it what you will.
Where are
Maybe it's
these
fake,
people
maybe
coming
it's not.
from?
However, the majority of the responses are treating it as if it's serious. Let me know if you think it's bait and what you think of the post overall. Before we
absolutely
take a
is.
look at the top responses, here's some of the responses that the OP made, clarifying that it's not bait apparently. To all the people saying this is bait, no.
No, it's not. I just... Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. To the people
It's not.
saying it's...
This is serious.
It's serious.
I want to be a good person. I want to understand all the people. And
Why?
This
Why?
user
That sounds like a lot of work. Jesus Christ. No. Yeah, this too.
on saying that they're so proud of the OP and that their post actually made them teary-eyed. I mean, I hope that's
Right. 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 Okay.
For a second, I thought this was AI because, you know, it just seemed so, like, fucking flaccid. But AI wouldn't have had this type of a grammatical error. Yeah, this guy's baiting. This is crazy. How are people falling for this?
teary-eyed out of laughter, but I don't think it is. Someone said the mention of Grums makes this seem like low-quality bait. They got -3 downvotes, and the OP said, it's not a bait. How many times I will say that?
Oh my god.
What do you guys think so far?
Oh my...
I think it looks okay, but something about it still feels kind of off, but kind of right at the same time. It feels kind of right, but it feels kind of wrong. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's something about...
Ryuga Samurai said looks pretty good.
I don't know. This time I'm really putting the effort of like, let it do its let it do its thing, but like, I don't know. I keep thinking that it's like not good enough. Cause it's not, and I think the problem I'm doing is like, I'm trying to expect it to be perfect
JR
on the
said
wazoo.
that's how I feel about bunny girls in general. It looks wrong, but feels right. While joking.
My fucking god. What's happening? This is insane. Because they want so badly for someone to agree with them. I can't believe this.
I don't know if this is convincing me it's not
I'm the
bait. I
only
don't
one
know,
on
man.
Twitter. Yeah, you're the only one right now.
Sound like more bait, really.
Yes!
So we got another example. I cut that off
Yeah.
early. I meant to say example. Anyways.
You're the one right
next
now,
example,
Sato. I'm not really
says,
sure
I
how
hope
it works. This is my first. This is my second time doing it, I think. Second time. So I don't know if there's anything different, honestly.
You're legit, but this feels like a troll post to me. OP says, it's not a troll post. I want the change to be a good person. And, okay.
So he made a post right here. He says, considering the collective LGBT contributing to, I guess, probably affirmative desexualization, I can't speak Spanish. I can, you know, or this is Portuguese. I have no fucking idea. We're going to put this in a Google Translate. Okay, here's the statement that they made. Translate. I say this because women are increasingly less attractive, also precisely in video games where LGBT people have worked.
And Alex
like
asks,
Sweet
remember
Baby
me?
Inc. Women are always ugly, well-covered, empowered, and
No, I'm
ridiculing
sorry.
men with their face as body as masculine as possible. Examples. The game Flintlock, Fable, Unknown Six, Concord. Is female beauty a crime for the LGBT people? Learn from the First Descendant and Stellar Blade that these women are, those are women because that sells the male gaze. So, bro, this guy's, you're getting fucking trolled. You're getting trolled by, read the right side.
Wait, where?
And Alex said, are you still simping?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm reading this here.
Pumpkin Fish said, brothers so mad lol.
Trolled. Let me see.
Yeah.
No, we're getting to the bottom of this. Give me a minute. This is a masturbate. I think this is a masturbate. I do.
This guy's still
because,
saying that,
man, if you think that the girls in Stellar Blade or the First Descendant are hot, and then you got turned over to being pro-gay from Dragon Age, bro, no.
You're pretty easy to convince.
This guy, you know what? The only thing that's surprising to me about this is the fact that he's attracted to them because they're actual people and not ponies. Where's the rest? There's another one. Holy shit!
And Alex said, WTF is he talking about?
This is...
So someone made a baited, so apparently people are getting, people are getting baited from someone who said something on Twitter about the whole, I think it was about Vanguard, and something about Grums, about, the hot takes of what's been going on with, about, what do you call it, Veilguard, the Dragon Age game, and they said they used to be, I guess, homophobic against the LGBT people, but most people don't have that enough self-awareness to go put that out there, so everyone's assuming it's just a bait and the person is just trolling the entire time, and people are kind of falling for the trolling. So Asmongold is just kind of pointing out how much it's a big troll.
It's like some Brazilian brony. Like, I'm 99% sure that they're trolling now, but I'm not 100%. Oh, this is another image of like the NSFW stuff for The Sims. Here's another one.
Or something like
Here's
that.
another one. Okay. So he made a post right here, and it says, I want to leave my LGBT phobia. Any advice? I would really like to stop that because, for example, when I see someone from the collective, I get a headache from the fury they give me. Since I feel that thanks to the collective, the women are no longer pretty. Instead, they are already uglier. There is no male gaze, and I don't have a girlfriend.
See, this doesn't sound real. This doesn't sound real. This sounds like someone's having fun, fucking with people's naivete. Yeah, he's just kidding. That dude's just fucking around.
Can somebody please? Oh my god, I don't know. I don't even. I don't know what to think. I don't know if they're a troll or not.
They're probably mostly a troll.
I'm not sure.
9 times out of 10
like, there's some things they're saying that are like. I mean, if
JR said the way they write it feels more like a leftist writing fan fiction about a right-winger turning leftist from Dragon Age.
Yes.
JR said it doesn't feel like a right-wing troll at all.
Like, it's not even anything specific or crazy. It's a troll. Yeah,
it's like JR said, it's someone who's left-wing who's trying to LARP as a right-wing individual, trying to feel like they was literally converted to being against the from being against the LGBT being for all of a sudden through playing a one video game.
We may be
Denny's Arrow said people are so easily rage baited by random Twitter users is ironically funny to me.
It is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty funny. Because like if you just put your two brains together, like two like brain cells together, you're like, the words that are being used and the way this is being constructed doesn't really feel legitimately genuine. They could be saying some real stuff in here, but it's just the way it's just comes off too obvious in itself. So
this is I actually don't like this guy isn't 2 steps ahead, he's 10 steps ahead. I don't even know what's real. Because he said this, my homophobia was caused for Grum's tweets about LGBT people uglifying female characters in games. Like,
then that's that if that's the case, that individual, if this individual, I can't speak today. If this individual is that easily converted from one thing to the next because of some other person, this is not someone you take serious in the slightest, because 1 minute they can be for one thing and the next minute it can be changed quite drastically by one small experience. Now, if you have some facts, that's one thing. But this is based on feeling. This doesn't really seem like...
JR said, I don't find it surprising at all that people who believe in wokeism are easily baited by something they read on Reddit or Twitter.
Yep.
Like Star Wars Outlaws and Silent Hill 2 Remake. I was scrolling his entire chat history. I read every post that he made in the last month. And he was talking about this too. Like, I'm actually not sure whether he's trolling or not.
He could be just LARPing and think it's fun doing this. A lot of people, it doesn't have to be like right now. So they could be like role-playing this to a certain degree because they get some form of attention from it. That's the whole point. So it feels like 10D chess to you when it really isn't. It's just someone who's LARPing half the time. You know what I'm saying? It's just a LARPer. You just happen to be part of it, or they said something just enough to cause enough of a controversy for people to notice it, because they're probably clinically on TikTok. I was like TikTok, Twitter, all the time. So something had to give. Someone is supposed to pick up your tweet, or something's gonna go left. So that's why you're so surprised by this.
Maybe he has 150 IQ. Lastly, we've got this one where the OP says, my homophobia was cause for Grum's tweets about LGBT people uglifying female characters in games, like Star Wars Outlaws or Silent Hill 2 Remake. Alright, so those are the posts, once again, where the OP attempted to clarify that it's not really bait. And now here are the general top responses the post got from different users. This is interesting.
It's just a
Please don't listen to
LARPer.
hateful people like Grum's. I don't say that because him and I have quote-unquote disagreements. I say that because he is, in all of his being, a hateful, cruel person.
Oh,
the woke
God.
agenda is a false movement that was invented by people who are fearful or disgusted by the idea that those who are different from them are simply wanting to be acknowledged and to exist in most spaces. We are not out to destroy society or culture. Accepting our existence comes at no harm to you and your kind. When you
Okay, so yeah.
no harm to you and your kind. It sounds like something an alien.
It sounds like Dustborn.
JR said, yes, that's a leftist.
Bro, that sounds like Dustborn. Remember the Dustborn song? They're the aliens. They are different from us. We don't come in peace or some stupidness in the song. That sounds like Dustborn talk. Come on, this person played Dustborn. They probably bought the game. They just literally quoting what they said on the song of Dustborn. Come on. Come on, man.
Bro, yes, they're talking like aliens. We're just like you.
Kamikaze just followed.
Kind.
This is Dustborn. You and your kind. We're just like you. Like this is Dustborn.
Or sexist.
Yep, that's the last thing.
Nonsense is simply put silly. Me being gay doesn't hurt you. It doesn't influence your life in any way other than you having to tolerate my existence. The demand for representation shouldn't be seen as an assault on anyone. We just want to have characters and stories that we can relate to. This is a part of the representation.
You mean characters that... okay, you say relate to, but all I hear is just take the thing that really exists and just slap something with a letter mafia on top of it. That's all I'm hearing. And call it representation. Instead of making a whole new character, but that's an attack. Somehow.
Can relate to Tosh. You probably don't have any friends in real life.
Because the last thing a minority wants is a white person sloppy seconds. That's what you want. Get a pat on the head to the minority about you can play this character now that used to be originally white, or probably Asian adjacent, as they like to say. Asians are like white adjacent these days. Are now a person of color, even more colorful than the Asian. So. You know what I'm saying?
And it's not the world's fault. It's your fault.
An argument that I find odd because, like, I've never related to a character because of their sexuality or their gender. To me, I find that, like, rather surface level.
I actually think that I think especially gender is a massive barrier.
You know, this is why times I really like, if we're gonna talk about people of color, and like IPs that people recognize, this is why I would always appreciate characters like John Stewart. I think his name is John Stewart from Justice League, the Green Lantern, the black one, because at least he is a different character from X, Y, and Z, right? From Hal Jordan. He's different. He's completely different from him. There's nothing about them that are like the same at all. Nothing that I can think of that makes them the same. I like that because it's not Hal Jordan with a black skin on him. It's a whole different character who you can relate to.
Of relatability, and it's much easier for guys.
And you don't have to be black to figure that out.
Is to relate to guys, and it's probably easier for girls to relate to girls. I think this is pretty common sense take. To be quite frank, I find a deeper meaning in relating to a character because of, as one example, like their life experiences. That post ends by saying, "I'm glad the game is starting to chip away at the walls you've built around you. Life is so much sweeter with a diverse cast of characters. I hope you continue to push beyond these restraints."
No, it's not. Life is not sweeter because the cast is diverse. Life is sweeter when the cast makes sense. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem. You know how many people identify with Piccolo as a black dude when he's not? And he doesn't even act like a technical black dude.
JR said the most important diversity is intellectual diversity.
Yes.
So it tied you to bigotry.
Thank
It's heavy
you.
and leaves no room for growth. I hope you break free, and I hope you grow into something beautiful. I think it's totally cool to have a variety of different types of characters in media.
Oh my
Issue
God.
with
Because when
these
people
photos
say
that
shit like
diversity,
that, when they
is
said it's only about the diverse and that's it, that you're just looking at the skin color. That's it. So that's why you can have a bunch of characters who are exactly the same but just skin color coded. That's it. That's why you can have a Batman and have him not even from the hood. He could be a Batman who's black or even Asian. And you don't have to change a thing about him. As long as he's different, that's it. As long as he's not white, that's the win. It's not about the story. It's not about if it makes sense. It just has to be anything but the original, what he was supposed to be. Or what he is.
Oftentimes it comes off really fake and shoehorned in, and they write the characters
Because it
terribly.
is.
For example, Tosh in Dragon
It's
Age
just
Veilguard,
racism coded,
though
that's
probably
all
a lot
it
of
is.
people in the subreddit would disagree. Another top response reads, "That was very brave of you to post this. I appreciate it. Edit. Just realized this is in the Veilguard subreddit and not the disaster that is the main Dragon Age one. Thanks either way,
Oh,
though."
God.
So yeah, this
Oh,
person
God.
and a bunch of people in the Dragon Age Veilguard
get off this
subreddit hate
fucking
the main
internet,
one
bro.
because they dare criticize the game.
This is always what happens. Is like once people have a video game that aligns with their worldview, they're unwilling to hear any
Anything
criticism
else.
or feedback
Yeah.
that's negative about that game
Yeah.
because it's inconvenient for their worldview.
Yeah.
That's and this happens with like every game.
Yeah.
Interestingly
Echo
enough,
chamber?
has been its
Yeah.
own situation that I talked about the other day. Because for a while, the Dragon Age subreddit, the main one, was being heavily censored by the mods, where they were like deleting the majority of the posts that were negative.
You know what's funny is I bet people that have made Dragon Age content on YouTube have probably made more money off of it collectively than BioWare has made on Dragon Age.
You're probably not wrong.
However, as time
He's
went on,
probably
the
not
fact
wrong
that
on that
they were
take. He's probably not wrong off that take. If you really start to think about it. Damn. Actually, that can go the same way for Dustborn and probably even Concord if you made any content on it. Just the fact that you made content on it. It's not like you made any good content on it. The fact that you make content on it in general kind of says volumes that you probably made more money than the company itself. Oh my god, that's sad. Holy shit, I didn't even think of that.
began to occur less and less, either because the mods just gave up trying to censor all of the negative posts because there were more and more of them as people played the game more, or some other reason, who knows for sure. Regardless, over on the main Dragon Age subreddit, you can now find a pretty good variety of negative posts and positive posts regarding Veilguard. However, on the Dragon Age the Veilguard subreddit, they've been heavily censoring that subreddit since shortly before the game released, and
Well, it's not that they haven't been censoring it, bro. They have been, like, aborting entire subreddits. Like, everybody from my subreddit is categorically banned. If you've ever posted on or you're a subscriber to r/Asmongold, you are proactively banned from the Veilguard subreddit.
Damn.
And this is happening to a
Oh,
lot of other
shit.
subreddits as well.
since its release, which is still permeating today. Basically, it's a subreddit full of shills. And so going back to this post from the person who says that Veilguard cured their homophobia,
I am now...
Cured?
I thought
Cured?
that this person was 100% a troll.
They probably are.
I now am unsure.
No, they're probably a LARPing troll. Maybe this is what they do online. Maybe this is their personality. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is what they do. Like, they have one account where they're just a normal person, and then they have other accounts saying how much they're, like, disenfranchised person of color, when there's probably some white lady who's pretending to be a person of color, trying to get woke points and try to stir up the flames of whatever's going on. That's probably what's happening here.
Radjack said, hey YouTube chatters and viewers.
What's up, bro?
And I'm very worried about that.
That's probably what's happening here. It's just a LARPer, 9 times out of 10.
Radjack asked what's going on in stream.
Enjoying the post.
I'm just doing artwork as we listen to Asmongold to give his
it
hot
looks like
take.
there was another user, that being Queen Ashara, who was messaging people in that post, people who were like saying that it was good the OP had this growth as a person and is like a good person now. And Queen Ashara was like, it's not good enough. The OP is still a terrible person, and none of you should forgive the OP. User Swinlu got this response from Queen Ashara, showing the DM that reads, you are showing your bigotry though, lol. You'd rather accept some random guy who's, quote-unquote, now not homophobic, than recognize someone who was hate crimed for their sexuality. I literally wasn't rude to begin with, and acknowledge the change. So yeah.
You know, I always wonder, instead of always thinking people are getting baited, what if this is a whole LARP without realizing it? So, like, one person LARPing about being a disenfranchised individual and figuring out their sins of whatever is going on with them, as another person is responding, instead of saying, like, oh, these are people getting baited, what if these are just a bunch of LARPers saying, oh my god, you're brave for saying this. This is a person who's LARPing as someone who believes that they're a victim of whatever is going on, and they're just giving congratulations to a person who's LARPing too. You know what I'm saying? It can go down this weird brain rot type of thing. If you think about it in that sense, it's just a bunch of LARPers and disenfranchised individuals who are like clinically ill to like the internet. They have to be on the internet. If they're not on the internet, they lose their minds. Like it's like, think of it that way. How you know there's not a bunch of LARPing troll people talking to each other thinking that they're trying to one up and get reactions from another, when they're all just trying to react and get reactions from other people at the same time? It's a weird, like, loop of nonsense. Some people are getting baited, yes. I'm not saying none of them are. And some people are probably LARPing too. Like, you don't know. You really can't tell with these people. That's why you should never take what you say or hear on the internet too seriously. Because you never really know what you're really dealing with, unless it's literally physically in front of you.
They need to shut this website down. They gotta get rid of it. There's something wrong with this. This is bad, bro. Like, this real bad.
Sounds like there's a little bit of context between Queen Ashara and the Swinlu person that we're missing, but we can presume like what the discussion was about. And Queen Ashara then DMs them that. It wasn't done there though. Queen Ashara messaged another user, that being, hi, this is Jess, saying all of this. I'm sorry, how am I showing zero respect? I did from the start, lol, and said I acknowledge the change, and then was downvoted to oblivion for not coddling a bigot. My original comment was saying that I appreciated the change, but didn't completely forgive it. Is that
This just
wrong?
sounds like people like the flat, like to, yeah, this just sounds like the people like to fan the flames of problems in Discord just because there's nothing better to do. That's what all this sounds to me is just someone who's bored. Nothing more, nothing less. I think it's just bored people doing bored things. We was all teenagers once.
Previously homophobic. I don't get that. I've received physical harm due to my sexuality, but because a video game made someone not hate us, I should grovel at their feet. Can you?
Oh my god. You know what I said before about how people go on social media with unresolved personal trauma, and then they make it everybody else's problem? There it is. Right fucking there. It's all about them. Yes, this is your personal issue, and you're angry, you're trauma dumping in your you're trauma dumping in a ban appeal.
Jesus, what the hell is wrong with you? What's going on? The OP really was posting bait this entire time and like started a civil war on that subreddit with bait with a bait post. My gosh, that would be a successful troll. And if you're curious about the initial context that Queen Ashara had with these other people in the responses, like before Queen Ashara sent those DMs, I can't find them anymore. So it looks like presumably after getting mass downvoted by the other users, they deleted them. And once again, we do know that the majority of responses are supportive of the OP. Queen Ashara being one of the people who apparently isn't. I don't understand where, like, these people come from. Because I see this all the time on Reddit, and, like, I'll see, like, my mods discussing, like, we get the kind of, like, schizo shit that we get in ban appeals. It's always, like, there's going to be people that write, like, pages of information about this. Like, where do these people fucking come from?
Not really sure.
They come from WoW? Yeah, to be fair, that is a WoW character name, so you're right.
They come from WoW?
Post I want to take a look at from someone who's critical of the OP. Seemingly taking a different angle from Queen Ashara, though.
I don't think you like that one. You like,
that
wow.
Be a joke, right? Oh dear. You make up your mind because of someone's tweet on X, that of course referring to how the OP was talking about being influenced by Grum's tweets. This user going on to say, then you need a game to tell you that LGBTQ isn't something bad? What the heck is wrong with people?
Yeah, that's what makes it funny. Like, really? 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 Do you know how many times you just see, like, okay, I'm pretty sure if I can at least say 90% of the time when you watch those commercials of saying don't smoke, I do not think it changes kids' perception of smoking at all. I don't think it does. I don't think it makes make children, like, or kids in general, or teens think, I'm not gonna smoke because the commercial told me to. If anything, it makes them want to do it even more. I'm not gonna lie. I really do not think. Oh, I think the blue's better. Scarlet. I don't think kids are out here just, like, when they see a commercial, they just change their mind instantly. Whether they tried it or not, I don't think they're gonna do it. I don't think they're going to, like, not try it or think of doing it. Or want to do it. Given whatever personal traumas and issues they have on it back at home, because usually people use drugs as a form of coping. They use it as a mechanism to like avoid whatever issues going on in life.
JR said, I have a theory that advertising in general only works on complete morons. Because I have never been motivated by a TV ad, a YouTube ad, or a billboard.
Nope. I don't think that works. It just doesn't work. I don't see it. Like, I agree. It just doesn't work. I have never had a friend say, or even people who smoke don't even pay attention to, it outright ignores the commercial. They'll be smoking watching the commercial in the house with kids. So, like, it seems almost pointless. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't kind of not work. Maybe it works. Maybe it might scare someone into stop, but, like, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to tell you, it does not work. Especially when they what makes
Infomania said stop abusing drugs.
And what makes it even more funny? What makes it more funny is that the commercials sometimes miss the plot or the point of the whole thing because they'll use, like, CGI and stuff like that. You know, like that one with the black guy and the giant, like, transformer, like, dinosaur thing about metal in your lungs. The only thing they're going to watch that for is because of the CGI monster that's in it. They're not going to pay attention to the whole lungs thing. They're just not. They don't care. Especially if it makes it feel good. If it makes you feel good, 9 times out of 10, they're going to take it again because of the dopamine hit and the chemicals that's in it that makes you go crazy for them. I wouldn't be so... Oh, wait. Maybe 2-colored eyes. That's actually cool. I didn't even do that on purpose. That's actually kind of cool. Let me get green. Like purple. Maybe green. Let's use green. Let's see what's green. No, I kind of like the red better. Alright. Yeah, like purple. It's like a purplish, pinkish. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, I don't think it works like that.
How about thinking for yourself, rather than to get easily influenced by people on the internet? or anywhere really.
I think the best commercials is when they have little to no CGI and it's just literally
JR
straight
said,
to the point.
Artextric, I sent you something to show you what I bought once from watching an episode of Shark Tank. It changed my life. Everyone needs it, lol.
Wait, I think I know what you're talking about if you're saying this. Hold up. Hold on.
I'm Lori Grenier. You may know me from Shark Tank. I wanted to share with
Hold on, I'll go to the website so I can pull it up.
Walmart Black Friday deals are live. It's time to shop. Get this 50-inch Hisense TV for $138.
I wanted to share with you a better way to start your day.
Does the thought of making your bed in the morning just make you want to go back to bed? Messy sheets, untucked sheets, and lifting a heavy
JR
mattress
said, no,
to
it's
tuck
not
the
a meme,
sheets
it's
under
legit
can be
something that saved me so much
nail-breaking
time.
and sometimes impossible. Guest beds, day beds, kids beds. There's got to be a better way. Introducing Better Better, the fast and easy way to make any bed in just seconds.
Wow, that's a good commercial. That's a good name.
Hi, I'm Tyler. And my mom...
JR said in Shark Tank rejected it as stupid.
That's a good name. Wow, it's like it literally rolls off the tongue.
And my mom invented the Better Better, because I'm lazy. But is it Better? Well, it's a giant headband that wraps around the sides of your mattress.
With Better Better, you can make your bed in seconds. No more lifting heavy mattresses because your sheets just tuck in. It's so easy. Anyone can and will do it. Do your fitted sheets pop off? Do you have trouble finding sheets that fit your bed? With Better Better, loose, baggy sheets instantly conform to your bed, and fitted sheets stay in place all night.
So wait, it's a
JR
headband.
said this is the only commercial that ever got me.
Like this is a headband of a headband for a bed. So like it's a band that wraps around the bed. You pull the sheets and you put the sheets in between that of the band, and the band keeps it in place. If I'm catching that right, if this is what's being thrown to me, and I'm catching this right, is that right? So it's a band that wraps around the bed. You take the sheet, whether it fits or not, you pull it down, and it
JR said
holds it in
sort
place.
of. It's elastic and form-fitting at the same time.
Okay.
It holds the fitted sheets.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Simply put on Better Better, about 5 centimeters below the top of your mattress. Pull it on once, and it's part of your mattress for the life of your mattress. Then easily tuck your sheet into Better Better, add your quilt, and you're done. There's no lifting your mattress. It's that easy. Say goodbye to broken fingernails and a strained back. Plus, you can use Better Better
JR
to hold
asks,
your
you ever
remote
have your
control,
undersheets
phone,
come off while
even your
sleeping?
glasses,
Yes, that is
so they
annoying.
Stay within reach. And best of all, Better Better works with most sheets on most types of beds. Imagine never needing to lift a heavy mattress again. Now making your bed
This is actually
a
a
snack.
good commercial.
Make your mornings better with Better Better.
This is a good
Shop Direct or
commercial.
go online now and get Better Better starting from the low price on your screen. Better Better comes in single, double,
JR
twin, or
said,
king
dude, I
size
saw this and
wraps
went,
tightly
wow,
around your mattress to
$30?
hold your
I'm
sheets
buying
in
it.
place. And it comes with Global Shop Direct's 30-day
Yeah.
money-back guarantee. Making your bed will be faster and easier with Better Better. So order yours in the size you need today.
Wow, that actually is a good commercial. And the name is not stupid. It actually makes very good sense, and it's literally easy to remember. You can even if you say it wrong, you can just say better, and no one will really notice if they're paying attention. So that makes it even more funnier and remember.
JR said in Shark Tank rejected it. They are stupid.
They are dumb. That was a good idea. Shit, you know how many people are lazy enough not to do it? I'm lazy too. I don't want to do any of that. I'm actually quite impressed. I'm actually quite impressed by that. I'm glad you showed me that. I'm going to show it to my parents. Shit. I'm glad you showed me that. Oh my god.
And secondly, common sense is enough to realize that, of course, LGBTQ isn't bad. Let people do what they want to do. Let them love or be whatever they want to. It doesn't hurt anyone or even affect anyone's life. So hating on someone because the person, for example, is...
JR said, I've had mine for 2 years. It's the reason I started making my bed.
Because they are brainwashed idiots. Or just project whatever they are not happy with on those people and hate them. I couldn't care less if my workmates bang other men, for example, because I'm not with them. I don't have to watch it. So sure, if you now feel better about yourself...
To be fair, there aren't a lot of the cinematics in Dragon Age that you are expected to watch that have it. So, like, I mean, I think it's a little bit different, but yeah.
You don't hate gay people because of this game? Great. But still weird in my eyes. Because it shouldn't take a game or a tweet to dictate whatever you think.
Yeah,
also,
for real.
it's never good enough for people like this.
I'm totally pro LGBTQ and let people live their lives like they want to. I don't agree with forced woke stuff. Keyword is quote unquote forced.
Oh boy.
It's not good.
That's what makes it woke. There's no forced woke stuff. Woke stuff is woke when it's forced and it's not needed. It's forced, not needed, not natural. It's synthetically made. That's what makes it woke 90% of the time. It doesn't have to be leftist stuff. It could be even right-wing stuff. Ever watch perfect example, ever watch like a Christian movie? God, it feels fake as shit. Like watching a Christian movie feels fake as hell. Everything, like the people feels fake, the lines feel fake, everything about it feels fake and stupid. It feels like a forced after school special.
JR said that's called campy.
Campy too. That's more like, yeah, when you hear campy, you kind
JR
of
said when
funny.
it takes itself too seriously.
Actually, no, it does the opposite effect. Even when the idea is not being too serious, just the fact that you know that you're kind of watching a Christian movie, it's going to be under the gaze of like, the likelihood of this happening in this movie because it happens to be Christian is probably unlikely. Even if it's not super, super like religious and heavy-handed with it. But you're gonna like, it is what it is. I think most movies that are considered Christian are at least okay, are mostly the sports one. Like Rudy. I think Rudy's one of them. I think Rudy's considered a Christian movie to a certain degree. Anything with sports usually does better than just a regular movie that happens to deal with Christianity. Because it's usually have a goal to end the movie with like, okay, if you work hard and X, Y, and Z, and I guess if you pray to God to a certain degree, everything will go well if you have enough faith in yourself. That's usually what the real story is having faith in yourself in these sports movies. But when it's anything but, it feels like a total heavy hand slap across the face. And like, why? I'm pretty sure the people who made this didn't really think this was going to make money at all. This is either a giant tax write-off to a certain degree for the studio or something like that. Because this can't be taken seriously. Like, you guys are writing these scripts, and you have to have some form of self-awareness that this sucks. This is not even believable to a certain degree, even if it's religious. Like, fuck, the Japanese are better at doing this than y'all, because they have a bunch of religions, and in Japanese culture, a bunch of different, like, deities and stuff. And they make their shit more interesting to, like, want to follow or get to know than the actual Christian thing. And that's not even that's not even a Christian problem. That's not the religion. That's just the people. That's their problem. They just don't know how to market Jesus well. or enough to make it interesting. And if they do make it interesting, it just feels total off key. So that's where the problem comes in. Because if you try and market Jesus, it doesn't feel real. And it feels weird. But if you don't market Jesus, it just feels boring, and it just doesn't feel like it's fun. So it's like you damned if you do and you damned if you don't. It's like trying to market your grandpa. If you market him or your grandma, 9 times out of 10 it's not gonna go well. And when you're trying to be dead serious, you gotta expect everyone to be serious with you on what you're trying to do, and it's not gonna work.
It doesn't belong here, nor does it even help the cause. People who maybe before didn't bother now feel annoyed and develop opposing views to what you tried to shove them in their face. Anyways, great game. I like it while I don't agree with everything they did in the game. I do say what I think and don't care at all if whatever I think makes people mad. Facts also don't have feelings. People get way too emotionally attached to things and, as I said, are also easily influenced. Some common sense wouldn't hurt for a lot of people. That user getting -3 downvotes on their post, and the OP also responded to that one, saying, "The tweets I was outraged with was the, quote, uglification of female characters, unquote. The Grum's tweets about Star Wars Outlaws ugly female. Stellar Blade is the real beautiful women, etc."
What?
You're right. No, Jonathan. Jonathan, no. No, you're right. I don't know. Don't let them convince you that those characters are Dragon Age fair. You deserve better than this. You don't deserve that. What is this? He went to the dark side. Yes! Stay strong, brother.
What?
They're adding 2B in the Stellar Blade. You don't have to play Dragon Age, man.
It's coming out really soon.
Oh, okay, I get. Okay, I think I just caught. Okay.
Bro, what's the OP even talking
I
about?
kind of like
That's
lost
like
it when he said that. I was like, wait, what?
Also, how the fuck are you talking about how female characters are ugly, but all your posts on Reddit are about female horses?
That I said this. I said this. Most of the people who criticize me for drawing anime girls or anime in general, whether it be a dude, will be the same people who have a bunch of ponies and furry stuff in their and it's usually degenerate stuff. That's the irony in it 90% of the time. That's the main irony. They'll say this is weird or this why are you always drawing anime girls, and I explain why, and they don't like my take and they just say it's weird. But when you look at their profile, they're usually a furry or some type of brony or some degenerate or all the above or some older woman who's like past her 30s or into like Bakugo kissing Deku. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's the irony. The irony, bro. The irony. And it's like, and what's the irony in it is that majority of the time when I'm drawing the females, they're usually for studying reasons and anatomy reasons. They're literally shipping young children and then expecting people not to take them
just say
serious.
next time, oh my bad, let me just draw some saggy balls real quick.
Yes. So sometimes I'll have like a random like picture, like okay, I'll have like a random picture of a dude I drew with abs and everything. And I did this the other day. Some dude came in and said I was weird for drawing like some anime girl. A random, like, no, I'm just drawing it. I just started drawing like the head. And they had a problem with it. So I said, okay, if you want to see dudes, I popped up. I just literally brought one of the dudes I drew in the past, like no more than a couple of months ago. And then he's like, yes, this is great. I love this. And I'm like, okay, but you have a problem me drawing the girls. Yes, because it's weird. I'm like, okay, wow, okay. That doesn't make any sense.
JR said I would legit just tell them to go F themselves, to be honest.
I know, like, what's...
Dandy's World fan said rah.
What's awkward, what was the awkward thing about it, too? The girl I was drawing was fully clothed. She was fully clothed. Fully clothed. First I drew the head, and as they was talking, I drew their whole body clothed. But when I showed them the dude who's literally in a Speedo, or like in shorts, with the reference of the dude who I drew of, who's in an actual Speedo, they had no problem with that. Like, either you're a troll or you're just that stupid. I'm like, Jesus, you're stupid. Like, this is why most people should not be on the internet. Like, listen to this. They looked at a person I drew a couple months ago with their abs, pecs, and everything showing except just their crotch.
Dandy's they had no problem with that. Yippee.
But once they saw the female in general, oh God, it's World War III.
Dandy's World fan said it's to me.
It makes no sense.
What the fuck? What are you doing? Person really said. It's a response that's similar to the other responses the OP made, but again, it's not like acknowledging what that person was talking about in their post, which makes the OP sound like a robot or something. So yeah, I think the takeaway here is the Dragon Veilguard
Yoshi Sato said I'm on Twitter and YouTube.
What that user Kijimi said.
Dandy's World fan said all I want for Christmas is
Culture War video games subreddit is always going to be a really weird place. Whether it's Concord, whether it's Dragon Age, whether it's Starfield, or whether it's Dustborn, every single one of these subreddits turns into such a weird place. And it's like either one or the other. Oh my God. This is crazy. My subreddit? I feel like my subreddit, there are some weird people in my subreddit too. But we try to fucking ban them.
The way he said that. The way he said that was funny.
Dictate how you live your life.
The way he said that was funny. He tried to fucking ban
That's
him.
pretty weird stuff. But yeah, that's the situation. Let me know what you think about that post. If you think it's bait or not. Let me know what you think about the
That was
responses
funny.
and the little civil war that occurred too. and thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed my coverage, please consider liking and or subscribing to the channel, and I'll see you.
Dandy's World fan said, "Can I use uppercase for this? I'm trying to sing a song."
Where are these
No.
people coming
This
from?
is the United
And even if it did, it would just be taken down anyway, so it makes no sense.
This is insane.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Dandy's World fan said, you.
Wait, is he the guy? Oh, wait, you should learn Ashford in the fun and useful way.
Dandy's World fan said,
My
you.
first oyster. That's good. It's cold.
JR said, "I like the majority of your drawings, and I will never ask why you're drawing something."
The thing is, I want to draw, like, Final Fantasy, or at least Guilty Gear-like stuff, but I know I'm not there yet, so that's why I'm trying to get good at drawing, like, doing coloring. I know if... I realized that I don't have to learn line art to do this, which was the most annoying thing. I kind of figured that out, like, a week ago, which is annoying as hell, but it's okay. That's why I'm doing the perspective thing. I'm working on something. I can't mention what it is. This is what I'm working on: perspective, composition, and I don't want to say foreshortening. I think I'm pretty good at that. I don't think that's a hard thing to do.
JR said, "Next time someone asks, just say F you, that's why."
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that next time. I was trying to be as cordial to them as possible, because I know, like, some people are just legitimately asking, but there are some of them who are just really stupid and, like, don't really
Dandy's
get it.
World fan said, "My FESTT email adding OST." Anti_X1 said, "Whoa, weird seeing you on YouTube and not TikTok."
Well, TikTok is being a dick, so that's why I'm not really over there. I might jump right back there in a second, just to see if anyone will see. If I'm not...
JR said, "To be fair, I'm more jaded."
Yeah.
Dandy's World fan said, "Yes."
Jaded. I'm trying not to be, because I know that everyone's not the same, but it is easy to fall. Like, that's why when people walk in my stream and say, sometimes they'll walk in and say, they'll say, "What did I walk into?" I'm like, dude, the fuck? What do you think you walk into? I always say, what do you think you walk into? Describe to me. And then when they'll say prawn, I'm like, oh my god, you have a problem. Like, you have a legitimate problem.
Anti_X1 said, "Yeah, immediately sub lol."
So, let me see here. Make the eyes. Make the if I'm gonna make the hold on. If I make this, should I make the? Let me see how that will look with a off silver hair. What the hell? Oh, okay. Not bad with the silver.
Anti_X1 said, "Nah, TikTok be wilding. One live is just bits and tips, and the next is some Asian lady selling rugs, lol."
Yeah, it's like that. Like, I ran into that same situation. You'll be like scrolling up, right? It'll be like two games, like two people playing Fortnite. Another person is playing a video game, and then you just get someone selling you something, like, right after. Like that.
Dandy's World fan said, "I remember when Simone said, what did I used has Sarolo and toe."
I remember when someone said... Oh, and then what's also... Okay. Okay, you know what? Let me play this. It was something I ran into the other day. I wanted to play on stream. I think I can do it from here. Let me see.
So quick.
Okay. Hold on. There it is.
Top 3 TikTok words that only losers are still using in 2024.
If you are using any of these words November 2024 and onward, you're a fucking dork. You're a dweeb. But just P game
Anti_X1
First up,
said,
in the
well, it was
corniest
nice
word in
seeing you on other
TikTok history
platforms.
is young niggas. Now, anytime you see a black person...
The thing is, like, I don't mind being on other platforms, but other platforms are weird now. They're just kind of weird. A little bit goofy, to be honest. They're on this weird shit right now, so I don't know if they're, like, I won't say the word maintenance, but I feel like... YouTube kind of blew up for me. Not blew up, but, like, it's gotten better for me somehow. I don't know why, but it has. So I'm not complaining too much. That's why I'm not trying to break the mold on that. And YouTube pays way more than those other platforms anyway. So I'm just trying to keep good graces with YouTube. And YouTube lets me do whatever the hell I want. It's ever rarely I get a problem. It's very rare. Very, very rare. Now, so I can kind of get away with what I want to say half the time. Not majority of the time. Like 98%. No. Like 90% of the time. TikTok? 60% of the time. I can't say shit on that fucking app.
Person partaking in an activity, the comments will say,
Anti_X1
oh,
said
these
platforms went from trying to get more views to how can we keep more views, that's why everything is weird.
Yeah.
Using in 2024. If you are using any of these words November 2024 and onward, you're a fucking dork. You're a dweeb. But just P game and lock here real quick. First up, in the corniest word in TikTok history is young niggas. Now, anytime you see a black person partaking in an activity, the comments will say, oh, these YNs have found this hobby. The other day, I saw a black man playing the piano on TikTok, and all the comments are talking about, oh, these young niggas are evolving. Beethoven-ass young nigga. And I am going to some of the profiles under these comments. It's white boys. It's not even black people saying the N-word. Number 2, Big Back. If you are still saying
yes,
Big Back...
please.
Death Song said, hey again, it's me, and that looks amazing so far.
I'm not gonna lie to you, he's right. That term big back needs to go. There's a few of them that needs to go. Number 1 is big back. The second one is skibbity. The third one is what was it? What the Sigma? Oh my god, you guys and Gyat. Stop saying that crap. That shit lame.
Hugo_ in the moonlight said hi.
I hate it when people say Gyat. I'm like, oh my god, I hate Kai. That's the only time I hate Kai. I'm gonna say this right now. The reason why I don't hate him, but why I hate what he has done is bring that turn up. And because of that term, you young kids keep saying that stupidness.
Anti_X1 said Gart.
That shit is wild and dumb.
Dandy's World fan said big back, big back.
That shit is dumb as hell.
2024, shut the fuck up. And I mean that in the most disrespectful way. The other day, my homegirl talking about, oh, I feel like such a big back right now. No, not just your
JR
back,
said what I hate about that lingo is that they were originally supposed to be memes to mock the brain rot culture, and then they didn't get the joke and started saying it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That just pisses me off.
Bakugo_ in the moonlight said what is happening.
Ever since the word crash out got on TikTok, niggas will say anything is crash out. Oh, if the line at Wendy's is too long, I'm a crash out. No, you're a little quiet bitch. You will sit there and wait like everybody else. Crash out is so fucking corny.
5 whole FPS. That's the difference between the PS5 Pro and the PS5.
Wait, is it wrong to do reactions on TikTok videos? On TikTok? Is that wrong? Can I get in trouble for that?
In the moonlight said huh what?
Are you allowed? Is that against policy?
JR said it's like the Tide Pods. It was a joke meant to make fun of stupid people, and the gens thought it was real and so did the media, so they started doing it.
Huh. Actually, there's 3 people there.
A bunch of people already got their hands on it and did their testing, but it's not looking too good. Boot times are the same, form factor's the same, visuals are the same. The only thing people found is slightly better
in the moonlight said
at
what is
bringing higher
happening
FPS,
right now.
and that could be a few different
I did it!
It's probably because their new CPU,
Holy
new
moly!
GPU, and
I actually did it! I figured it out! Holy moly! I was just trying to figure out how to put this in there the entire...
JR said we're SH ting on gens lingo lol.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, on lingos. On Gen Z's or Gen Z? Gen Z? Or Gen X? I don't know. No, Gen Z is Gen Z lingo.
Difference in RAM for some reason. It looks like the graphics card's running the exact same engine, so if it wasn't maxing out your graphics card before, it's not going to make a difference. CPU looked like they changed something, so that might get better. The only way I can see this making a difference is if you're playing COD
Dandy's
or like
World fan said that hair looks so luscious.
Really high graphics. Either way, y'all paying an extra $250 for a handful FPS?
Don't you want to stop him? No, I want to kill him!
Whoa, calm down.
Dandy's World Fan said ACOC
Donald Trump.
Let me see. Hold on,
Trump wants to increase tariffs.
Let me see. Maybe we should surf on YouTube. I mean on TikTok. So like YouTube, you guys can actually see the screen.
Disgusting black creatures.
Oh my god, maybe that's not a good idea after all.
Underscore in the Moonlight said, what is happening right
Oh
now?
my god, as soon as I said this.
Get out of my sight.
As soon as I said this.
Color thinking.
As soon as I said it. God, can't have nothing. You can't have nothing.
Today I'm counting down Tapioca's top 10 fast food restaurants, you fat bitch. Number 10.
Oh my god! I can't. Yo, this is my feed.
Arby's.
This is my feed.
Number 9. Subway. I
Some
think I might be
crazy
the only
stuff
person
just
on
been
the planet
said.
that
Like
likes Subway. Every time I go inside one, it's empty. I don't even order half the time because I'm too scared to wake up the employees. Number 8. Scrumblies. Number 7. Sonic. Their service is pretty hit or miss, but the sides, drinks, and dessert they have, there's dude.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
What
I
the
did not
fuck,
see
man?
that.
Number 6 goes to all of those mid-tier sandwich places. Like those places people go to because they're on break and it's nearby. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just that nobody's counting the clock waiting to go eat at Schlotzsky's. Number 5. In-N-Out Burger. I'm sorry. It's inexpensive. I'm sorry. Number 4. Popeyes. I don't think I've ever been to a bad Popeyes. And Canes, if you want me to add you to a top 10, consider adding a second item to your fucking menu. Number 3. Oreos. Or fast food if I'm eating them. Number 2. I don't know. Do the Costco hot dogs count? No? Okay. I'll come back to this one. And the number 1 best fast food place goes to Whataburger. I can't help it. I'm from Texas. If there are any restaurants you
Okay, wait, I'm confused. Is it Waterburger or Whataburger? It's Waterburger, right? Not Waterburger. I don't think so. I think that's too damn obvious. I think I've been saying it wrong. I've been saying Waterburger. But I don't think that's how it's called. I think it's Whataburger, not Waterburger.
Ryuga Samurai said what?
Like it's the fast food restaurant. It's Whataburger, right, or something? Yeah, Whataburger. There we go. Yes, okay. It's not Waterburger. I've been saying it wrong for the longest while. Shit.
I thought I left out. Then here is your baby bottle and a diaper, you fucking crybaby bitch.
Content.
Now I'm in my bag.
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Oh, shit.
The FCC just issued new regulations, and it wants all phones unlocked within 60 days. Except AT&T
I don't know about that.
and T-Mobile aren't so keen on the plan, and I think that they're about to kick this up to the Supreme Court. So in case you're unfamiliar with what we're talking about, a lot of cell phone carriers in the United States lock your phone to their network. You can't just put a SIM card in it like you could in any other civilized country in the world. The phone is now and forever hard locked to AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, or whatever. And they do that because they believe that customers that would put in SIM cards like this would shop around and would be likely to abandon their carriers. Well, AT&T Mobile says that this is going to be bad for their business. Yes, here it is. Lead the carrier to abandon payment plans altogether because abandonment's going to increase. Well, especially T-Mobile has had some curious opinions, even sending a letter to the FCC saying the commission fails to point to a specific statutory authorization for an unlocking mandate and would have profound economic consequences.
Okay, guys, I'm
thus
gonna
raising a major question that
I don't know.
require
Is it wrong to
clear
play TikTok videos in a TikTok live stream? Is that? Can you do that? Hold on, I gotta look that up because I like to play this while doing TikTok, but I don't know if that's gonna be a problem. That might get me in trouble. Hold on. Can you play TikTok videos?
Bakugo underscore in the Moonlight said, no, why?
To watch a live video. No, they say asking was stupid. Can you play TikTok videos on TikTok Live? To watch open TikTok to... maybe it's okay, because I've been seeing people put full-ass movies on TikTok. So, I don't know. Alright, Twitter. I'm going to let you guys go for now. I'm going back to TikTok, just to see if I won't get in trouble.
I'm leaving now, bye.
Alright, later, Bakugo. I'm going to go on TikTok real quick, just to see. But I doubt it's going to hold anyone there. Real quick. Just thought of something. Just so we don't run into any craziness.
Today I'm counting down
Go to this guy. This guy seems
fast
kind of
food
funny.
restaurants, you fat bitch. Number 10, Arby's. Number 9, Subway. I think I might be the only person.
Yeah, I'll put this on sub because I'm leaving. I know. I just want to see how things will hold up. I doubt it's gonna hold up more than 10 minutes. If I don't hold up anyone within like 30 minutes, I'm just gonna turn off TikTok and stay off TikTok for a while. Because TikTok pisses me off and go back to Twitter. At least with Twitter, I can actually say what I please and then piss off the right people. Anyway, so I'll be right back to Twitter. I'll be on next time. Bye, Twitter. Interesting. It's so weird to like... Wait, hold on. What did I say? Edit broadcast? I can edit the broadcast? No. Okay. Can... No, you can... Wait. Is it gone? Holy heck, what the hell? Hold on. X out. Go to X. Go to X. Okay. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I'm just seeing something. I'll let this play while you guys... Okay.
Apparently there's a male loneliness epidemic. Whatever the fuck that is. Here are the top 10 ways to get a girl to like you. Number 10, compliment her. Number...
Okay, this seems interesting. I don't know, this might get me in trouble. We'll see.
Number 9, make her laugh. Number 8, make her listen to your weekly podcast. Number 7, buy her flowers. Number 6, buy her little treats. Number 5, ask her what her favorite part of your podcast was. Number 4, make her write a list of things you could do to get your podcast to have a broader appeal. Number 3, get uncomfortably defensive when she says she thinks a podcast about video game controllers doesn't need to be 2.5 hours long every episode. Number 2, abruptly block and ghost her for not understanding your creative vision. And the number 1 best way to get a girl to like you is... This one works on all the other genders too, by the way.
Food? Yeah, food.
Today on Tapio Talks, we are honored to have Godzilla in the studio. Really happy to have you, man, really.
Of course, man. It's good to be here.
So you got that new movie coming out. Looks great, by the way. And
thanks, man. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, why do you only ever attack the Japanese?
Well, like I've attacked other countries too. I mean,
right, but you clearly seem to have a fixation with Japan, which is a little weird considering it's a really small.
He said stop the bullshit.
Wow.
Bro said stop the bullshit. Bro said stop the bullshit. Bro literally said stop the bullshit.
Are you trying to tell me that?
Bro, he said stop the BS. I'm not trying to be a problem. I attack everyone the same.
So it all started when Fredbear's Family Diner opened. It was like a restaurant, and they had these 2 animatronics, and they had these robots in them, but they were like special, so you could put on the costume while there was a robot in them. And anyway, an employee died at one of the restaurants, and over time it turned gold, I guess. Then they added a new restaurant with more animatronics,
but there was also a puppet, and then a child got killed outside the restaurant. And I think that's FNAF 2.
Or something.
This movie's not gonna make any fucking sense.
Oh no.
Welcome back to Tapioca Tells, where I answer some of your most frivolous comments. You kinda look like Kelpie G. No, the fuck I don't. What's your favorite Nintendo
Kelpie
game?
G?
Probably the first Mario Galaxy. I know a lot of people aren't a fan of the motion controls, but those are honestly some of my favorite levels. It also just feels more atmospheric than the second one does, even if the level design isn't quite as polished. Fall. What do you mean, fall? Oh god, it burns! It burns!
Fall.
I've never seen so many Spider-Men on my timeline, so today we're going to be counting down the top 10 Spider-Men. Number 10, Tobey Maguire. I should preface this by saying I haven't seen any of his movies, nor do I plan to, because he looks weird. Number 9.
Wait, whoa, wait, hold up. Whoa. You have never seen Spider-Man? The first Spider-Man movie? Well, I'm not going to say the first. There was that Japanese one from back in the 70s, but we ain't going to talk about that. But, like, the first, like, are you serious? Are you serious? He's not serious, is he? He can't be serious.
Andrew Garfield. Andy looks a little too cool to be playing Spider-Man. It's important to find a good balance between fucking freak and edgy stud. Well, in honor of...
Wait, hold up.
Welcome back to... I've never seen so many Spider-Men on my timeline, so today we're going to be counting down the top 10 Spider-Men. Number 10, Tobey Maguire. I should preface this by saying I haven't seen any of his movies, nor do I plan to, because he looks weird. Number 9, Andrew Garfield. Andy looks a little too cool to be playing Spider-Man.
Well, I remember people said the reason why you don't see Tobey Maguire in a lot of movies, I think they say he's a... what's the term they call it? What type of... it's like Joaquin Phoenix. A method actor, I think. And also, there's a thing about his face that people don't... Well, not his face, but he has like still like these boyish looks. He still kind of looks like a kid, but now he looks more old. He looks like he's an aging child. Or something, people said. That's usually what people complain about. He kind of looks like he never aged, but he aged. Like he's like not ripening well. Let's put it that way.
Good balance between fucking freak and edgy stud. Number 8, Miguel O'Hara. I would have put him higher, but he can't stick to walls. He doesn't have a spidey sense, and he doesn't even shoot real webs. He is pretty hot though. Number 7. This one is dedicated to all of the multiversal Spider-Men that appeared in the Into the Spider-Verse movies. If I had enough spots on this list, they'd all be on here. Number 6, Batman. Number 5. Spider-Gwen. If people saying Gwen Stacy is trans bothers you in any way, then good luck in 3rd grade.
It's not important, Tro says I've been thinking about becoming a student of yours. But if you're okay with me being a beginner.
That's the whole point. That's the point of being a student. Whether you are coming from a background of art or not, that's the whole point.
oh, wait, you're going into 4?
So that's perfectly fine.
Oh, my bad. Number 4,
You're good.
Lego Spider-Man. Number 3, Peter B. Parker. Me as
Peter B.
Parker. Number 2, Spider-Punk. I literally rewatched the movie so I could see him on screen for another 3 minutes. And finally, the number 1 pick for best Spider-Man ever is... Tom Holland. Psych! It's Miles Morales, baby. It's gotta go to Miles Morales. Let's fucking go round of applause for Miles Morales. Oh, it's one of these. God, these videos are so fucking lame. Wahoo! Welcome to Tapioca's Top 10... I'm not doing the voice. Welcome to Tapioca's Top 10 Facts About the Mario Movie. Number 10. In the background of this scene, you can see that the hole in the wall is shaped like Mario's head. Number 9. It actually took them 7 years to make this movie, 30 seconds of which were dedicated to the script. Number 8. It is currently the fastest grossing animated movie of all time. Number 7. In the games, Bowser usually kidnaps Peach, but in the movie, he kidnaps Luigi. This is because he is canonically bisexual. Number 6. Despite what my older brother will have you believe, I beat Mario Galaxy all by myself. Number 5. In order to get his voice to sound more gorilla-like, directors actually told Seth Rogen he would be voicing himself. Number 4. In the movie, Princess Peach denies Bowser's wedding proposal. This is because she is actually in love with me. Number 3. Despite what my sister would have you believe, I am like so much better at New Super Mario Bros. Wii than she is. Number 2. The red mushrooms actually make Mario bigger. And the number 1 fact about the Mario movie is that you need to go see it in theaters, not because it is a critically good movie, but because we cannot let the Lion King remake remain the highest grossing animated film of all time. That shit was ass!
As they say.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Tapioca.
What the hell?
Our prison system is fucked. It's no secret that many prisons are run by companies that have no interest in crime reduction or prevention. Private prisons get money by having prisoners, so be it just or unjust, they find ways to extend sentences and fill seats. It's also not a secret that law enforcement tends to over-police low-income areas, which often disproportionately affects POC communities. I'm not insinuating anything here, but isn't it a little strange that the only legal form of slavery tends to impact black citizens at a way higher rate than white citizens? Actually, no, yeah, I am insinuating something here. The prison system is racist. Look no further than the criminalization of marijuana. Literally the least dangerous recreational drug was federally banned specifically to demonize minorities. Lives have been ruined by this racist, baseless law. Speaking of lives, the death penalty. What the fuck? Half of you assholes can't even trust the government. So I want to ask my crush to be my Valentine, but they don't know I'm on TikTok, so please blow this video up so they can see it.
How do I become a student? Oh, you just become a TikTok member or a YouTube subscriber. You can pick either one. Or a Patreon member. You can pick anyone.
Nick Polo said hola.
Nick Polo says hola.
I prepared some words.
Hola. Hola.
I'm kind of nervous. Dear Doja Cat. Today on Tapioca Talks, I'm here with my functioning liver. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, damn.
So I want to ask my... Today... Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Tapioca's Top 10 Slurs. We're covering everything.
Nope. Jumped out of that so fast.
Where I answer some of your most
even if it's a joke.
Questions. What do you use to animate? My hands? What do you animate on? Heroin, usually.
Nick Paulo says Spanish, please.
Of course I'm alone. I don't know why you feel alone. When I graduate, I'm gonna major in animation. I've always wanted to work on an animated series. I'm just itching to get out into the workforce and see what's waiting for me on the other side.
Warner Brothers is effectively pulling the plug on Cartoon Network's animation studio, choosing to focus more on reboots than new IPs. After laying off more than 120 workers, it's safe to say...
You know, I've always wanted to be an architect.
I wonder if they only have
that was his video I saw way back.
Maybe got butterscotch or tapioca. In real life, no. But
Guns don't kill people, people kill people.
in real life, no.
Welcome to another episode of Tapioca Talks. I'm your host, The Tapioca, and today I am just thrilled to introduce you to our guest, former #1 TikToker on the planet, Charlie D'Amelio.
If you look at studies, they show that men with pronouns in their bio fundamentally aren't men. They have less testosterone.
Oh, no.
Welcome, folks, to Tapioca Talks. I'm your host, The Tapioca, and joining us today is our guest, Mater the Truck from the Cars series. Say hello, Mater.
Oh, shit.
Nope. I know where that's going.
But you guys might know me as The Tapioca. I wanted to thank you guys for helping me reach 250,000 followers. And helping me today is Bubbles the Fish. See, let's just say Bubbles here represented my followers. And over... Oh my god. Oh my god. No.
I'm loving memory of Bubbles. Okay.
This is what all the fuss was about? This thing is the size of a mini M&M, for fuck's sake. It can't even exist outside the human body for more than a few minutes without dying. I imagine you self-proclaimed pro-lifers are gonna go vegan too, right? You would kinda have to after getting so upset over a life this insignificant. Honestly, the word life seems inappropriate. In this state, it's more...
Excuse me, do you know what the bread is? Oh, yeah.
Ah, I knew it. Hold on. I knew TikTok was too sensitive. I knew it! Back to YouTube. That didn't take long. Damn, TikTok is a bitch. I see why people go to TikTok. Go to YouTube. I see why people do that. Alright, that didn't take long. I knew that was not gonna take long for some odd reason. I was like, it got too easy. Oh well.
Hey everyone,
I guess I'll go back to Asmund. Oh, sorry.
welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and we're going to talk about the AAA gaming industry. We're going to talk about Square Enix, which used to be one of my favorite video game companies, and how far they've fallen. They continue to fall. They basically fell into the, I believe, the DEI-infested waters of wokeness. Oh my God, can I say that? And they've alienated gamers. They've alienated their core audience time after time. And they've been
we're up over here anyway
for years. And now they're trying to pivot. They're trying to, I believe, course correct
TikTok shit,
in the fact that they're bringing their games out for other platforms. They're not Sony exclusive anymore. And they also fired a bunch of people in California. But I think it's too late for them. I think, it's going to be death by 1,000 cuts. I think they were already kind of in trouble before the quote-unquote woke mind virus took over the company, because they're based in California, right? The U.S. office is in California. It's actually close to the L.A. airport. I know, last couple times I was, I flew into L.A., there it is. It's on the way in.
Actually, since I'm not on TikTok.
So yeah, they're going to be affected by all of that California-ness, that Newsomness, more so I think than companies that maybe have an office in like Texas or something, anywhere but Austin. Let's talk about this. Their stock plummeted. That's what's prompting this video, and there's been a lot of talk about AAA studios imploding. And actually, Notch, who is the creator of Minecraft, put out a tweet today that he said, unless you count Bethesda as AAA, he said he doesn't remember the last time he played a AAA game.
The new mod.
And Shattered Space made me want to quit, but that is too. Thankfully, the video game industry is doing just fine. Just play indie games. That's true. Indie games are going to replace these studios, and they did it to themselves. I mean, it's so weird. I'm seeing indie games that feel more like, or that feel more authentic to these franchises, and they might be sort of an homage to these franchises. And I'm seeing a lot more of that lately than that they're actually better than the real deal, because the real deal has fallen off tremendously. And we'll talk about Square and wokeness and their stock. So before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, go out to clownfishminus.com. Check out our merch. Join our Plus Club. You get some exclusive podcasts and some other stuff. We're still working out a game plan here, what we're going to do. But you guys have been awesome. And the better we do, the more we can offer you, because we're going to have to, buy that time. Does that make sense? We have to kind of buy that time and maybe hire some help or something. So, thank you very much. We don't do endless live streams. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just not us. So this is kind of what we're going to do instead of that. So this is coming from Game Rant, and if you check out my Twitter, I've been posting the D-Res articles actually on my personal Twitter, because I'm like, why am I starting another account to post articles? We got some interns helping us compile news, but I do go over it before we publish it, so hopefully everything's accurate. But they're really dropping off here. This is coming from Game Rant. Square Enix stock plummets after disappointing Q3 earnings. 10%. They plummeted over 10% on November 11th. The decline is attributed to the company's latest financial report, which revealed a 27% year-on-year operating profit decline in Q3 2024. While Square's income for the 6-month period ending September 2024 was still up compared to a year ago, investors seem to be skeptical about the near-term prospects. Well, here's a pro tip. Don't take 10 years to make a new Final Fantasy game that's underwhelming. You know what I'm saying? I am totally fine with Square going back to PS2, PS3 level graphics and giving us more games. Because it seems like what they're doing is they're falling into that AAA trap of, we've got to give gamers the bestest graphics ever, screw the story, screw the gameplay, and we're going to double up, triple up, quadruple up on the politics and drive them away anyway by the time the game comes out. And Square has done that. I mean, they've done everything from heavy-handed virtue signaling on social media. They had Forspoken. That whole thing was woke, for lack of a better term. Things got so bad with them that they actually had to sell off Crystal Dynamics, and they sold off Tomb Raider and the Marvel IP. They shut that down. That was a huge chain around their neck. And then we had, we thought, well, maybe they learned a lesson. No, we'll talk about the censorship of Dragon Quest III, the remake, and they haven't learned anything. Final Fantasy VII, the remake, they've, again, seeing a common theme here. Remake, also remake, another remake. Hey, we're bringing an old game back out, again, for the 15th time. I'd love to see new 16-bit style Final Fantasies or PS1 style Final Fantasies. They got the Gooch back to do, Fantasia? Whatever that series is called. They're going to be releasing that. I mean, you could have been doing that all along. You could go back to old franchises you let atrophy. I would like to see if you're going to do HD remakes, where the hell is Vagrant Story? Where's Threads of Fate? Where's, you know what I'm saying? They outsource Front Mission to another company, I think. Why not another Parasite Eve? Horror games are incredibly popular right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have all this stuff they're sitting on, they're not doing anything with. But yeah, Square stock plummeted 10 points on Monday. Company lost the equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars in market cap, with this turn of events likely being prompted by Square Enix reporting some mixed financial results. That is part of it. Gamers are actively choosing not to play Square games now, and they keep stepping in it. Square's operating profit has been on the decline since its 2022 peak. The Japanese gaming giant's latest financial report suggests that this trend might have finally reversed, with the companies reporting that it generated $136 million profit, a 22% year-on-year increase. Well, they also started selling like Kingdom Hearts on Steam, and they started selling
Kingdom Hearts on Steam.
A lot of their different franchises on Steam.
Oh crap! I didn't know that. They have Kingdom Hearts on Steam.
Exclusive, but it's not enough.
Huh?
Right? You're putting a Band-Aid on a gaping flesh wound. Their stock still declined by over 10% by the close of trade at the Tokyo Stock Exchange on Monday. Some Japan-based industry watchers speculate this development can be attributed to a number of troubling figures contained in the company's financials. Although the operating profit for the reported 6-month period has increased year on year, it has been most recently on a heavy decline, falling 27%. Combined with the fact that Square's premium game sales are down year over year, this decline might be what prompted the investor sell-off that caused the company's stock to decline. They lost $350 million in market cap since the start of November. Holy shit. They were valued at $4.68 billion US based on stock price. The weekend after the latest consolidated financial report was published, the valuation was approximately $350 million lower. The stock prices aren't always perfectly reflective of a company's current health. They do indicate investor sentiment. Investors don't seem to be optimistic about Square Enix's near-term prospects. The latest earnings report did not include a sales update on Final Fantasy 16, which they said underperformed. The JRPG also had a somewhat quiet PC launch after finally reaching Steam back in September. They said the Final Fantasy 16 sold 3 million copies on the PS5. That was during launch week. According to an average of third-party estimates by Gameolytic, PlayTracker, and VG Insights, the game sold roughly 289,000 units on Steam. That's it? That's fucking depressing. For Final Fantasy, Square, you have lost the fucking plot. Like, you have lost the plot. I mean, Square hasn't been Square. They haven't been Square soft in over 20 years, right? And they definitely changed. When they merged with Enix, they definitely changed. And they think too much like a Western company. They need to think more like a Japanese company. I mean, I would be totally fine with them just cranking out 16-bit, 32-bit RPGs. That's what they were known for. And go back to that, right? And they keep dabbling with this AAA Western shit that doesn't sell, and it just drags the whole company down.
90% of the time.
Moving forward, they intend to try
90% of the time.
reinvigorating the declining game sales by moving away from exclusivity, and they're going to aggressively pursue this non-exclusive strategy. Before that happens, the developer will release at least one more PS5 exclusive, the final entry in the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. So it is a trilogy. I thought it was going to be 4 games. So what? This is a problem too. The wokeness. I'm sorry. It's staring you right in the fucking face. Tifa's tits is indicative. They're indicative of a much larger issue. And I know that some people at the company have been, they've been talking to Square in California. And now this Japanese company is starting to sound more like a Portland company. They're like, well, we didn't realize that American gamers wanted it. No, they don't. The American gamers don't want this shit. Your activist employees in California are telling you this. And the same thing's happening with Capcom.
Yeah, stop listening to them.
You're listening to these activists in California trying to tell you what they think America wants. And that's not what America actually wants. You got to look at the sales. You got to look at the numbers. What you're doing is not working. All these companies are going to learn very, very painful lessons. And I don't know if they're going to survive. A lot of these AAA studios are not going to survive. They're going to wind up being consolidated or something. But when you've got indie titles like Power World and Black Myth, Wukong, and even I guess you'd kind of sort of consider Stellar Blade, I guess, they're kicking your ass.
I understand.
They're kicking your asses because all they're doing is just giving gamers what they want. It's not hard. I mean, seriously, Square should be leading the pack. Like, Square knows how to make good RPGs. They know what gamers want, both in Japan and in the West, but they refuse to give it to them.
No, it's MiHoYo now.
The problem is,
it's MiHoYo or the Nikkei
it was a great
studio.
idea to listen to California because that's not where it's at. You got to look at the numbers. Look at what other people are doing. You look at the highest selling games. You look at what they're doing. It's called basic market research. Why are they not doing this? Well, I think part of it is they're starting to wake up. These different studios, not Square necessarily, but these other studios are starting to wake up and they're like, why are we getting our asses kicked? Why did we throw $200, $300 million at this game and it failed? Well, what are gamers actually playing?
Look at what
Seriously,
they're playing.
just go do some basic market research. Unless your marketing people are...
It doesn't take that long to figure that out. It really doesn't take that long.
Just go look at the marketing research. What do people actually want? What is selling? Which games have actually stood the test of time? What indie titles are really hot right now? Maybe we should do something like that. People like boobs in games. Okay, let's give Tifa a flat chest. Let's cover up. You know what I'm saying? Stupid shit like that. I mean, at that point, you actually fucking deserve it.
Wow, he just hit it on the nail.
Same with
do the opposite. He just said, let's just do the opposite of that. That's funny.
Give people what they want instead of trying to lecture them as to what you think they should want. It's a very small subset of people.
Still
again,
doing homework. She's doing homework.
That you hire Western activists, California, Portland, whatever.
I'm guessing you're saying you need help.
I don't think New Yorker's that crazy, but definitely California, definitely Portland. And these people are trying to tell.
Dude said he literally said it. He said that's Westerners for a nutshell. What do the majority of gamers want? Let's look at the games that are selling. There are Nikkei, I think it's called Nikkei, and then there's Genshin Impact. Their roster has beautiful women in it. I can see that. There's more women than men. You know what? We'll make a new Final Fantasy game and make all of them fucking ugly. That's what they want. And we'll put more men in it, make the women horrifically ugly, and flat-chested. That makes sense. That makes sense. That one got a raise. That one got the raise.
And a lot of those people got fired, but it's going to take them years.
And got fired.
They can't do this overnight. They can't change overnight. And they're going to continue to just fold. I mean, again, when you've got the publisher, the editor of Shonen Jump, and
sadly, no, it's dad's.
me
message you on Facebook. Okay, I'll check
going on a podcast and saying that they don't understand why they're censoring characters from Dragon Quest from 30 plus years ago. They thought it was stupid.
Oh my god, I made that look weird.
That's a signal to gamers that don't buy this game. It's going to be edited. It's going to be woke. And they're not. The Japanese think it's stupid.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you listening to California? California is burning down in real time. Now Newsom's saying some weird shit. I don't know what is going. Like, this guy who spent half his childhood there. I loved California back in the day. I loved it, but don't listen to them. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know, it's seriously. You've got to clean house. You've got to, I believe, release more games, higher quality games from a gameplay standpoint that maybe aren't the most expensive games, but they play well. And they appeal to gamers. And again, you can skate by with 16, 32-bit graphics. You can skate by with PS2, PS3 level graphics, as long as the game is good. I mean, hell, everybody's going back and playing old games anyway. You don't have to. Why dump $300 million into a game that's going to take 8 years to develop? You might not be in business in 8 years. Square used to put out they would put out so many great RPGs every year. I mean, consistently good product.
Yeah.
Every quarter. You got 99 and 2000 especially. They had, I think it was the Summer of Adventure, and they had like a new RPG, and they were all like top shelf RPGs.
Why does the drawing outline of the entire eye look
games
look bad even though the shape's correct? Because I didn't put effort to actually fix the eye. Actually, I was supposed to draw the eye like this. I was supposed to draw it like this.
The plot, guys, you really did, and I don't know if they can
as a
fix
placeholder.
That's
why the eye looked crazy.
7 20 years after you told people you were going to remake it.
I was supposed to do it like this.
3 different games over the span of a decade or whatever. I mean, seriously? And it's not even 1-to-1 remake. I don't know what to tell you. You're not going to be in business much longer if you don't fix it.
Text me when you're done. Okay.
Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
Okay.
Join the reef. Go to clownfishminus.com. That's clownfishminus.com. You will get exclusive access to podcasts and videos and comic strips and more, as well as merch discounts. Check it out. If you were a member, you could get this t-shirt, this dismal t-shirt, on our website. You'd get a 10% discount on that. You can also join in the community on clownfishminus.com. Thank you so much for the support.
Warner lost $100 million.
So as you guys are aware, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was Warner Brothers' massive failure. Like, everybody talks about Suicide Squad and how much of a joke that game is and how it lost well over $200 million. And for some reason, this game is still pushing out season after season because at the end of the day, they had content that they had planned and they were going to keep pushing it out, blah, blah, blah. We already know all this, right? Well, there's one particular game that a lot of people haven't been talking about because obviously Suicide Squad took all of the press, right? It took all the negative press and all the negative energy, and nobody was talking about anything else other than Suicide Squad when it came to Warner Brothers. Well, we have another game that we need to talk about, and that happens to be Multiverses. Now, Multiverses is that game that they made to try to compete with Smash Brothers, but at the end of the day, they just recently announced that this game has costed them a $100 million impairment charge.
Wow. Wow, that really, I was wondering that for the longest while. Who is playing Multiverses? Because I know they just dropped Raven just this week. Who is playing Multiverses? Like, really, who's playing this game? Who's playing Multiverses? I really don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I thought that game was dead like a long time ago.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, just like Suicide Squad cost Warner Brothers over $200 million of an impairment charge, Multiverses cost about half of that at $100 million impairment charge. This is huge news, and it's massive information coming out of Warner Brothers because it's not just Suicide Squad that's hurting them bad, and it's very clear that if they don't do something soon, things are really going to start looking bad for them after a while. So let's get into this article, guys, from Phantom Pulse. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. So it says Warner Brothers Discovery admitted that its platform fighter Multiverses failed financially as it took another $100 million impairment charge less than a year after it took a $200 million impairment charge following the financial disaster of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, I want you guys to put these numbers into your mind, okay? Because I don't think anybody can truly extrapolate how much these numbers actually mean. We are talking about $200 million loss in 1 year, and then we're talking about $100 million loss in the second year. In 2 years, that is losing $300 million. That is absolutely disgusting. There is not a single company out there, no matter how rich that company may be, there is no company out there that is going to take a $300 million loss in 2 years and not fire people. There's just no way. Heads are absolutely going to roll. We've already seen heads roll when it comes to Rocksteady. We've seen heads roll when it comes to Warner Brothers. But I think there's going to be more heads that are going to roll because $300 million is way too much damn money to be losing, no matter how damn rich you are. Warner Brothers Discovery previously admitted that Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was a financial failure, with the company's chief financial officer, Gunnar Weidenfeld, revealing during the company's first quarter earnings result webcast, stating the following. Starting with studios, the $400 million year-over-year decline during Q1 was primarily due to the very tough comp that we face in games against the success of Hogwarts Legacy last year in the first quarter, in conjunction with the disappointing Suicide Squad release this past quarter, which we impaired, leading up to a $200 million impact to the EBITDA during the first quarter. It's absolutely insane. Now, Warner Bros. Discovery CEO David Zaslav shared that the company's entire games division is in fact struggling. He said, even in an industry of hits and misses, we must acknowledge that our studio...
I wonder if they're going to take out the trans character in the next Hogwarts Legacy game. I wonder if J.K. Rowling is going to even bother to do that again, because she did that last time and that didn't end well. I wonder if she's just going to just keep that out completely. I wonder. That'd be interesting.
Business must deliver more consistently, and this applies to our games business, which we recognize as substantially underperforming its potential right now. Well, I'm glad that David Zaslav is actually able to sit there and look at things a little bit more objectively and say, you know what? We're just missing it, right? We're missing the mark. We're not hitting it with gamers. We're not consistent.
Nope.
We had a big banger with Hogwarts Legacy, and then we've had failures after that. Like nobody's going to take us seriously. Okay, we got one banger of a game, Hogwarts Legacy. What about everything else? We need to make every game a banger, or at the very least, we need to be more consistent.
Let's do the first thing. Don't kill Batman. Okay, let's start with that. Okay. Number 2, don't make Harley Quinn hate what she was in the past, because that would made her who she was. Number 3, stop making Arkham Knight suck and have a bunch of glitches and problems. You know what? And number 4, what's number 4? Don't make a Batman. Well, I know this has not those few things. Well, few of those things have to do with gaming, but this one, don't write a game or a show called The Dark Knight, or I think it's The Great Crusader actually was called, and then make it about Harley Quinn and her dating life with her girlfriend or something. It was Harley Quinn or Barbara Gordon, one of those two.
Across the board, and right now we are anything but consistent. We're actually a laughingstock to a lot of these gamers that were very happy with our product Hogwarts Legacy, only to get let down by something that they thought was going to be a single-player Arkham game, only to be given a live service piece of shit like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. But then he said, he later would add, results were impacted by games for which we took another $100 million plus impairment due to the underperforming releases, primarily Multiverses this quarter, bringing total write-down year-to-date to over $300 million in our games business, a key factor in this year's studio profit decline. Bro, I honestly, I sit here and I look at these numbers and I think to myself, you know, $300 million lost on something that honestly, that didn't have to happen, right? Like, I would say more so for Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League than Multiverses. I can understand they thought that they could bring Multiverses to the world and make it a Smash competitor. I totally get that. Going after Nintendo, I understand. You took a risk and you lost, okay? $100 million loss, even though that's huge, it's like, it's one of those things where, okay, you tried something new, right? In the sense of you anyway, you tried to bring a competitor to the market, it failed, move on with your life, right? Suicide Squad, however, Kill the Justice League, that's something that you could have avoided, right? You could have avoided that. You made that game because you were greedy, and you made that game because...
No, he's right. He's actually right. Hypnotic's right. At least they tried with I don't know if they're gonna shut it down, but at least they tried with multiverses. They did their best with it. I'm gonna give it to them on that one. You gotta give it to them because at least they tried something new. Not technically new, but new enough to say it's not like a remake or something, or a remaster, or just another throwaway IP or something like that. So it's like, you know what? I gotta give them credit. I'm not even mad at them at that one. Yeah, you got a point. But that Suicide Squad one?
Because you thought that live service was the way to go for that franchise. You decided to get rid of Arkham single-player games, and you decided to bring that version of those games, but the live service, and it tanked. It tanked.
I said the same thing. I'm like, they're still trying with that? I thought that was dead in the water a long time ago. Just the other day, I just saw the drop for the new hero drop for what's her name? Raven from Teen Titans. I was like, oh snap. I did not know that this game still exists. I thought this game was dead in the water. I thought it died a long time ago and no one played it again. Like legit. Like I did not know this. Like that blew my mind.
Majorly for a multitude of reasons, right? Forget all the woke shit. Forget espionage involvement.
I guess I'll believe
the game
Instagram. I think TikTok's. I mean, Twitter's where is that?
In the beginning, right? Very buggy, very messy. For damn near a month, turning off a lot of players that were trying to get invested in the game, but they couldn't. The servers were absolute trash. The game was littered with game-breaking bugs. So even if they wanted to give it a shot, they couldn't even do that. And then you add everything else on top of that too. You add Sweet Baby Ink's involvement as that whole thing blew up. And then you add all the woke shit with the storyline and it's the weird like thing with, I don't know, Poison Ivy and Harley. Like, bro, this shit was absolutely insane. And there was no reason for any of it to happen. All everybody ever wanted was another single player Arkham game. That's all we wanted. And you decided to give players a live service bullshit version of an Arkham game that didn't even have the characters that they cared about.
Hashtag drawing.
Thought that you were going to make this into $1 billion franchise. You really thought that. That's the hilarious thing. The developers and the executives over at Warner Brothers really thought that Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was going to be a $1 billion franchise. With a B. I'm not kidding. And now they're sitting here losing $200 million and making anything less than $1 billion. You know what I mean? Like they're not getting anywhere close to that $1 billion number. So they learned the hard way that gamers will absolutely speak with their wallets. And I'm proud to say that people are really doing that more often. Yeah, it wasn't like that in the beginning. Sure, people were buying games just because they couldn't help themselves. But the problem is people have such a big backlog now that they really don't mind voting with their wallet because they don't mind waiting. They don't have to be there day one for most of these games. So if you're not giving the gamers what they want and you're not enticing them at your maximum opportunity to profit, then you only have yourself to blame. You can't blame the gamer when you're the one out here doing this bullshit with your video games and expecting maximum return while you do it. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate if you get to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
See how I use an ad blocker. Very mindful, very demure.
Oh my god, you women word learn that stupid word.
I get paid for it.
God. That's a stupid word. Whoever, the word is not even dumb. How it's used is stupid from stupid people. Oh my god. Demure. Shut up. I just learned a word today and then it just totally... It's wild. People crazy. Like, very demure. Shut up.
The time machine to 1984.
Crazy sheep.
Dystopias have only gotten more popular over time. This could be because
you don't sound very
demure.
Jesus Christ. That term is so dumb.
Solvable issues within our own society.
leads us to the very
Luz Amador said
Are we
thanks.
today also living in a dystopia?
No problem. It's clips to your paint, just to let
This
you
is
know.
what my opinion is. I think that in some cases this is true, but I also think that we are living in the most prosperous and best time in the entire history of humankind. Like, we have more access and like more resources than anybody else that's ever had, but there are some inadequacies and some things that people don't have that are really big. It's not even close. Yeah, by far.
Understand whether our world qualifies as one, we really need to just figure out what a dystopia actually is, and what sets dystopian media apart from other genres. At the most basic level, it can be understood as the mirror image of a utopia. While a utopian
Ryu the
society
Samurai
is
said,
either
"Clip
close
studio
or has
paint."
already attained perfection, a dystopia is the opposite. It's a world where negative aspects of society or massive living problems dominate everything else. It could be nearly anything, from out-of-control technology to an oppressive regime, or even the consequences of some cataclysmic world-changing event. As long as you've got that, the only restriction is that society still needs to exist. While it wouldn't be very nice to live in a world where the zombie apocalypse has taken place, if wider society is already broken down, then it wouldn't be a dystopia. So this is the nuts and bolts of the genre, but it still doesn't really tell us anything about why people like the genre or how much a dystopia resembles our own world.
I think the reason why dystopia
Because it's so
and
realistic.
sci-fi stuff especially is very popular is
Because probably he's gonna say because it's the closest thing to what. It's probably the most realistic thing that's closest that you see in a lot of movies or something like that. Unlike saying like a Superman, a Batman, a Spider-Man movie. So when you see in the movies like the future and stuff, it's the closest thing that parallels to us to a certain degree. I'm pretty sure.
Because of the philosophical aspect of it. Like a lot of dystopia, like if you look at like Blade Runner, if you look at Hunger Games, or you look at like anything like 1984, there's a lot of philosophy that's involved with it. And I think that that's what makes it compelling and interesting to people, is because they can see the parallels. It's the relatability, exactly.
There you go.
The byproduct of how messed up the world
Technically what I
has become
said,
is that we've
but he
got
just said it
plenty of
differently.
material here to help us along. When the world shut down in early 2020, it was pretty easy to see why people thought we were living in a dystopia. Between the empty streets and the 24/7 news coverage, it was almost impossible to go through your day without being confronted by it all.
Yeah, this
it wasn't
was
surprising
crazy.
that in the first 2 months of the outbreak, the game Plaguing saw its global downloads more than double, pushing it towards the top of the App Store charts.
Yeah, of
Its
course.
gameplay of managing the spread of the pathogen was all the more relevant. The film Contagion, which depicts an imaginary flu pandemic, also saw a massive burst of interest. It went from being the 270th most popular movie straight into the iTunes top 10 for digital download.
Jesus.
These jumps in popularity were
These are
pretty
not
predictable,
good. These are
really.
too
In the
stretched
same
out.
way that any movie which seems to predict the future will see renewed
grab
interest.
this.
If audiophobic aliens really did invade, then A Quiet Place would probably see a meaty bump in sales, at least among people who don't mind reading subtitles. But while Contagion and Plaguing aren't really dystopias either, it does illustrate the key behind what's made the genre what it is today. Dystopias are based on taking a problem with our own world and magnifying it until it dominates and defies everything. If you're a writer or any kind of artist, there's clearly more value in doing this with negative aspects of society compared to the good parts.
I think also, like, even the ones that are the good parts, there's like usually some sort of like double-edged sword element to it, where it's like, yeah, it's good, but, or yes, everything is great except. And that's usually what's being discussed, because movies need to have usually some kind of like conflict that you're working through to solve, of course.
Simply be boring to read or watch a film about a true utopia, as there isn't really any conflict or stakes when the problems have already been solved. But dystopian media, on the other hand, can tell us something about our own worlds. By magnifying a real problem through the lens of fiction, we get a different, more detailed look at it than we could get on our own. By making the problem define the entire story, it lets us focus completely on it. In our own lives, there's too many other things that get in the way, and it's in this way that dystopian media helps us take control of these daunting, practically unsolvable problems that we're faced with today. While there isn't much surviving philosophy on how to make a dystopia, there's plenty of philosophers who try to do the opposite, and figure out what makes a perfect society. Some of them
Yeah, that usually hasn't worked, right? Yeah, see, like, you're never gonna have this work or fit together because people are not perfect. You're always gonna have assholes that make things worse. And the best thing that you can do is have, like, safety rails for whenever that happens. We had a different time. Yeah, looking for Utopia and Space Race. Yeah, of course.
ever really saw their plans put into action. Plato's idea of an idealized society involved a strict caste system ruled over by mathematician, philosopher kings. But as far as we know, nobody ever really tried this.
No.
Other ideas were more successful. Confucius and his ideas about society laid the bedrock for over 2,000 years of Chinese history. By far the most impactful utopian philosophy of recent history began with Hegel, a 19th century German philosopher. He saw history as a slow, inevitable march towards an enlightened, free society. In his view, everything was leading up to that utopian point, and it's an essential part of his theory of dialectics. But while we might not have reached that point yet, we have seen one of his students' theories put into practice. Marx took Hegel's ideas and applied them to a struggle between the workers and an oppressive ruling class.
See, this is the problem with things like Karl Marx, is that a lot of this is actually true. Like, a lot of the solutions may not work in the way that he says they should work, but it's very evident that, there is basically a class war that is going on. That's why so many people, pay attention to what he's talking about even now.
History, this
he's not wrong.
Time and time again.
But the way you go about it doesn't make much sense.
The workers finally triumphed. But unfortunately, this never really happened either. In fact, when communists got into power, it led to some of the most dystopian and oppressive societies ever. Whether it's a fault with people or it's a fault with communism itself, doesn't really matter for our purposes. The fact remains that these utopian ideas enabled one of the most oppressive dystopian regimes in history. The Soviet Union even directly inspired one of the dystopias we'll talk about later. But it's clear
I think the problem is, in a lot of... I feel like one parallel is that when things are going very bad, it's usually illegal or not allowed to talk about how bad they are.
And
9 times out of 10.
A lot of the dystopia type stuff is that you can't, or you're not able to, or nobody listens to you speaking out. Because I think usually talking about things and being able to speak out against them makes it to where, it becomes less possible for things to get very bad, right? But the issue is that when media is controlled, or when, dissenting speech is illegal, then you have the real big problems. Sounds accurate for today? Well, I think that most of the time, if you think about, a lot of the bad and, oppressive regimes, pretty much every single one of them is, massively censorship. Huge amounts of censorship. And I would even say there's a correlation between the more censorship a place has, the worse the place is. I think that's usually what happens. UK moment? Yeah.
Utopian thinking and the lengths people go to achieve it can easily lead to a dystopian society instead. Once the ends justify the means, any amount of suffering becomes excusable to reach the end goal.
And that's also another component, and it's kind of like what I was saying before about how the people that are doing the death threats and everything on Twitter, those people, the reason why they're doing it is because they genuinely think that they're on the right side of history.
Right, yes.
They think that they're the good guys, and they're fighting the good fight. And I think that's one of the really big differences that happens, is that once you tell somebody that you're on the right side of history, and everybody that you're fighting
it excuses everything.
Terrible person,
it excuses all the actions.
It becomes a lot easier to dehumanize them and to treat them like
crap.
Basically to do anything that you want to these people.
Literally human ways, yes.
Some theories that don't directly describe how to create a dystopia, but they do predict that the slide into a dystopian society
Why did they leave the door open? Oh,
One of my
Jesus,
favorite TV shows is Mr. Robot, and you can probably tell by the amount of times we use the clips in the show. But did you ever see the mail service they use in the show? Well, they're actually today's sponsor, Proton VPN. The VPN that is taking over the world with its massive
a lot of people use it.
Oh, damn it. How long is this? I'm gonna finish after this video. How long is this?
But they do predict that the slide
40 minutes? Not bad. I'll do... yeah, once this video's over,
One of my favorite TV shows is Mr. Robot, and you can probably tell by the amount of times we use the clips in the show. But did you ever see the mail service they use in the show? Well, they're actually today's sponsor, Proton VPN. The VPN that is taking over the world with its massive
a lot of people use it.
Proton 10 gigabytes per second using VPN accelerator, and with over 100 million users.
How the fuck are there this many VPNs? Am I the only person that's noticed this? That every single fucking YouTube video has a VPN in it? How is there this much money in VPNs? It's crazy.
They've been featured in the New York Times and Time magazine because Proton VPNs they operate out of Switzerland, which is protected by strong privacy laws. Proton's journey began with Proton Mail, their encrypted email service. but now they offer a complete privacy ecosystem. Proton VPN, Proton Drive for secure file storage, and Proton Pass for encrypted password management. So why should you use Proton VPN? Well, because they hide your IP address, letting you browse privately and access content from around the world. From streaming, you can watch shows and sports from anywhere by changing your IP location. If you're a gamer, you can benefit from accessing cloud services and avoiding throttling. And even if you're not a gamer, using Proton VPN to control online activities and access social networks securely. And with their P2P file sharing, you're
You should get a sponsored VPN. I don't know.
And Nextshield blocks ads and trackers for a better browsing experience. And on top
It's the ads are so bad now, especially trackers and shit like that. I mean, you can't be surprised that people are looking for every way to get around it.
With that, they're also dedicated to privacy with a strict no logs policy, independently verified by auditors, and open source code for complete transparency, allowing you to enjoy secure access to content, including Netflix and torrenting, Proton's trusted reputation and accessible plans.
There's one sponsor I was supposed to take. I don't know if I'm still gonna take it, but I might take that sponsor very soon for obvious reasons. But I'll get to it later.
99 cents. So try Proton VPN today by using the link in the description below to learn more and safeguard your online freedom with Proton. The general idea these theories share is that something about technology and scientific progression leads to a dystopia. Either we're guaranteed to abuse the tools it gives us, making the world worse, or the technology changes society itself and creates the conditions that lead to a dystopia. Ted Kaczynski, otherwise known as the Unabomber.
This fucking guy. Oh my god.
This is one of the people who believed in these ideas. Now, he had some insane thoughts on how to try and change things. It seemed delusional that he could even affect things in any way. But the basic ideas in his manifesto are lucid, and it was even used as evidence that he was very capable of knowing his actions were wrong, as it was a very well-written manifesto.
No, there are lots of other people that have said many of the same things that the Unabomber said.
With many interesting thoughts. You see, he thought that industrial society and technology was slowly stripping people of their natural freedom, whilst destroying the natural world in the process. The outward benefits of technology are enough to convince people to just let this happen, but he ignores just how much of an impact modern technology has in making people's lives better in general. For starters, lots of the people watching this today would be dead if not for modern medicine. Modern agriculture means that most people don't have to slave away in the fields, and bad weather doesn't generally lead to mass famine anymore. There's even the fact that as a country becomes more industrialized and more developed, it also becomes more likely that it's a democracy rather than a dictatorship.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, that's the thing, is I feel like people being able to, like, vote on what they want, like, democratically, this is the logical way to do things that's best for most people, right? Just by the nature of, like, what it is. So, yeah, usually if things are going well, things move in that direction, of course.
Every metric, it does seem like technology has made the world better for most people, at least so far. The past 20 years or so have started to bring some very big doubts into people's minds. When new technologies get developed today, it often seems like the negatives massively outweigh the benefits. The internet and instant global communication has led to social media and all the damage that's done to society as well. It also pushed mass surveillance and data harvesting into overdrive. AI promises to be the next big thing, but some of its most popular uses include role-playing with a fake girlfriend or replacing the art's need for humans in the first place. It all
I don't like that. I think that AI has a lot of very good uses that transcend having AI girlfriends. Like, people use AI in medicine, they use it in all kinds of creation. It's not like, oh wow, AI is this bad thing and all it does is allow you to steal other people's art. Like, that's not really how AI used, like for science, etc. So I just feel like, again, a lot of times people's perception on a lot of these like types of technology, they're very narrow, and it's based around like how this technology will affect entertainment and not necessarily how the technology will affect anything outside of that. So people are thinking about it in terms of like getting a girlfriend or like movies or something like that. But people use these tools all the time, and they're very useful. Great for recipes, actually. Yeah, exactly. So like, there's always...
You can, well, I won't say medicine, but they'll, like for, like surgeries, for instance, AI will be good at doing surgeries, pinpoint surgeries better than a human can. They'll have a AI robot do the surgeries instead of having a human do it. Or I think there's one with it where a human puts their hands through it like a glove thing, and it makes the robot be more precise than their hands can ever be. So the human's still doing the movements, it's just more precise with the robot doing it for them while being controlled by the human. 9 times out of 10, that's one of them, I can at least say. Maybe it will help an AI by how to do certain algorithmic, other algorithmic stuff that's going on, to, like medicine, and how to develop them much more efficiently. Maybe that's something.
Always going to be a bad side to all types of technology. It's the same as like if you look at a lot of tools can be effectively used as weapons, right? Like, I mean, look at a scythe or like a pickaxe or something like that. That's a pretty good fucking weapon. So it's really not with the tool, it's with the people that are using the tool. That's really the problem.
Yeah, that's where the problem comes in.
Well, it's working pretty well.
That's really where the problem usually comes in. It's the saying, guns don't kill people, people with guns kill people. You know what I'm saying? The gun can't kill you or do anything to you. That's what it's designed to do, or at least maim, hurt, injure, and even kill. But if you put a gun on a table and no one touches it, no one dies. But once someone puts their hand on the trigger, then there's a high lethal probability someone can be harmed. So whether it's from the hands of a good person or even the hands of a bad person, because the hands of a good person who has no intention of hurting anyone can accidentally put their finger on the trigger, and the trigger can be very sensitive, and then just even the slightest push can make it go off. You know what I'm saying?
JR said fists are still the leading cause of violent death.
Let me see. Oh, your thing didn't come up. I didn't get to see it. It'll come up in a bit.
Oh, nuclear energy?
Gives the impression that at some point in the past few decades, technology became more destructive than constructive for society. And if this trend...
Completely disagree with this. I think technology has made us more comfortable and better off than we ever have been.
Yes, but it has made us more lazy and probably a bit more crazy to a certain degree. Not actually made us crazy, but it has assisted us to be more crazy. Is there more of that stuff or no? That was all.
What? For the chips? Yeah.
Is there more?
We can make more. Yeah.
You have the technology.
I have I have this vitality.
What is this?
It's a kombucha drink I made.
Oh.
I feel I should have the hazelnut at the end.
Oh.
That cookie taste.
Yeah.
And I think that the problem that we've had actually is the fact that, like, I mean, this is kind of what the Unabomber was saying, is that people will live in such a life that is completely devoid of any sense of, like, real struggle or ownership of anything that, makes a person a person. It's like, for example, like, if you look at, like, the entire time of human history, and then you think about the amount of time that we have where people work at desk jobs, you're looking at literally a percentage of time that is less than 0.1%. So 99.9% of our time, evolutionarily, we've been working physically, moving around, like the human body's made to move around a lot, right? And so if you have a person that's not doing that at all, you are effectively acting against your best nature. And so what happens is that, it's like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Why do I have a feeling he's going to bring up the NEAT thing? I have this weird feeling he's going to bring up NEATs. Or nets, or, what do you call it? Hikikomoris.
Ray said smash.
Why do I feel he's going to make up hikikomoris? I have this feeling. Because they kind of benefit from this very thing he's talking about.
Randy said Daeyeon smash.
It's because if you think about it, they benefit from this because all they have to do, because I think most of the time they're either being funded by their parents, or if they do live by themselves, they're usually taking a job that usually works from home, that gives them that pays just enough.
Randy said, bro, why are the drawings so smashable?
I don't know. But anyway,
the samurai said needs.
It needs, there we go. And then what they'll do is that the jobs that they'll take from home usually is just enough for them to live. Maybe not enough to go out and live beyond that, but just enough to stay home. Because they don't want to deal with human like interaction. That's the whole point. They don't want to deal with the real world to a certain degree. It really depends on the situation, whether it's from their parents, enabling them, or something that's causing them to be enabled to stay home 9 times out of 10. So
where at the very top you have self-actualization.
Because like usually it's just because they don't want to live, they don't want to grow up, in the sense of they don't want to find a girlfriend because they're scared of rejection, or they had a bad experience or something like that, some traumatic bad experience. I think a perfect example of this was what's his face from Jobless Reincarnation. I think it was Rudy when he was adult way back when in the real world. He was a NEET. He didn't want to deal with anyone because of the constant bullying he got. So he made it his mission to work from home. I guess he had a work from home job or something, and he got real hooked on playing video games. And I think he was falling back on his work, that he had to get kicked out or something to that extent at the beginning of the show.
Ryu the
Hardest
samurai
thing to
said
do,
Rudy.
really.
Yeah.
And when everybody is
Rudy
at
is.
that top point of the pyramid, that's whenever you get a lot of these like dystopia projections. But the reason why you're getting this dystopia projection is because everything below that is totally taken care of. That's what I think.
Does exist and it does continue into the future, it will lead to a dystopian society if it hasn't already.
Yeah.
With all of that said, we can get down to the specifics. The question of whether our world is a dystopia might be best answered by people's personal experiences. If the world's problems are preventing someone from having a good and meaningful life, then for all intents and purposes, they're living in a dystopia. But what are those specific problems? Well, let's go through these problems and look at the dystopian media that analyzes them. While it's definitely outshined by other big problems with society, population collapse is a growing concern for nearly all of the world. The media doesn't really focus on it because it doesn't bring in any ratings. It's a gradual problem of statistics and trend lines. But when you examine it more closely, it could shake the very foundations on which our society is built. Modern economies are dependent on growth. If a country's economy stops growing for just a few months, it slips into recession and millions of people see the standard of living drop, often for years afterwards. Part of this assumption that the economy will just keep growing is built into the idea that there will always be more people to fill all of the jobs that society needs.
I feel like at a certain point, you've got to kind of blame that on the system, right? Like, you can't just blame it on people. Like, if you have a system that just like, oh, everything is always going to get bigger forever, I feel like this is kind of a bad way of basing things on, right? I mean, yeah, what are you talking about?
I think I get what he's saying. Maybe I'm interpreting this to a certain degree, but I get what he's saying, because if there was like a crazy virus that just kind of broke out and started really just wiping people out, you know what I'm saying? To just expect there's always going to be people going to be around. That's kind of dumb to say, because you never know what can happen. There could be a next asteroid that might come out of nowhere. You know, the moon might move out of alignment for some odd reason and start killing people because of the sun and all that stuff, or something like that. Or like a bad, like the coronavirus, whether you believe it or not, something similar might come out of nowhere and start just wiping people out because of some type of super bug.
Population collapse throws a spanner in the works.
Exactly.
As it stands today, large parts of the working population in nearly all developed countries are set to enter retirement over the next few decades.
But this is going to happen to, I think, over half of jobs. I think that in 30 years, it will no longer be socially expected for you to have a job as an adult, because so many things will be automated.
There's far few...
He's not... I don't think he's wrong, because I was watching a video a couple, like I think it was a week ago, and I was watching it with a girlfriend, and it was funny because what we was watching was about kids being bad in school, and it's gotten so bad to the point where teachers are complaining, where they're making videos on how horrible and how horrific these kids are, how disrespectful they are. And I think one of the teachers mentioned that there might be a possibility where AI might come into play, where instead of going to school, you'll have your own personal AI teacher. They'll teach you math, English, arithmetic, and all that stuff. The only thing that the AI can't do is probably teach you how to, do physical activity. That might be on your own. Because what's going to happen is instead of going to a school, you're going to be schooled at home by a literal robot. Whether it's a AI robot on your phone or on the computer, and you need to clock into a certain amount of time with the computer, and then it'll watch your progress. It'll watch you on a camera and everything else, and it'll tell you how you're doing, how you should feel, blah, blah, blah. And then if you have a problem, you don't have to ask a human to get help. You can literally ask the robot assistance if you need help. And something like that, something to that factor, where you won't need teachers anymore, like a literal teacher. Now, I know some of you are gonna be like, what about the social aspect of that? Well, the social aspect of that is important, like being a kid and getting to know other kids, or being a teen, or being a know our teens, or a college person. But you gotta look at it in the sense of how wokeism has literally just ravaged everything. So because there's a lot of parents who are now more awake of this woke cult-like thinking, that it's almost like you can't escape it. And there's a lot of parents who don't like dyed-haired women telling their children that they can be 1,010 genders. So instead of that, they'd rather have a robot than have a crazy person talk to them. Some people will be for that. More people, you don't have to be religious. There's some people just don't like the fact that their kids are being told that they could be 1,000, 1,010 genders, or something like that. They'd rather have a robot tell them the truth and be like straight with them than someone slowly grooming them to be something that they're not. You know what I'm saying? And even if the robots start saying the same things, it's not going to be on a sociable level as that of like a robot saying there's 10, 15 genders, that's it, and that's all. You know what I'm saying? There's a deadness to that when being told, to the point that you're not going to care, than someone who's very about that, who's very into that, whose whole life surrounds around that, and then make it to a sociable thing, make it into a game, make it into a cool thing around in a sociable way, that they'll start making it their identity to a certain degree, where these kids are indoctrinated to a certain degree. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that social aspect may not even be needed anymore, because, well, first thing in the game, they already got rid of most of physical ed anyway. So, and I think they even got rid of recess now in school. So, you know, the only thing left is just sitting at your desk and, you know, doing your homework and probably goofing off a little bit. Now, if you can eliminate that too, because China's already doing this. They have like, where teachers will actually know if you're paying attention or not without even asking if you're paying attention or not. They'll have like this mind thing on your head. I think they put it on your head, and it shows like a dot of showing who's paying attention, and it lets the teacher know in real time if your kid is paying attention. And if your kid is acting out in the slightest, not only that, the teacher will have like a notification to the principal or to like the security, but they'll also have, it'll go straight to the parents' phone to let them know that their kid is being a problem in class. So there's never a question of what's going on with your kid.
That's fake, actually. China fakes all that tech stuff.
Oh, really? That was fake?
Samurai said crazy.
Let me see. Because I saw that video and I was like, Even if it's fake, I wouldn't put it past China if they developed something like that in the first place, when China's the way they are. Because I saw that video and I was believed that that was real. Because it had like this white guy. I forget it was a white guy. What was it? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Which video was it? Hold on. It was called the... Let's see. China brain education. Here it is. It was from the WSJ, from Wall Street Journal, I think. It was a 5-minute video on how China is using artificial intelligence. That was fake? It's from 5 years ago. It says how China is using artificial intelligence in classrooms and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure some of that might have been fake, given it's China, because China is known for doing things like that, though. Student in this tries to absorb knowledge using hand gestures. Oh, that's kind of cool. Never knew that one. Or tactic connects your brain. Low brain cells. Oh, cool. I'll have to look at that next. I'll do that in another video.
Fewer people being born or entering the workplace to fill this gap. It means that the world is already dealing with a large dependent population compared to a small proportion of working, economically productive people. It's not the kind of problem that seems like it would create a dystopia all on its own, unless you dial this up to 11. That's the scenario that the 2006 film Children...
This movie was so fucking good. Oh my god. If you haven't seen this movie, you should absolutely watch it. This is an S-tier movie.
Of Men explores. The film is set in an alternate future where nobody has been able to have children.
I can never tell if he's being serious or not whenever he says things. Sometimes I just don't know if he's being dead serious, because sometimes that sarcasm could be like sound like it's just him talking.
I bought it at Blockbuster.
Pushing society to the edge. Developing countries have almost entirely collapsed without a working population to keep them sustained. Richer, developed countries are a bit better off. The massive amounts of refugees combined with the economic hardship have pushed them deep into authoritarianism. The film revolves around an apathetic civil servant trying to protect humanity's last chance at a brighter future, the only baby to be born in years. A lot of the movie's strength isn't in the plot though. Instead it's the background information and the details that really tie the film together. There's so much there to make it feel authentic. Some of the details that fans have noticed really show how much thought they put into this. While the film was released years before the Shard was built in London, the film is set in the future so it's visible in the skyline. Then
it's kind of crazy how, if you look at a lot of the clips here, and you look at how it is now, man, it's not that far off.
Then there's the underlying detail that people have become even more obsessed with their pets because they're trying to fill the hole their children left. A lot of the political commentary and the details of the overarching story are left in the background as well. As we mentioned earlier, dystopian media often amplifies and magnifies things going on in our own world, and this is no exception. The two sides of the conflict in Children of Men are both distortions of today's political divide. The rich and powerful are depicted as fascist oppressors, living in their own little bubbles, oblivious to the suffering going on around them. They hoard art from the old world, but it's all meaningless because it's been taken out of the world which gave it context, and soon nobody will be around to appreciate it. They keep this shaky establishment in place with propaganda, brutal reprisals, and oppression. You would expect the film's version of the left to therefore be the good guys, fighting to take down the oppressive system, but instead they're just much more morally grey. One of the first action scenes...
That's one of the reasons why this movie is extremely good. It's because it presents the topic in a non-one-dimensional way. And that's one of the things that I think that a lot of people are tired of media with, because this is a big problem, is that I feel like nowadays a lot of media doesn't respect the intelligence of the watcher or the viewer, and they have to constantly remind you that
yes, that is actually true. That is actually true. They have to constantly remind you that, and it's not even remind you, it's like more remind you of a particular group or person that is pretty insufferable 9 times out of 10. Kind of like with Dragon Age, for example.
The good guys, these are the bad guys. Hey, in case you weren't paying attention, they're bad, they're good, right? So yeah, fantastic movie. Yeah, exactly.
Is later revealed to be an interfaction assassination plot, for example. And it shows how divided and power-hungry they really are, trying to use humanity's last hope as a political tool. They clearly want to tear down the old order, but that's the only thing they're unified by. At the end of the film, in a big battle scene, they're still just as violent and threatening to the last hope of humanity as the government has been. The whole political conflict running through the movie is framed as the result of hopelessness for the future. But when they see the hope, and they see the baby at the end of the movie, it's one of the most powerful moments in the film. All the conflict and the fighting just stops when they can see that there is still hope. Children of Men does a great job of visualizing our worst fears when it comes to population collapse, but it goes even deeper than that. The film explores the problems with a decaying society. The fact that it's also intuitive and recognizable shows us a lot about our own world today. The deep resemblance...
I do think that technology and how good it is going to make people dumber, and I think it's already started happening. I
said that. It'll make people lazy and stupider. It's already happening as we speak. Like, if I remember, I think they said for America, most kids are talking in they're not really good in English. I think we're 24 in English and I think 16 in math, if I'm right, globally, if I remember right. And then it's like, or probably even lower than that. What was the other one? It was like it's literally slipped my mind.
Problem now that a lot of kids don't have to critically solve problems because technology has gotten so good that it solves all of those problems for you. You don't have to...
Yeah, it's probably like, this is why I will admit this. This is why if I knew, I would have to go back to school to a certain degree because of like writing like sentences and stuff, because I've been so reliant on like, what's the right word? Reliant on like, not even just text to speech, but also like on it doing the grammar for me, or like spellings and stuff like that, because it's just so easy to use. It's just more seamless to use, I'm saying. Not that I forgot to spell or anything. It's just like if I was spelling something, or if I didn't know how to spell something, instead of just looking up a dictionary, I would just use speak to text.
To think about how can you get 30% of something. You just have an app that does that.
Yeah.
You don't have to think about how can
I think this is what I remember I was watching this one dude. His name was what's his name? Tommy Sotomayor. And he said something that was true. He's like, he sometimes worry about kids nowadays because he says kids don't use their memory as best as they should, like kids in the 80s, because in the kids in the 80s and 70s, they have to remember where they was going. There was no GPS. You knew how to read a map, or you have to memorize landmarks when going somewhere, especially somewhere you're not really familiar with. Because if you were to go get kidnapped and you can only see so much, you have to remember what you passed by if you can see through the... He used a very extreme example, but he kind of had a point. Because you have to remember where you have to go when going somewhere, especially somewhere you're not even so familiar with at all. So that was usually one of the biggest things. And I think those type of things were the reason why a lot of people had more common sense, because you're more bogged down with these little things that you don't have time to think about absolutely nothing. So you remember, like, you have to remember like phone numbers, you have to remember certain due dates and stuff like that, like scheduling, stuff like that, keeping track of it, or either write it down or have it on paper or at a beeper. I think a beeper, is it a beeper back in the day? I think a lot of, I don't know if doctors still use beepers to this day. I don't think they do, because they have the phone these days. I don't think they use those. That was really common in the 90s a lot. But yeah, it was like that. So I think that's one of the reasons. Hello. I didn't see is this Kitty Cakes? Hello. I didn't see you saying hi earlier. I didn't say anything earlier. Sorry about that.
They are said they are exposed by China insider channels. This show must go on said I think the Titus should be bigger. Mickey Homie Chance
Pager, there he goes. I call them beepers.
Shortcake
Because they
emoji,
use the beep.
sparkling heart emoji.
Pagers, it was a pager.
JR said in some Western states they're letting people graduate without knowing how to read or write.
I believe you.
Yuga Samurai said lol.
I actually believe you on that
Yuga
one.
Samurai asks Pager.
I do believe you on that one. I do believe they're just letting people just graduate because they can't read or write. It's more to keep those numbers up than actually have them ready for like the working world, or just know how to handle themselves in a academic situation. So
something, you just have an app that spells it for you.
And I think that's why a lot of people didn't like No Child Left Behind, because I think that actually killed a lot of like potential for kids, because kids who tried and put their hardest into stuff looks at it as like, if the one who's stupid was able to get past and didn't have to do as much work as I do, what's the point if I have to put in as much if he or she gets to pass anyway, if they're just gonna get like easy ways of getting in? That was something that really was a problem. I still think it still is.
And it's not like one thing that's the problem, because like there are, so like tools like calculators, I don't think are this kind of a problem, but tools that do the calculating for you are the problem.
Yes, because for you to use the calculator like you're doing an equation, the only thing that the calculator is doing is just literally it's not getting the answer, because it doesn't do the formula. It just does the calculating. That's it. You have to know the steps to do a formula, like a basic equation or like an algebraic equation. You need to know how to get the point A, point B of using, what was it called? PEMDAS? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, PEMDAS. You have to know the steps of that. If you didn't know the steps of that, you're kind of useless with the if you don't know how to use PEMDAS, then you're kind of useless to that point if you didn't know how to use it. Even if you had a calculator, you're just gonna guess your way through and not know what the hell you're doing. So.
And it's not even that it's a problem, but it's a side effect to improving technology.
This is why I don't like when they say in what do you call it? What's that? Grammarly. When they say, "Oh, my writing's a lot better." Your writing has not gotten better. It's just that it suggests better writing than you, and you just pick the best suggested writing. So you can write a sentence, right? And then you give it to the AI, and the AI will give you like 3 or 4 different options of that, and you just pick the best one that you sounds best to you when saying the same exact thing, or saying something similar to what you just said, but just slightly better, or just more precise. So same thing. But that's pretty much what that is. And then they'll gaslight themselves saying, "I am writing better." You're not writing better. You're not. Because if that's the case, every artist who is an AI artist is an artist then. They didn't do anything.
Is that the ability to critically think is no longer important. Basically, it's
actually it's looked down upon if you critically think. Because if you critically think, people ask you the stupid question of why do you care, or why does that bother you so much, or why you have to think about this type of stuff. It's not that important. Usually, and when you have a legitimate like argument, it ruffles the feathers of people who don't think. So when they hear you thinking, they either find you annoying, frustrating to be around, or X, Y, and Z because they don't think. They don't put the effort of thinking because thinking is too much, too hard, or it questions their way of life, their way of thinking, or just it questions their whole authority in that sense. And when that happens, that's where you get the woke individuals who don't want to think. They just want to go with what's fine, because 1 minute something that was perfectly normal is now considered hateful because a bunch of morons think it sounds bad. Not that it is bad, it just sounds bad. So therefore, it's bad.
Important as it used to be, because you have machines that can critically think for you, and that way you're not exercising that part of your brain. And I think if you don't lose it, if you don't use it, you lose it, right? That's it. Percentage? Yeah, it's exactly what's happening. And the crazy thing is that in a lot of types of technology, like in these dystopias, like I think Idiocracy is the best example, right? That there's very commonly a type of alien technology that nobody understands that is in fact, it was the progenitor of like whatever some apocalypse situation was, where it's like, yeah, we have all these machines, but nobody knows how the machines work anymore.
Definitely pushes us towards the conclusion that we are in fact living in a dystopia. But it also definitely helps that the movie is trying to imagine what our times would look like. It's a very realistic, close-to-home dystopia set only a few years from the current day. A different test would be to see how our world stacks up against a dystopia that seems like it's much more different to our world. One where flying cars, cyborgs, and other futuristic technology...
I think that there are a lot of people that live in dystopia, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the world is a dystopia. So, like, there are people that have really bad, like, living conditions for whatever reason, and those people are living in this situation, but that's not necessarily always the fault of society. Sometimes it's the individual's fault or something like that.
These are everywhere. Like the world of Blade Runner 2049, cyberpunk as a genre and Blade Runner in particular focuses on what it means to be human and where we should draw the line between human and machine. In the film, we see a world where every intangible part of humanity has been figured out and replicated, then turned into a product. These human-like machines or replicants are everywhere in the film, and they're treated like a lower class of individual. They're human in pretty much every single way, except for the fact they still can't have children of their own. It's the final barrier yet to be broken down by technology, and Blade Runner 2049's world uses it as
sounds most of the LGBT.
The story follows Kay, a replicant whose job it is to hunt down other replicants that have gone rogue and rebelled against their programming. In the process, he discovers the body of a replicant who has given birth. It's a discovery that could change the whole society's view on replicants, but as we'll find out, it's also something which could seal the fate of replicants as lower-class citizens forever. Wallace, the de facto corporate overlord of the world and the creator of the replicants, also wants to find the promised child. Replicants are still expensive and slow to create, meaning they still can't fully replace people. If he can unlock that final secret, it'll perfect his product and give him pretty much total control. It's this fact that makes the film feel so close to home, despite all the futuristic technology and skyscraper-sized holograms. It's a world caught in an awkward middle phase, stuck between the past and the utopian future. If non-sentient replicants were perfected and there were enough of them, you could imagine freeing up enough resources for everyone to have a good life. But instead, there's scarcity and the tyrannical control.
I think the real problem is that, and this is the issue with like all types of like AI and like automation, the problem is that with a lot of these types of tools, it's not like when the machines take over your job, you just get to go home and then they send you your paycheck every day.
No.
You get fired
And you're
then
homeless.
Your paycheck now goes back to the company, and then the company takes that money
Yeah.
instead. So that's really where the issues are. It's that when you have these types of people that are consolidating all of the wealth and like the means of production along a very, very small subset of people, what that's going to do is, I've said this before, I think it's going to create feudalism again. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And I think that if we don't have like laws to kind of prevent that, what's going to end up happening is that people will basically become vassals of other people that are wealthy and control those means of production. And we're going to go right back to where we were in like the fucking Middle Ages. Because like, how else could people provide any value? Techno-feudalism? Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. And I think also like you're seeing it happen a lot in like a very abstract sense with like, Uber Eats, with, DoorDash, with Uber.
JR said the thing about automation is that it also creates jobs. When they automated the automotive production, unions fearmongered about the death of society because it employed so many people.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But see, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that's actually the goal for most of these companies now, because these companies have witnessed what happens when when the bloat is too high, right? So I'm not saying people are not going to get hired. I think the goal is to have less people. And it makes it easy for the company to run better, especially if you don't have to deal with a stupid activist and you don't have to meet certain guidelines. Like you don't have to meet like a quota, or if you're taking ESG money, or that's one thing. But like, that's more of an option, I believe. I don't think that's like a mandatory thing. But I think the point is to avoid any possibility of a HR individual, a lawsuit, or anyone who can say X, Y, and Z because this reason. I think the whole point of the AI movement, at least right now, given to what's going on today, is just to get rid of the activists, the crazy Twitter, the ill mentally unsound individual that's always on Twitter. You see how they have like someone like Melissa McCartney, I think that's her name, that's on Kotaku. She just now lost her job, right? She just now lost the job just recently. She said that she left, but we all know she got fired. But like, she now just lost it after years of being a pain in the thorax. So I think that's what that is. I'm not saying it's not going to make jobs. I think it's just going to make less jobs, so we don't have to deal with more people who may want to start a union and this, that, and the third. So it just makes it easier. More production and automation, less yapping, yes, people trying to start a coup to a certain degree in a corporate sense. Nah, I think that's what that is.
With all
I
these
could be
other
wrong,
types of
though.
services that basically just exist to give people with more resources
I could be just being very biased on that, but like, that's just how it feels.
more convenience.
Because if I was a company, whether it's a tech company or just even a restaurant, I would probably replace majority of the teenagers and young people who are making the food and replace them with a robot. It's less problems on the behalf that they're going to do something to the food because they had a bad day, or they're going to drop the food, not because they have a bad day, just because they're on accident and they want to put the food right back. You know what I'm saying? It lessens, the point is to lessen the human mistake as much as possible and bring the production as high as possible with as much growth and profit. I think that's what that is. So even if you're making more jobs, the point is to eliminate the human as much as possible to so it doesn't either fight back or have a reason to fight back, or if it could fight back, what do I have in place to defend them, to defend against that, so it's a guarantee for me that when they try to sue, bring HR, I have full immunity against this individual who is probably not credibly sound.
And I think that that's basically how things are going to go in that direction.
is that more and more people's job will be functionally to create more convenience for a person that has more money than them.
Yeah.
I think that's what's kind of happening. And I think it's already happening. How do we fix it? We have like laws to like tax people and, you know, like redistribute money, right? I mean, clearly, like that's what you have to have.
I don't think that's gonna work.
All the wealth and power is hoarded by the ruling corporate class. The rest of the world is left in an even
I
worse
don't think that's a
position.
good solution.
We see this in the film when he visits the factory that is all still held up by child labor and oppression. The technology that promised salvation for the masses has instead only deepened those gaps. It mirrors the way that technology seems to be impacting our world today. We're constantly told
I
about
feel
how
that's more of a leftist take.
innovations like AI are going to make the economy more productive and therefore make people's lives better. But as we've gotten more advanced, people are increasingly seen as numbers in a spreadsheet. The further we go, the more the world...
I think that this was always true. Like, if you go and you look back in history, I'm pretty sure whenever people had massive wars and a bunch of people went and got killed, I'm pretty sure the kings weren't really getting upset, like, oh, wow, we had a bunch of people get killed. Yeah, it's disappointing, but, like, they don't really give a shit about it. So I don't think this is any sort of, like, new development at all. Yeah, this is an always has been situation. Yeah, exactly. It's just a number. Exactly. Well, people are just a number. Like, everybody likes to put a very high...
Yes, and I kind of get annoyed with the people who like work for like say Amazon and said I've been at Amazon for so many years. How can they get rid of me, dude? You're putting too much value on a company that's just a company. It's a soulless place. It's there to make money. Stop getting upset because you lost your job. I know it sucks that you lost your job, but don't make it into a thing like you was there for a company and they should recognize you. They don't need to recognize jack crap because well they're just a company. That's what they are. They don't care. They don't care. They do not care about what you have to say, how you said it, when you said it, where you said it, what happened. If there is a way for them to get rid of you and make money, they will do it. They do not care about you.
I said, yeah, they don't care.
I will never get upset at a job that is supposed to do its job. They may get rid of me in under situations that may not be fair, and that's your job or your right to go against that if you want to. But to expect them to just be like, well, you've been here for 10 plus years or 5 plus years or 20 plus years. No, they don't care, dude. You fell in love with the system. That's your problem. No. You are putting way too much value in a place that I'm pretty sure you didn't even want at the beginning. You just happened to love it, or you came to be comfortable with it to a degree. And then when things didn't go well for you, they should recognize your talent, your efforts. Like, no, bro, that's not how that works. No.
High value on their own life and their own humanity.
Yep.
But the reality is that most people, pretty much all people, are to one degree or another replaceable. They are. And I think that that's like not really a good way to look at it, but it's an accurate
No,
way
it's an accurate way. Yes, it's an accurate way to look at it. The point of a company is to make as much profit as possible with little to no problems as possible. That's the point. That's the point of anything. Like it's like me, you guys learning how to draw. The point of you paying me to teach you how to draw, so you make as less mistakes as possible and get to where you need to be as fast as possible without wasting a bunch of time watching a bunch of videos that you think is probably meaningless or not worth the time, or whatever case may be. Just the other week, I just found out doing line art is actually not worth the whole painting process. That's just something on top that you want to do if it's a preference. You can just literally paint your way through. You don't need the damn line art at all, especially if you're doing digital. You don't need it. It just takes hard work and a good eye of design and practice. You know what I'm saying? So like, if I have the information or the value information that you want and need, you're going to pay for it, right? That's the point. Now, if there's an easier way without you paying and YouTube exists, 9 times out of 10, you're going to go to YouTube before you pay someone like me, even if I'll teach you everything you need to know. Because if there's a way for you to gain as much without losing anything, like money or anything, that's a win. That's why I always say to my students, before you start buying from me, look at some YouTube videos and see if you'd fare well. If you still feel like the YouTube videos are not doing you any justice, maybe you should do the membership for 1 month and see how my teaching methods work. Maybe it might work in the way you want. Maybe you're the type of person to be told what to do. That's not a bad thing per se, but maybe that's just you. Maybe you need to be in a told what to do type setting for you to get where you need to be. Because if you do it by yourself, some people don't have that willpower to do it on their own. Sometimes they need to be told what to do. Some people are just like that. Because maybe it's like a school thing or is a kid thing. I don't know what it is. It could be anything, a psychological thing.
This with like, I mean, how many of you guys have had like a job or you've been in like a guild in WoW or something like that, and it's like, oh, this person isn't replaceable, and they leave, and you replace them, and you figure out a way to do it, right? Like life goes on, people move on. That's it.
Seems to alienate people. Despite massive improvements in productivity and wealth creation, tons of people are just poorer and have less opportunities than they had.
This is because of the government. The government hasn't held any of these companies accountable for this. The problem is that people that make a lot of money don't pay enough money into the social systems, and so you have a bunch of people that are homeless and crackheads. Like that's basically what happens. But the average person, yeah, high-performing individuals not easily replaceable. It is harder to replace them for sure, absolutely.
10 or even 50 years ago, the world of Blade Runner 2049 has gone further on this path than ours has. Corporations are publicly in full control of every branch of the government, for example, rather than just pulling the strings from the background. But the fact that we're even on this path to begin with betrays a dystopian quality about our modern world.
Like it's more easier to replace someone who works at Walmart than it is someone who works at a hospital, I believe. Now, there's a lot of nurses that can probably take up that place, or even doctors.
Jacob McCall asks, are you self-taught Artextric?
Yes, I teach this. Yes, I'm self. I didn't go to school for art. I don't think that makes any sense. I believe that it's much harder to actually replace a doctor compared to replacing to someone who works at Walmart. No disrespect for anyone who works at Walmart. I'm pretty sure you put your all, but let's be honest. There's a reason why there is a robot now. I don't know if it's just at Walmart. I know it's at Giants. Giants have this now, where they have like a robot that actually stacks the stuff at the store. Some of the stuff, like the cans and stuff like that, that exists now. You probably still need people to still stack the stuff at a more faster rate, with just more. But the fact if there was more of those stacker type robots, and I'm pretty sure there's more of them now. Last I remember seeing them, if there's more of them, that's less what the employee has to do, and then all we need to do is figure out how many more employees we can replace if we can get more robots doing what they can do. That's just how that is.
Let it cool, it's hot.
What is that?
Capillary.
Oh God, again with this? Okay.
Seem like it's designed for people anymore. This is just one small
Well, it's designed for people that make money. That's really it. Is that I don't even think that it's something. It's not. I don't think it's ever been. It's never been between people and robots. It's been between people that control ownership of production and people that don't. And it's always been a class fight. It's not about like people versus robots. It's the rich people that control all of these resources and all of these tools versus people that don't have any control of it, and they can't really like break into any sort of like value or do anything for themselves. It's not anymore. Yeah, I think it's happening already. People don't work or make themselves valuable. That's why this is happening. Well, the thing is that how can a person make themselves valuable in a world where almost every single job is done by a robot that's more effective than a person could ever be? Because, like, for example, if you look at the way that, like, an app, I think this is a good way to look at it. Like, you guys have all used calculators before, and you probably used a calculator to, like, calculate, like, the trajectory of a graph or something like that, the TI-84, etc. These machines can do it better than any human can do at a faster ratio. And it's not even remotely close. There are people that are really, really good at math, and they're like insanely like gifted, like savants in math. And they are not even 1% of the efficiency and effectiveness of a machine or a computer. It's not even remotely close.
part of the themes explored by Blade Runner 2049, of course. To get a more detailed breakdown, check out a full video on the movie. We've seen 2 dystopian societies so far that have turned into dystopias by outside forces. Either the progression and misuse of technology in the case of Blade Runner, or a global fertility crisis in children of men. But these aren't necessary. All you need
Jacob
for a
McCall
dystopia
said
is a
physically
society.
demanding jobs are going to be replaced by robots, like how call centers are being replaced by AI and online bots.
Yeah, eventually.
The people up top just care about their money.
Yes, that's
Screw the middle class.
Yep, that's pretty much what that is. It's all about. See, it ain't just about the. Well, it is about the middle class to a certain degree. If I don't have to pay more people to do what I. It's the point is just how much profit I can make. I don't think it's like there's a hatred of like middle class people who are. I don't think it's like rich people who just hate middle class. Right. I think it's just literally. How much profit can I make without spending as less? And that's a smart thing to do, you know, in context. But like, you know, given this context, it's almost the most hated thing for most people who are not in the power of that. When you're not in the control seat, it makes you frustrated. Because if anyone was in the middle class, was in the position of like Elon Musk or like a Jeff Bezos, and they can use AI at any stop to save hundreds, millions of dollars, they would. Anyone would. I would. I would. Anyone would. If you in the same seat. 9 times out of 10, most people will do the same exact things. It's just that they happen to be, the roles are just reversed. They're not in the driver's seat. So that's where that comes in. It sucks. Is it fair? That depends on how you look at it. But, like, it sucks. But, you know, that's just the reality of things.
See that's reliant or even designed to create its own misery. Enter 1984, the essential and possibly the most oppressive dystopian society ever imagined. There's a reason that 1984 has had such a huge impact on culture. It explains the workings of an oppressive society incredibly well. Even decades later, and nothing else gives us the same tools to accurately deconstruct the totalitarianism of our own world, which we've also done a huge video on before.
I think also a big reason why this happened is because 1984 is specifically like, so George Orwell wrote this, I think, after he was working in like France or Spain or something like that. I don't remember exactly the details, but it might have been Italy and Europe. And so he's writing this, like 1984 is actually a very, very recent, you know, like thing. I think it came out in 1948. The book the book came out. And so it's more relevant to us, obviously, because it's like a modern critique on like Western culture. I think that's another big reason why.
The world of 1984 is defined by stagnation. The ideology of the ruling party and the world they created is expertly designed to suppress and dominate every other part of life. One of the most striking parts of Orwell's dystopia is what the party has done to language. Normal languages, like the kind that we use, don't exist in a vacuum. Every word or phrase we say only has any meaning based on the context in which it's said. The philosopher Wittgenstein explains this through his theory of language games. Take the word cut, for example. If you read it in a recipe, it's probably referring to something about chopping vegetables. But a director shouting it on a movie set would make the word mean something completely different. All words are like this. They're all dependent on the specific language game that you're playing at the time. They're just building blocks. In 1984, though, even this freedom is in the process of being suppressed. Orwell imagined the party creating a new language called Newspeak, where most of the linking words have been taken out, while other words have been changed or removed entirely. The result is a language which has barely any building blocks and where the context has already been decided.
I think that we've had this happen a lot. Like, and this is a huge component. This is probably one of the most like interesting things, is that the way that people use language and the way that they try to like twist language to turn it into like something that's totally different. And like, for example, people use like undocumented immigrant instead of illegal.
Yeah. Okay, so you can say at least at this point, liberals, progressives, or at least Democrats are really good at doing this. More better than Republicans and conservatives to a certain degree. They're really good at rebranding things. If you get what I'm saying, they're really good at rebranding things. They can make something sound good even if it's bad. Like, for instance, the whole map situation. We all know what that is. If you know, you know. But they made it sound, because what they usually focus on is the idea of the destigmatize things. That's what that is. to destigmatize something that is considered to be bad and make it sound good, right? It's very rare if something's good and they have to rebrand something that is good when it doesn't go against their philosophies in the slightest, or their ideologies at all. So it's usually when they say destigmatize something, it's usually something that was either something that is really good or considered bad now because it doesn't benefit the narrative. So they have to make it sound bad or make it sound good depending on what the context is.
And so like people try to redefine vocabulary in order to make their ideas seem like they're more accurate or they're better. And I think this happens with everything, the ick, illegal, or immigrant, or something like that, like calling normal people cis. Yeah, I think that's a good example. Like gender, male and female, woke. Yep, there's definitely another one. Changing the word for Nazi, right? And so like all of these words have been turned into and weaponized into ways that you can effectively suppress people's thought by making people think, oh my God, I can't use this word. If somebody calls me this word, now I'm the bad guy. And I think it's, maps. Oh, yeah, yes.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I just said it. Let's go. I just said it. I just said it. I just said it. I know I shouldn't be just over the hype over that, but I'm just saying it's critical thinking, I believe.
Is there any better example than that? I certainly fucking hope not.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
This is super fucking common. Unhoused. Yes, unhoused
The
people
samurai said,
rather
"Let's
than
go."
homeless people. And
That's
so
crazy.
all of these things are changes in vocabulary in order to elicit a more emotional reaction or to change people's perceptions or shift their perception towards thinking about it in a way that's more sympathetic
or
towards
positive.
the people that are using this vocabulary or have invented the vocabulary.
Works, and you can only
It's
understand
crazy.
it in the context of submitting to a party.
And usually 9 times out of 10, it's not usually anything good. It's usually trying to make something that is usually bad sound positive. Not all the time, but majority of the time, it's usually something not good. Trying to be stigmatized to a certain degree that people should be sympathetic towards it or acknowledge it as something that is positive, good, or it should be seen in such a negative connotation or so.
Rebellion and disagreement within the party line is therefore impossible to even comprehend when using newspeak. As we've said before, dystopian media often amplifies...
And this is what happens now. And this is what I've always found to be like the most interesting about George Orwell. It's like, I think he predicted this perfectly. Because I think also another very big component for this is that, like, you know, he was around about the same time and like...
This lower
like,
half looks crazy. It doesn't look right. It looks too stiff.
Popular. And like the idea of like the death of God. I think that people have used a lot of the like these like political systems and like political dogma, like ideologies. They've replaced religion with these ideologies.
Yes, because that's why they call wokeism a cult. It's a religion to a certain degree. If you look at it, it goes against almost opposite of virtually everything that was either considered positive, good, having a family, having kids, being a critically thinking, logical member of society. Nearly everything wokeism usually stands for is usually going something opposite, and that's why they say the death of God to a certain degree, because it's usually just logic half the time.
So now it's like if you go against that, you're basically a fucking blasphemer, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like,
you're a heretic
God,
to a
it's
certain
heresy.
degree.
And so now, and like I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you notice somebody like in media maybe that's like kind of gone a little bit off track, and then they get treated like they're this terrible person. I think a really good example of this that you could use would be somebody like maybe Jordan Peterson, J.K. Rowling, somebody like that who aligns.
Remember, J.K. Rowling is a staunch feminist. She is a staunch feminist. She is a staunch feminist, and because she stands for women's rights and all that stuff, she is like the feminist, right? But because she doesn't work with the ideology of the whole like the alphabet mafia thing, it goes left real fast for her. They don't care, even if she has donated to women's charities and fundraisers and all that stuff. It does not matter. It goes out the window. All that does not matter because you do not subscribe to the cult. That's what that is. And because you don't subscribe to the cult, everything you have done prior, beforehand, does not matter. It doesn't exist. And even if you bring it up, it's not good enough. It will never be good enough. It's not good enough. And it doesn't negate that even if you claim you're a woman or you are a woman, it doesn't negate the current zeitgeist of what's going on today. So it doesn't matter.
90% of these values,
and that's to a certain degree, that's kind of scary. That's kind of scary if you really think about it.
Diverged in that 10 or 5 or 1%. Joe Rogan's another one. That then, as soon as that happens, as soon as you show any type of like hesitancy to completely embrace a mindset, you are immediately treated as if you are like absolutely opposed to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this has happened a lot.
I had this problem with one of the I won't say their name, but I had this problem with a viewer that came in. I think it was 2 weeks ago, and she was arguing with one of my mods on stream. This was happening on stream. It's literally recorded. It's not like I'm making this up. And because I told them both stop fighting, move on from it, we're trying to do a stream, she got upset at the fact that she thinks I was blaming her or not going at my mod hard enough because they was having an argument. I told them both, I don't care who's arguing. I just want you guys to stop fighting in the stream.
The samurai said, I remember.
Yeah, and I said that. I was like, stop fighting in the stream. It's not appropriate. There's people here. It's not that serious, and just let it go. But because the viewer did not want to let it go, she feels like there's a weird, there's this attack that's happening where I said, let it go to both of you. And I said that, and remember, it's not because she's a woman or anything like that, because they're both women. The mod stopped instantly. She didn't even argue. She just said, okay, move on. The viewer who used to watch all the time, once I give him even the slightest of a, don't do that, we don't do this type stuff here in this stream, it's an attack on her whole person to the point that they sent me an angry letter and said I'll rule the day for telling them that I blame them for starting a fight in my stream. They're like, bro, what the hell? I'm like, dude, all I said to you both as me as the host on stream is to stop fighting and arguing. It is not that serious. But because I didn't say anything, I wasn't being rude to the mod and not outright blaming her.
Said wasn't that deep.
It wasn't that deep. It wasn't that deep, and so much so that she sent me an angry letter.
And said, "Yo."
That was crazy to me. And no, this is not just a viewer. This was a viewer who would hold conversation with me, be in the stream, send me messages, ask me about art stuff. And then once I told him, stop doing that, don't do that, it all went downhill from there. That was the weirdest thing I ever exist. And that tells me that a lot of people should not be on the internet.
It's radicalized a lot of people. Anna Kasparian? Yeah.
She sent me like a long message. I'm not going to get into what it was, but she sent me a long, giant message of me ruining the day that I told her to stop yelling in my stream or stop fighting with my mods on my stream. God forbid I stopped a fight. She wanted me to like allow her to fight my mod on stream? Like what is the logic in that? You know what I'm saying? That is the madness.
Example, you're right about that.
Things we see in our own world today, and while we haven't created a whole new language yet, we have seen certain words and phrases getting removed from our language completely.
Facebook groups say they were just censored for using the word men. That sounds like bullshit to me. Like, I'm sorry, it sounds like such bullshit. But I do think that this happens in some cases where like some words are being considered to be like bad because people have just decided that. Tired of hearing heresy? I want to talk about heresy. Yeah, exactly. Jordan Peterson's a total lunatic. I think that when Jordan Peterson went against calling people by like their own invented pronouns,
I think that the truth is that 80% or 90% of people agree with him, at least here in the United States. I think a super majority of people agree with that. So, and this is the problem, is that he did go off the deep end, but you're talking about, like, why did he go off the deep end? One of the reasons why is that he was a conscientious person who saw what seemed to be, at least in his mind, as tyranny or oppression, and he spoke out against it, and then he was treated as if he was the oppressor or he was the tyrannical one. And this alienated him further, and it made him more extreme. I think another good example of this is like Nick Merckx. So Nick Merckx was like talking about how he didn't want to have like trans or like gay ideology in like schools, and then people treated him as if like he wanted to kill gay people.
Yeah,
so
that's
do?
the problem for me. I hate that. Because I oppose something you do, that all of a sudden that I'm just passing laws to destroy your whole life. That's crazy to me. I never understood that. Just because me and Bri doesn't agree on a particular anime doesn't make Bri my enemy. It's just one show we just don't agree on. That's it. It's never that deep. This is why me and Bri can get along just fine, because I can take on the idea of not everything that I like Bri has to like or will like. Not every take I take is going to be something that Bri's going to agree with. I'm pretty sure there's some things I've said that Bri does not agree with at all. But he has enough brains to be like, okay, I don't really agree with that.
Aiden to A said, yo, how are you? Still forgot that.
Forgot what?
Ryu the Samurai said, it's always the dip with certain people.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure there's things I've said that Bri doesn't agree with, or say, you know what, Jace, I don't really mess with that. But then again, I get where you're coming from. At least you're explaining where you're coming from. But that's just me, and I respect that from him any day. Even if it's something that is like I feel passionate about, right? He is a human being like anyone else. He is a human being like he can have his own opinions. And we have a democracy in my mods. They'll give their opinions and we will value each person's opinion. We're not going to oversight one over the other because they are a person of color or a woman or they identify as a candlelight or some crap. No. It has to make logical sense to why we're making changes or what we're going to do next for the next X, Y, and Z. Whether there's an event we're going to plan or we need to pull back on a certain thing, maybe certain live streams, the live stream needs to be pulled back on certain things. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with it, and we'll always find a compromise, right? There's not going to be one person being favored over the other just because of either seniority. It has to make sense. That's how you can make something work. But when you just pick someone because they identify or they are a person of color or they're some form of indigenous individual, you're going to have problems. You're going to be on eggshells with virtually everyone at every moment because it's going to be favoritism at its highest, and then there's going to cause resentment amongst the group, and then it's going to cause a whole rug more problems. You know what I'm saying? You have to be as fair with everyone as if it was your own family, right? So, and sometimes even that's not good enough. Sometimes people are just very unfair when it comes to their family, so even that doesn't even count.
Well, that pushed him farther away, and it radicalized him even more towards the other perspective. And so not extreme. Well, what I'm saying is they're treated as if they're extreme. I don't want to argue whether you think they're extreme or not. Russell Brand is another example. Yeah. And so what happens is that, and this also happens to right-wing people too, but like, you know, that's kind of like, in like the 2000s, I think that happened a lot more, like right after September 11th. But like, you know, we're kind of at a different place in the pendulum right now. Anyway, so this happens a lot, and people end up getting pushed away. And I think it's true with many cases. Like, another case too is Destiny. Like, I think Destiny's very clearly like a liberal guy, but there's a lot of people in like that community that don't like Destiny at all for that reason. And it's because he's diverged from some of their thinking in different ways, right? And so, yeah, ultra liberal, exactly. And so all of these things happen, And then for some people, it ends up pushing them even farther against the original group that they thought that they were a part of.
The problem is the hair.
And so I think language is a huge way that that's enforced.
And social media is one of the biggest culprits. There's plenty of words which would be more accurate, but we can't actually say them because of YouTube's arbitrary rules. It's all the
gay and lesbian. What is this here? Includes gay and lesbian, but not straight or heterosexual. Yeah, I don't know if this is true. I mean, we say shit like that all the time. I don't think I'm getting demonetized for that, but it's hard to say.
It's all the way to restrict language.
I messed up on this drawing. It's so annoying too, because like
all the stuff we
and you know what? I'm not even gonna be mad because the focus on this drawing wasn't to actually draw it. Well, drawing it accurately is very important, but the point of drawing this drawing was not to draw accurately. The point of this drawing was to construct the body that I can use as a form of a dummy to apply my grayscaling upon. So to see if how well I can make it look 3D as possible, or at least, I guess, realistically as possible, or realistically stylized as possible. God, I can't talk today.
Ryuga Samurai said the ears are too low.
Yeah, the ears are too low. The spine I feel like is too stiff. The face is too boring. I think the eyes are a little bit too spaced away, or there's a lot of problems with this one. There's 10 minutes left of this video. Well, so once the video's done, we'll stop from there.
And this is another thing too, right? Woke UN agency bans the word Englishman because it's too gendered. This is the kind of stuff that I think a lot of average, like, you know, your Walmart Americans, people are just kind of fed up with stuff like this, right?
Yes.
Because it's kind of like, whenever I see something like this, it reminds me of the South Park episode where they flew the whale to the moon, where it's like you did something that is actually just bad, it's oppressive, and it adds no value, it's just stupid, and you're acting like you're doing something good. This crap's so exhausting. Exactly, yeah. And it like Latinx, there's so many examples of this, right? And I think that this is also like, it's not even just with language. I think if you take a step back and you look at what really is the incentive here, people don't like being told what to do. They don't like being ordered around. They don't like having their opinions and their viewpoints dictated to them. And they don't like being talked down to. And because of that, you gain a tremendous amount of resentment from that group of people when you're just basically telling them and talking down to them and saying like, oh yeah, you need to believe this, you need to think that, like if you don't, you're a bad person, etc. Especially by weirdos, yeah. And
I think this is where religion tends to lose its grounding at a certain degree.
It's so fucking racist. Well, and that's the problem, right? Is that people like this are more, the reason why they keep using the term Latinx is because they're not concerned with being racist. They're concerned with looking like they're good people.
Yes. So they want to seem right in the eyes of history, not in the views of you. So even though you might be the Hispanic that they're talking to, who they're talking about this Latinx term, it doesn't matter if you're Hispanic or you identify as such, or even if you don't like the word. The point is to be on the right side of history at the current time. Because if everyone collectively says, I'm not going with the Latinx thing, alongside Hispanics and even woke white people, that person who's saying Latinx and throwing it in your face as a, whether a white person or even a black person or a person of color or even a Hispanic person, they're going to stop saying it pretty fast because it doesn't fall in the guidelines of whatever history considers to be right at the time. So that's what it is. That's why in Spider-Man 2, they mentioned this very thing when they said Hispanics have told them many times, do not use this term. We do not like it. It's racist. You're colonizing our word X, Y, and Z, but they do not care because it's not about the Hispanics. It's about feeling good about themselves, telling the minorities that they're technically on their side when they're not. They're just telling them what to do because it seems socially acceptable of the right side of history to do so at the current time. That's it.
So they are more than willing to sacrifice your culture and your language on the altar of putting themselves up in a higher position.
Yep.
They want to seem like they're a good person.
Yep.
And so they're willing to do that for any reason.
Yep.
Girl Scout cookies are called Samoas rather than Samoas are now called generic caramel coconut rings or some trash. Yeah, it's just weird. And I think this is the issue too.
Okay, I think the ears are better now. At least the face looks slightly better because the ears are brought up. Good work on those eyes. Looking out for that, Bri. Good work, bro.
And people just don't like being told what words they can and can't use, because why would you want to have somebody telling you what to do? Pretty fucking simple when you think about it.
All the stuff we've been talking about seems to confirm our worst fears, that we are living in a dystopia.
Ryu the Samurai said no problem.
Thank you. Seems to confirm this, but it still isn't the full picture.
We got 6 minutes left, then we end the stream.
Dystopian media that we haven't actually fully discussed, and that's the theme of hope, which is always present in some way or another. Some dystopian stories have a positive ending, which implies that the society moved on from this phase and got better in some way. Children of Men is like that, for example.
Yeah, sure.
It's all about the power of hope. Others, like 1984, seem like they end with all hope having been extinguished. The main character, Winston, eventually succumbs to indoctrination and loses his humanity. But even in the bleakest dystopia imaginable, that hope still exists somewhere. The parts of life the party is trying to suppress and make people forget will always exist. However,
I think also like another really big component, like I was saying this earlier, is that I can't think of a single dystopia story that's like really bad where censorship is not one of the primary ways that it's maintained. Like censorship and oppression in one way or another. Like people do not have freedom of expression somehow. And I think that's usually the case. Like if you look at any oppressive regime, you know, look at like, imperial like China, or you look at North Korea, or like Russia, or you look at like a lot of these other countries that are like really shitty. The one thing that pretty much all of them have in common
censorship
is that you don't have freedom of expression.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like the less freedom of expression you have, the worse they are.
Yeah.
Minority Report? Yeah. In Iran? Yeah. They put a head in a cage and starving rats? Well, I'm just saying in general, that's what happens.
Yeah, I think
it means that while our world has dystopian qualities and it does seem to be getting worse in lots of ways, we'll never truly live in a real dystopia. The world is just too complex and varied for any one thing or problem to dominate it completely. There's still
See, but that's the thing about censorship and oppression and all that stuff. The one thing you learn as a human, and you may not believe this, most people may not believe this, but to a certain degree, you're going to start thinking everything lasts forever, but nothing does. Nothing lasts forever. Well, it may last forever in your time. So if you're like someone who's in like a war-torn country, you may not get the freedoms of people in 50 years plus in the future if you're alive by then. So that it's forever for you. But for the next generation, it may not be the same. Maybe the people who are in power who was holding it with an iron fist, their children will take that fist, but also won't do as much of a worse job. Well, not much of a more brutal job compared to their ancestors. So that fist tends to not tighten but loosen over time. And then a lot like, let me use an example. This might be a silly one, but kind of like Don Flamingo's father. Remember, his ancestors are remember he's connected to the dragons, right? And because his father didn't see humans as a lesser known but more of a interesting creature, that tyrannical fist that he actually had was not used against humans. So humans actually got their revenge against him, not because they even had anything personal against it, just because he was a dragon in general, because of his ancestry. So eventually that evil fist will tend to lessen over time. Nothing lasts forever. So
of problems, and for an increasing amount of unlucky people, they come to dominate their individual lives. It doesn't mean that the good parts of life, like art, music, hobbies, friends, and family, aren't there. Our modern world has made it harder and harder to lose yourself in those parts of life. It all gets in the way, and we're bombarded with these dystopian problems constantly. And it's made the skill of being able to tune all of that out even more important.
I think a really big component, sorry, let me pause this real quick. I think a very big component to this too is people that actively consume products and they actively do things that make themselves unhappy. And then in the process of doing that, they blame the world. So there's nobody that's really making you sit and like waste 8 hours a day watching TikTok videos.
No.
It's not like this was not mandated by the government.
No.
You don't have to do this.
No.
Yeah, it's like getting fat. It's like, yes, nobody said you had to go to McDonald's every day and you had to be 500 pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, similar to Brave New World, from my understanding. I mean, I think that there's a lot of different examples of it. Yeah, and I think that also, like, nowadays in our culture, the main reason why people believe that they're in a dystopia is because they've created it for themselves. I think that a lot of these people are basically lazy. They have no sense of self-accountability. They don't try to improve their lives, and they just seek to indulge themselves in the easiest and most accessible form of entertainment. And I think that's why people get massively fat. I think that's why people are getting addicted to social media. I think that's why it happens. And it's because people are able to effectively like blame these other things and say like, oh, well, I'm not making myself fat. It's McDonald's making me fat, right? Or something like that.
I hate when people
and
say
I
that.
feel like a lot of these dystopias that people create for themselves, at least nowadays, because like we're nothing like Blade Runner. It's nothing like 1984. I think that it's majority people with no self-control that are trying to turn themselves into victims when the only person that they're a victim from is themselves.
So yeah, that's what this is what happens when you lack self-awareness. This is why when people says, your art is so good. Yes, it's good in your eyes, but it's not in mine because I feel like I can get to a better level where I'm at now. I'm not saying that art is bad. It's just not in standards of I want it to be. But I can see why you say it looks good because it's not a level that you're even close to at the time. So therefore, it looks good. It looks like a masterpiece. So the self-awareness comes in when you're like, okay, thank you. I do appreciate it. But I do think a few things needs to be fixed, like the spine, the ear, the this, the that. You know what I'm saying? It's not trying to devalue my work or anything or try to self-deprecate, and not in the slightest. It's just being honest because that's a more realistic take as they're saying thank you. Because if you say that to your audience to a certain degree, they don't feel like you're just taking the compliment because you think you're great. You're humanizing yourself to a certain degree to them because remember they're not at the level you are. So if you at least let them know that thank you, I appreciate the comment, but then again, it does have its problems, and I can see how you can think it's good, but I think there's a few things that needs to be fixed, and I'll point out where it needs to be fixed, and not just saying it needs to be fixed just to sound humble. It's actually to be honest with myself and to the viewer so they don't feel like, because people that exist that watches PewDiePie has said, I'm not going to draw anymore because PewDiePie did so well this year, and it took me 3 years to draw like this. Like, then you was never an artist to begin with, because if your fragile ego goes out the window because this man put in the work to draw something that was not only that great, but he did at least put the effort. See, the problem is not the drawing is great. The problem is that he put in the effort. You didn't. And because you feel some form of way, he's the problem all of a sudden. You're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you're just a moron. Just take the L, man. You just didn't put as much hard work. It happens. I understand. We all get complacent to a certain degree, but...
JR said if you're not your own worst critic, you are in your own way.
Yes. You need to be self-aware. Be self-aware and be humble, but don't pretend like there's nothing wrong, or don't pretend like everything's perfect. Because nothing's ever perfect, and not everything always is going wrong. So it's a way to humanize yourself to them and relate to them instead of just saying, "Oh, thank you." Because at first, yeah, they're being nice, and that's a human aspect. But then again, I don't think it will cause resentment. But if they start watching after a while, they'll be like, wow, he just took my thing, and then he says thank you. That, you're dealing with the internet, so you have to sometimes think a little further than that, because some people take things a little personally than others. You can't get every situation, but if you can at least relate to your audience, that makes it easy for them to stay more longer and ask questions, get to know you as a person. A lot of people ask me a lot of crazy questions to very basic, from where I'm from to what women I'm into, or X, Y, and Z. Like it's very weird. Like it's weird, and sometimes it's a bit comforting that they care enough to ask, but sometimes I wish they didn't. But it is what it is. It just comes with the course when it comes to streaming.
Happening, and that's what happens with almost everybody. Is that most people are.
This is why when people are streaming, you have to learn how to have a thick skin to a certain degree and keep a decorum about yourself to a very high degree, because it's easy to just lose it because people ask you stupid questions, and I do get a lot of dumb questions. I'm not talking about art. I'm talking about legitimately stupid questions that are very obvious to like anyone with eyeballs. But then again, it is what it is.
Man, I see a tan cute bunny girl. I hit like.
See? So.
Or, you know, at least, and this is, by the way, these are people who live in first world countries. We're not talking about somebody who lives in fucking Africa, right? But I'm talking about, like, if you're living in America and, like, you know, maybe you're not in, like, the top, like, 5% of, like, the poorest people, like, you have a tremendous amount of privilege and the ability to, like, kind of achieve things that people in, you know, historically have never had before. And so it's a first world problems. Yeah, exactly. And so most people that are complaining, like, I see this all the time on Twitter, and I'll see people complaining about, like, how unfair life is, how bad life is, etc. And it's like, okay, well, you're complaining about it, but you have 134,000 tweets, and you made your account in 2022. Like, let's do the math here. So it's like, how is it that, like, the world is against you, and, like, everything is set up for you to fail when you're spending your entire life complaining about it on the internet? And so it's people that take no...
accountability,
they take no accountability or anything
self-awareness
like that for themselves, and then they blame everybody else. I think that's what happens. Where there is no free will,
people come in and try to bring you down just to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, and I understand that to a certain degree. I think, and usually it's just kids. I don't even think it's even like adults, and even if it's like an adult my age, I'm pretty sure it's never a me thing. It's never me. I always realized that back when I was in college, back in my college days when I used to do psych, it's never, whatever the surface level problem that's going on, it's never that actual problem. It's something more layered and more deeper than that. And that's not even anything new. Everyone's kind of figured that out to a certain degree now when you get old enough. Because so when people come in and ask me, why are you drawing girls, bro? Or in case may be, it has nothing to do with me or the drawing. They have some type of insecurity that's going on with them. I hate saying that because I think of Suicide Squad. They have some type of insecurity that's going on with them. Maybe they don't feel as pretty because there are some girls who actually compare themselves to a drawing. Don't know why, but anyway, they compare themselves to the drawing, or they had a bad experience with a male. So if they see a male drawing a girl, they feel some form of way, or because they're not a great artist, then they see a drawing that they like. So the best thing to do is to talk crap about it because it makes them feel good or something. It gives them some sense of control of the situation, even if it's not rational or even warranted. That's what that is. It's usually not even the streamer. It's not even the thing that they're dealing with. It's something much more deep. Hello, hey, Buck, what's going on? So, like, it is what it is. And don't get me wrong, I do know that's usually the case. And it does get on my nerves once in a while, but then again, I have to keep that composure of like, okay, this is probably just an idiot, that's it. That's why sometimes when they come in here and start spamming or saying something insane, I don't even address them. I just let them say their thing, and if they keep doing it, I just literally quietly just tell them to go away or have Bride do it. So like, because if I acknowledge them, they're just going to keep doing it and get their stupid friends in here and just do stupidness and make a bunch of bot accounts. It makes no sense. So if I pretend like it doesn't exist and he just gets kicked out, no, it's like people who does pew pew at schools, if you get what I mean. They want to be seen, they want to be known, even if they think in their heads, even if they don't make it out of this, somehow my name will be remembered. But little do they know that most news sites or news people have the news have caught on to what this does, so they won't even mention the individual's name at all. So
Buck said can't sleep and saw you alive, so wanted to drop in and say hi.
Aw, I appreciate it, Buck. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it very much so.
Mellow Diamond said your art is so amazing.
Thank
you.
you.
Keep going, you are doing awesome.
Thank you, I appreciate it very much so. I do. Because like See, the point of this artwork that we were supposed to do was do it in a grayscale. So we're going to do this tomorrow because I know off time is right 9:42. I was supposed to get off like an hour ago, but I got caught up in what Asmongold was talking about, and I just got into like I like these type of conversations. It keeps me focused on my work and then also make me engage with you guys in most cases. But I know these type of talks tend to cause trouble sometimes, so I'm not going to do too much, and I will bring back the reactions. This is technically a reaction, but it won't be a video, for obvious reasons. But I will bring back reactions very soon, because I know Bri is, like, wanting me to go back to doing the anime stuff, doing anime recommendations. I've been missing doing those very much so. We need recommendations. Like, there's probably some new anime mangas that's out there I haven't never heard about yet. It's been, like, what, 2 months since I actually did a legitimate one, so... You know.
JR asks, speaking of conversations, are we catching up tonight on that programming stuff you wanted to talk about? Ryuga Samurai said, yeah.
We can.
Mellow Diamond said, do you have a name for your character?
This is not my character. It's just Morgan. Morgan from Capcom. I didn't really mean to make a fan art. It just kind of happened that way. So I'm just kind of drawing her right now. But to answer your question, JR, I was gonna do that after the stream at 8, but because it's 9:43, can we do that tomorrow? Is that possible?
Ryuga Samurai said Darkstalkers.
Yeah, from Darkstalkers and Marvel versus Capcom. This is not the first time I've drawn her. This is probably like the 5th or 6th time, I think. I was going to do that. I wanted to talk to you today about stuff and programming, but I don't think I'll be able to do tonight because I got caught up doing this. Got way too distracted with the conversation on this. I thought I was going to get this done, or at least get around to the what do you call it? The grayscale. But I also didn't. Actually, when I look at it now, because I figured out how to put the color in now. I finally figured that out. It took me forever to figure that one out. I actually like this. This came out pretty cool, guys. I actually like this. This came out pretty awesome. I think I'll do more grayscaling.
Robert Lopez said, goodness gracious.
Yeah. I actually like this one. It's not exactly the way I wanted it, but it came out pretty cool.
Asks, how long have you been doing art?
Since I was 6. I'm 29.
Emoji.
I didn't take my job seriously till I was like 23, 24, doing this professionally in the sense of like doing freelance work and giving my services to others. So it came out pretty good.
Mellow Diamond said the coloring is amazing.
It is, and actually, what I wanted to do, we might color her up. Well, actually, you know what? We did color her up, didn't we? Hold up. That's just. We had to get down to her. I know that Bri said he liked this one, so I have to fix her up just for Bri. Let me see. Let's see here. Did I remove the color already? Oh, snap. Oh, no.
Ryuga Samurai said, yay, let's go.
Hold on. Did I make a...
Mellow Diamond said, wow, I've been doing art for 3 years.
Yeah, I've been doing it since I was 6, so don't feel any way if you any X, Y, and Z, because like it's just how that's just how things go. Hold on one second. I think I made a mistake. I wonder if can I throw her back to where she was? Let me see if I can. That would be a godsend. Let me see if I can. Just want to see. Let this play in the back. So
scientists believe
actually no, I
don't.
can't.
Wouldn't
I
that
just
mean that
realized
being lazy and fat is a factor of genetics and environment. I think that there's a spectrum of it where people might not have absolute free will, you know, in instances of like heavy addiction, etc. But at a certain point, a person usually decided and made a free choice to put themselves in a position that was negative. And I also think that the idea that there is no free will, of course there is. There's obviously free will. You know, if you want to move your hand, you want to do this with your hand, you can just do that with your hand. So if you can do whatever you want with your body, assuming that you're not crippled or something like that, then why can't you do something with your mind? Why can't you go and spend your time doing something outside? And so really, there's a certain level of like a priori knowledge that just immediately disproves that. You don't have free will? Okay, well, you can slap yourself in the face. I mean, doesn't that prove that you have free will? I think it kind of does. So most people feel like they don't have it because it's easier for them to convince themselves into a position of learned helplessness. No, it doesn't. Of course it does. How do you not have free will? Can you piss yourself in public on command? I don't know. I've never tried. Maybe I should.
Let's just get some noise, but, you know.
It is what it is.
It's side that we fix.
Alright, so with that said, it just ended literally right there. So I'm gonna, as well as the 30 years, I'm gonna have to put in the colors in here. Okay, guys, I'm gonna jump out of here. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. We'll continue this tomorrow because I got better at doing the grayscale thing. So I'll let you guys go. Have a great night. I might share this tomorrow.
Said good night, everyone.
Actually, no. I'll share the
good night.
the composition one tomorrow, and I'll share this the very next day. All right. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys next one. Thank you so much. See you guys. Bye bye.